31 games, and South Africa with 12 wins, India with 18 wins and one no result, and with that result going India's way, now 19 wins for India and 12 wins for South Africa. So that first encounter, just 15 runs separating the two sides. South Africa, they were in the chase for majority of that second innings. Thoughts on that encounter before we talk about this one, Anisha?
Well, India batted first for the first time in this World Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series in that fixture, and their 270 run total did prove insufficient through the best part of South Africa's chase. Of course, Tasmin Brits and Laura Wolfard, their openers, giving them a fine start. But with that cramped, enforced walking off of Tasmin Brits after she scored her century, things sort of turned in India's favour, and eventually South Africa fell short by 15 runs. A loss that could come back to bite them because they are playing the second last of their last two fixtures in the round robin stage in this tournament. So they have to win both today against India and on Friday against Sri Lanka to have their hopes of qualifying for Sunday's final alive.
So I think right now we can take a look at the points table after 4 games. Sri Lanka, of course, after that disappointing first outing against India, a grand comeback from the home team. Now they are in the second place. India, of course, the only team with a net run rate in the positive side, Onisha. But for South Africa, the only thing that can actually be a good news for them is that the net run rate between them and Sri Lanka is not that different. So South Africa, if they do manage to win the next 2 games, there's a good chance that they might qualify for the finals.
They certainly have their destiny in their own hands, so they will look to put on a good show today because they will be essentially ruled out of the equation if they suffer yet another defeat, their 3rd defeat on the trot in this series. So big game for South Africa especially, and if India obviously go on to eke out a win today, they'll be through to the finals with no net run rate coming into the equation.
So that's how important this encounter is between South Africa and India. A lot to play for both the sides. India to make sure that they qualify, because even India, there's a slight danger that even they might go out if this becomes a big win for South Africa. So right now we can take a look at the match summary from that game number 2 of the World Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series. India, of course, batting first, making 276. Pratika Rawal with 78. Harmanpreet Kaur, the skipper, scoring unbeaten 41. Malaba taking 2 for 55 for South Africa. And in that chase, Tasmin Brits with a scintillating century on Isha, but she had to go out because of that little injury situation. I think that played a huge part in turning the tide towards India.
And Anneli Dirksen did also put her hand up towards the end, but they didn't get the kind of support that they would have looked from the other lower middle order batters, and something their coach Mandla Mashimbi has addressed in the lead up to this game, because this is of course a World Cup year. We are 5 months out from the 13th edition of the ICC Women's ODI World Cup in India. So South Africa going into this situation is actually good because they want to face this do or die kind of a situation with net run rate playing a huge role, kind of a simulation of what we see at the World Cups. They would rather have this now than at the world event in 5 months' time. So it's actually a good place to be in terms of game practice and also game simulation when it comes to the world events.
Now, Sneh Rana took 5 wickets in that encounter on Isha. A grand comeback for Sneh Rana to the national side. She has been amongst the wickets throughout this Tri-Nation series. Now, today's surface, if you talk about today's surface on Isha, this is a brand new surface for this 5th encounter. We have not seen this surface, so it will be great to see if the spinners might make a huge impact in this encounter. Sneh Rana, I think after taking 5 wickets in that previous encounter, she'll definitely be hoping that she can take some more wickets in this encounter against South Africa. So right now we can take a look at the pitch. We have a pitch expert out there, Faris Maharoof.
Match number 5 promises to be an exciting one. India wins, they go to the final. South Africa has to win to stay in the competition. Pitch number 9, not been used in this tournament. We played at pitch number 7, high scoring one in the last one. And what's on offer on pitch number 9? Visually looking at it, it looks very good. Underneath is very hard, and some grass on top to keep the pitch together, the hardness and the moisture levels is quite low comparing from the last game. Probably team winning the toss will like to bowl first still. thinking that later part of the game, the rain might come in, Duckworth Lewis can come in, and it's an important game. But I don't mind batting first since it's really looking very good, and underneath not so moisture. 270 in the last game. I still feel a 260, 270 is a winning score batting first. It all depends on how you feel in the second part, and hoping for a good game with India, South Africa. It's almost like a quarter-final.
So that's what Fervis thinks. 270 would be a good score according to Fervis. Monisha, your thoughts on the surface?
India wouldn't want to bat first, I can tell you, because both times they have done so in this Tri series. They have been put under severe pressure, and eventually they went on to lose that second game against Lanka, because they came out of nowhere and went hammer and tongs, did their lower middle order. Nilakshi De Silva playing that blinder, of course, and of course thereafter came Sugandhika Kumari. India will try to, chase a target, but South Africa know what the weakness of India is, so they might put in India first and ask them to set a total.
So I think the fact that Sri Lanka also chased down twice in the last two games, of course, once again the same factor coming in. This is not the same surface, but it will be interesting to see what the skipper who wins the toss will decide to do. So right now we will head to the toss. We have Damit Veerasinghe out there with the two captains.
We are all set for the toss of this game number 5 of this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series. I've got the two captains for today. Chloe Tryon from South Africa, who will be captaining South Africa today. Harmanpreet Kaur from India, and the match referee, Michelle Pereira. South Africa, the home team for today, will now spin the coin. Heads is the call. Chloe, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're looking to have a bowl, fresh wicket. I want to get the bowlers on here and hopefully take a couple of wickets and then get a good total to chase down.
You're captaining the team today. Any particular reason?
Yeah, there's been a little bit of illness and just precautionary measures to make sure that everyone's good. So we're going to look after her and hopefully she gets well soon.
We heard there's a debut for South Africa today as well.
Yeah, Mia Naismith comes in, a really exciting cricketer. She's been working really hard. She's been in the group for a while now, so it's going to be exciting to see her come out today and showcase her skill.
Must-win game for South Africa today.
Yeah, really important. I think we probably didn't start off the way we wanted to. But yeah, look, it's really important for us to bounce back and just stick to the basics and hopefully we can get the win today.
Wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Harmanpreet, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
Well, even we were looking to ball first, but I think it's fine whatever has come to us because we have been playing good cricket. It's only about executing yourself in the right way.
Last league game for India. Want to finish off with a win?
Yeah, definitely. We always, whenever we are playing, we always think of winning. And it's been a great for us so far. And today is an important match for us, and we want to give 100%.
A debut in the Indian camp as well.
Yes, we have one debut. Suchi is making her debut. Arundhati and Kashmir is not playing, and Amanjot is back in the side.
Wish you all the very best, Harman.
Thank you.
So South Africa, they have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. So they will try to chase it down in this all-important fixture. Now for India, Onisha, the big news, Shushi Upadhyay making her debut, 15 wickets in the senior one-day tournament. The third has wicket taker from Madhya Pradesh.
Very promising young left-arm spinner from MP. She's done a lot of very good work on the one-day circuit in domestic cricket, of course, is known for her guile and of course that high release point thanks to her height. So I'm looking forward to how she goes about her business because it's an important game and she comes in at a time when India do not have the services of Kashvi Gautam, who I'm given to understand has picked up an injury severe enough that has forced her to go back home. And India have flown in another pacer in the form of Pranti Gaut, who is not playing today, but which also means that Arundhati Reddy has been rested or left out. In her stead, it will be Amanjot Kaur, the seam bowling all-rounder, who has played as a substitute in patches, and she's taken a couple of very good catches, remember, in the past. So interesting choices from India.
Exactly, Amanjit Kaur taking some crucial catches in that South Africa vs India encounter. Now for South Africa as well, Mian Smith making her debut, playing for Free State women's team in the 50-over tournament, over 250 runs, which is what gave her this call-up.
Another very promising up-and-coming talent from South Africa, off-spin bowling all-rounder, played the Under-19 World Cup, and of course was part of the South Africa emerging team, was also part of the squad, the senior women's squad at the 2024 T20 World Cup. And coach Mandla Mashimbi speaks very highly of her, as does captain Laura Wolfhard. So interesting to see Laura Wolfhard is not playing due to an illness, but thankfully for South Africa, they do have Sune Lees, who remember had walked off in the last game with a knee concern. But Karabu Mesu, the young wicketkeeper batter, misses out, and in her stead comes in the senior campaigner in Sinalo Jafta. So both sides have rung in a number of changes in a do-or-die contest, especially from the South African perspective.
So those are the big news coming from the two teams. Two debutants, South Africa playing with their skipper Laura Wolfhard, Chloe Tryon getting the captaincy nod in this encounter. So crucial game, South Africa must win for them. Can India race their third win? Those are the questions we will find out an answer today. So that's it from us. Thank you very much, Onisha. So we will head to our commentators.
She's been in terrific form. Rare failure for her that last time. And as always, who looks top of the pops every morning, Estelle Vasudevan, very good morning.
Good morning, Gamini. Yes, it's going to be an interesting game. South Africa, of course, needing to win this if they want to stay alive in the competition. That's Masabata Klaas's record. Economy rate of 5, 74 wickets. She's been impressive in this competition so far. Has used the short ball to good effect right throughout the slow deliveries as well. South Africa will need her to make those early breakthroughs if they are to make an impact on this innings.
Countdown has begun.
Play!
Play. We'll take two. Play that again, Sam. Just missing her run up. Yeah, what an important contest taking place today. Slip in place. 4 fielders inside the 25-meter ring. 3 on the onside, 2 inside the ring. Yeah, nice start around that 5th stump. We'll talk about the composition of the teams. ST, obviously at the toss, the South African skipper, the new skipper for today, said Laura has been managed, and we've seen that South Africans have had few issues as far as the weather was concerned, and suffering. Some of the players were suffering with this extreme heat in Colombo these days. First shot off the bat. Yeah, how important these two openers for India, ST. They've been a model of consistency over the last month or so, and
Priti Mandana also looking really good right throughout this competition despite not making any big scores.
Away from you. That's leg stump.
yeah, Rawa gets off the mark. Slightly overcast. It'll improve the players' comfort. Obviously, South Africa coming from winter, these kind of conditions they'll probably like, and heavy cloud cover. Sun is yet to peep through, and but the ground is looking immaculate at the moment. The outfield is pretty fast. Nicely punched. Oh my goodness gracious me. That shows that she has been playing on this pitch before, although it's a new pitch. That's a magnificent shot. Not a lot of feet, but she's got terrific hands on either side. She's got loose hands and just underneath her eyes, just punched it through the line. There's two things, ST, that shows how true the pitch is when it comes to bounce and carry, and also how quick the outfield is. She didn't try to overhit. Fantastic player on the eye, Smriti. Wow, don't bowl there. She's going to hit that ball every day of the week. You bowl a half volley and then try to change the length. If you're going to bowl short at Smriti, it has to be at least her shin height. If you give anything around that base, she's very quick to latch onto it.
Previous delivery and then just too short. Smriti Mandana, as I said, has looked so good right throughout the competition despite not getting a big total. She'll be looking to kick on today.
Once again, shorter length. Just transferring her weight onto the back foot. Punch on the offside this time. Dot ball to finish. A very good one for India. 9 without loss. The two teams, India making 2 changes, Amanjot Kaur and Suchi Upadhyay coming in, and South Africa have made 2 changes as well, so it'll be interesting for this do or die battle. Like Maharoop mentioned at the toss, India can cement their place in the grand final. If they get a win against South Africa, South Africa can get a win and keep both teams at bay coming into that last one.
Interesting couple of changes for both sides. Mian Smith, very exciting young talent, making her debut today. So is Suchi Upadhyay for India.
Once again, that sweet sound off the middle of the bat from Raval. She's got Bradman type numbers after this is what, her 9th game, and averaging around that 90 mark, 80 over 80 for anyone's standard. That is upishly, and she's out. That was very well bowled. The hint of swing. She didn't move her front foot across. There was a bit of bounce as well, and because there were not a lot of feet, she couldn't get close to the pitch of the ball, and what a result. South Africa will be delighted to see Raval's back.
Yeah, did we put the knockers on her? Just as we were talking about how consistent she's been and the start she's had to her international career. She's dismissed de Klerk with the important wicket. She's been so good for South Africa right through this competition. I think even without the wickets to her name, she's created so much pressure.
Yeah, good point you made, ST. Will come back to that. South India 9 for 1. New batter Harleen Diol, 21 innings, healthy average 35, and a healthy strike rate 278, 3 50s and 100. Once again, conventional swing for de Klerk. Overcast conditions, as we mentioned before, ST. The South Africans obviously made the call to bowl first, try and use the conditions, the bit of moisture on the surface, overhead conditions suits for the fast bowlers, and oh, that's a terrific shot. For you to play a good square drive, you need to use your bottom man, and didn't she use that well?
A great shot from Harleen Deol just to get off the mark. Important thing is she found the gap. Turkson will be slightly disappointed she couldn't get her hands on that one, but she's standing pretty close to the batter.
Deol with a new responsibility, ST batting at number 3. India made few experiments when it comes to that position, haven't they? And, I think this is the first time she's coming in for the new ball. Although we have seen a wicket, ST, some of the shots these batters have played, a sweet sound off the bat. It just looks that this pitch is ticking all the boxes for a very good score. 13 for 1 after 2.
Once again, just finding the gap so easily. Kamini Smriti Mandana just back and across. Poor delivery from Masabata class. So Masabata class as well.
Yeah, to a class player like Smriti Mandana, you cannot give those loose deliveries on either side. We've seen that the first boundary she scored wasn't a bad ball, but then there was a shorter length on the onside, played a brilliant pull shot now outside the off stump, giving her a bit. Already 3 boundaries off the first 4 balls from Mandana. Yeah, better this time. A single. So India going great guns, although they lost Rawal's wicket. 18 for 1 already. This is looking ominous, ST. Like I said, this pitch looks very good. Although Faravi said that only reason that you will try to bowl for this is because of the overcast conditions, but when it comes to the surroundings and the pitch, I reckon this is that was a good toss to lose, really.
Yeah, and we've had some good totals already in this competition so far, 270 plus couple of times, and breached one, chased down once, and the other time South Africa came really close. So conditions are good, the track is good, even though it's a new one. India will be looking to post something even bigger today.
Hurried on to her, may have got an inside edge and clipped the middle bail. My goodness gracious me. Class gets one right at last. Just nipping back into the right-handed Harleen Deol. There you are. Oh no, it just through the gate. How much did that move off the track?
Just as I was saying that the bat is good batting, she delivers that kind of delivery right through Harleen Deol's.
So Harleen Deol goes for 4, bowled by Class. India, although with some boundaries early, but they've lost 2 as well, 2 for 18.
it just took the top, so it just lifted it. I watched it. It was like.
So Harmanpreet Kaur in the third over of this innings. India 18 for 2. They'll need a bit of rebuilding to be done between the captain and vice captain. Smriti Mandhana has looked fantastic with 13 off 5. 3 boundaries included in that 13. South Africa inconsistent, but they've delivered a couple of really good deliveries to get those wickets.
Right arm over is 3.
That's Harmanpreet Kaur's record. 36 years of age, 124 innings, 3,874 runs at an average of 37. One of India's great middle order batters.
Another left delivery from Class to start with. We've seen Class trying that short pitch delivery against the top order batters. She's got a That's the debutant, Smith. The officials, Lyndon Hannibal once again is sitting on that TV umpire role. That's the one that I was talking about, but this time nicely played from Harmanpreet. Hands coming from high to low, was in good control. The fielder was more towards the square leg umpire, so she got the placement right. She gets off the mark with that boundary.
Yeah, very similar to how Harleen Deol was given a kind of a gimme to get off the mark. Harmanpreet Kaur as well. Asabata Class needs to get the ball to get big on the batter if she's going to be effective with that short delivery. Doesn't have the pace to really rush them.
This time a good length delivery to finish the third over. A dot ball. We've seen so many boundaries very early in the match. ST, it's a Richie Beno moment. 22 for 2.
So Nadine de Klerk continues in the media centre end. Another one that Smriti Mandhana has middled right off the bat, but this time doesn't pierce the field, goes to Sune loose in the covers. So South Africa winning the toss and electing to bowl have had a great start. 22 for 2. They've got 2 crucial wickets.
Very nicely done. Those are the 2 wickets, and Dirksen fielding at cover point. Yeah, it's important now that they've got these 2 wickets, ST, that the fielders needs to come into the party and try and back the bowlers, particularly when Mandhana is on strike, because she is a very busy player. As you can see, she's already going at 200% the strike rate, nearly. So you need to drive those boundaries that she will be after in this first power play, and current run rate 6.29. Smith, the debutant. Yeah, that's a good area. She doesn't really take a huge stride forward, Mandana. Particularly, you don't have to because the wicket is looking pretty good and there's enough nice even bounce and carry. So as long as you got good hands to play with and on either side. Where's she batting? She's just around that nice comfortable stance. Stays very still. Yeah, this has been a good over. 4 dot balls, ST.
That's what de Klerk does, doesn't she? She creates that little bit of pressure by bowling tight lines and lengths to the batters. Has been such a great addition to this South African side over the last couple of years. Of course, could hit her down the order as well.
What timing. Look at that for timing and placement.
Test your instincts, Flo.
It wasn't far from that fielder at extra cover. Just caressed through the offside. Beautiful extra cover drive from Smriti. That's a 4th boundary. Well, if she plays in this manner, ST, I'll tell you what, it's looking ominous for the South Africans because they're smiling at the moment, but they're not going to smile for too long if Mandana is going to bat for a little bit more time. 26 for 2 after 4.
Massive appeal from Masavata class. Traps Harmanpreet Kaur back on the back foot. Looked like it was going down the leg side, Gamini.
Yeah, I think height would have been a factor as well. I'll tell you what, the way class has operated right throughout this tournament, often they talk about these things at the team discussions, ST. Some of the tactics being applied by some of these bowlers and the teams. That short ball is working in her mind, Harmanpreet, because she's got that field. Only thing that class has to do is you have to get that ball around that shin, but can't be too leg side-ish because there's a lot of real estate between that fielder on the on side, just behind square, and to find leg. So if anything down the leg side, Harmanpreet can just help it along. But if she has to bring that fielder into play, you need to bowl that bounce around that off stump.
That's exactly what you were talking about, wasn't it? Just straying that slight bit down the leg side. Harmanpreet Kaur is able to get bat on ball, races away to the boundary. So the boundaries are coming for India. They've not been bogged down despite losing those 2 wickets early on. That's the replay. Just that slight bit that it strays down the leg side, and Harmanpreet making the most of it.
Yeah, there's no harm in trying a tactic in that nature, but she's having a mid-wicket and she's got 4 fielder on the offside, so she's bringing both sides into play, and her stock ball normally comes into the right-hander, so anything around that leg stump, it's a freebie. All you have to do is to get a helping shot towards fine leg, like I said, and you're going to get runs all the time. Already raced up to 30, although India have lost 2 wickets. Maybe a good idea to maybe bring that mid-wicket into short fine leg, and or a fielder from the offside. She's got slip in place still. Oh, do not bowl there. She's a terrific player who will transfer her weight from one leg to the other, Harmanpreet. And you give short, length and width outside the off stump. Well, you just have to look and hope for the best.
Yeah, how good was the placement from Harmanpreet? Just bisecting the fielders easily. It's another thing on field placings and the tactics. I wonder how different it would be considering that Wolfart is not playing today, and we commented on how good she was with her field changes and her bowling changes in the last game.
Misfield. South African generally wants to maintain high standards when it's come to fielding, whether it's men's cricket or women's cricket or any form for that matter. But yeah, they cannot afford to do or make fumbles in that manner. Both these batters are very busy, and you need to keep bowling at one batter. End of the fifth over, India 35 for 2. Current run rate 7 runs per over ST. Last 3 overs have produced 27 runs, 9 apiece. So although they lost 2 wickets early, these two are going great guns at the moment. De Klerk to continue. Again, it's in the gap, at least a couple here. Yeah, she will take one on the arm, I'm afraid. Realised that she had to put in the slide. Clarkson, who after that over, fielding at long leg. So 2 runs to start this over as well.
Yeah, once again the placement was what was good from Harmanpreet Kaur. Just waited on that delivery. They're both timing the ball really well, aren't they?
There's very little margin for error when you're bowling at class batters like this. These two are right up there in world rankings. Have a look at that. Everything right about it, apart from hitting it to the fielder. This just shows that her skills on the front foot and on the back foot. Now this is where we are at. We are coming to the business end. This is a penultimate game. Like we mentioned today, India is still having a very healthy net run rate. That will come into play if this result today goes towards South Africa.
South Africa, as we mentioned, have to win both remaining games if they want to make it through to the final. And if they do, then that net run rate will definitely come into play. Sri Lanka and India both have 2 wins under their belts already. India, as you said, great net run rate because of that win against Sri Lanka in the first game, 9-wicket win.
There's an interesting stat on the bottom of your screen. Harmanpreet Kaur, 23 matches. Wow. Coach's delight. Out of the top draw, everything right about it. You can call it any way you like. What a magnificent extra cover drive that was. And another stat, coming back to that stat, ST, 23 matches, 778 runs, average 55.55. She likes playing against South Africa. So far, that's the best shot of the match.
Yeah, what timing and what placement from Harmanpreet. It's looking ominous for South Africa, I've got to say. Just the way both of these players have come out there. Basically, right from the word go, timed the ball perfectly.
This time it was slower, but she adjusted well, I'm afraid. Our stats guru for today, Dinesh, says that last 3 overs before this, it has been 2 boundaries and a single, so 9 apiece. How many of this one, ST? Already 7. It's final ball.
Yeah, expensive few overs from De Klerk and Klaas. I wonder how long it'll be before we see some spinner come into play.
Finally a dot ball to finish the 6th over. India, after being put into bat this morning, are 42 for 2 after 6.
Sunay's out and she's in. Illness? Yeah, she's
Two pillars of Indian women's cricket in the middle. Poster girls, trailblazers, captain and vice captain Harmanpreet Kaur and Smriti Mandhana now playing the role of the repair crew after those two early dismissals, and they are out there steadying the ship for India as they look for a place in the final on Sunday. I'm Anisha Ghosh, and joining me in the commentary box is Parveez Maroof. A very good morning to you, Parveez.
Morning, Onisha. It's been a good start for India, I should say. Though they've lost a couple of wickets still due to experienced captain and Smriti Mandhana in the middle. The South African side will be hoping that they can get one more breakthrough. Dickerson playing her sixth game. Picked up 7 wickets. Economy slightly on the high side. That's something that she probably will work on. But at the moment, South Africa is after one more wicket to try and separate these two experienced players.
Lunges, cracking shot, but straight to the fielder at backward point. She's middling every single delivery. Almost like a dream here is the India skipper. But on top of that, but no purchase of that terrific looking stroke.
Yeah, beautifully timed. Unfortunately, Harman couldn't find the gap. Not the ideal length on this surface, especially considering there's a slip in place. The length got to be a lot more fuller.
Nicely intercepted by the infield yet again. She's eyeing that point, backward point gap, and she's so fluent playing that stroke as well. Very easy on the eye. Both of these batters look in sublime touch, don't they?
Very easy on the eye, so pleasing to watch a batter playing through the offside with a straight bat. Smriti Mandhana in this innings have showed some elegant strokes as well as Harmanpreet.
Latched onto that length early, and a cracking pull comes off the bat of India skipper Harmanpreet Kaur. Excellent stroke that.
Dragged down. Set up nicely in front of square. Mid-wicket fielder for a second thought she is in the game. Fierce power. That was almost like a slap by the Indian skipper.
Oh, that's gone over the wicketkeeper's head, and it's running over all the way to the boundary. That is going to be the 6th 4 for India captain Harmanpreet Kaur, and she's motoring along nicely.
Fortunate. The wicketkeeper was undone by the bounce. Again on the shorter side, Dirksen. And unlucky the wicketkeeper. Yes, a huge leap, and with that boundary brings up the 50 for India in just the 6.5 overs. So very good going.
The wicketkeeper for South Africa today, of course, is Sinalo Jafta, playing instead of Karabu Mesu, who had taken ill in the last game and had to walk off the field. Oh, chipped in the air. There is a fielder settling underneath it, and that is going to be the end of Harmanpreet Kaur's day. A very good take there, regulation catch. No mistakes made.
Now one shot too many. Wasn't that short to be played. Kept a bit low. Harmanpreet Kaur already in this over. Couple of boundaries, and it goes for another pull shot. Wants another boundary. In the end, pays the price, and a massive wicket for the South African ladies. Skipper Kaur gone for 28, India 50 for 3.
India have lost 3 wickets already in this power play, though they have scored runs at a canter, but these early dismissals could be a key cause of concern. In at number 5 is Jemima Rodrigues, has played a few useful hands so far in this Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series. And with Mandana in the middle, young Rodrigues will have to do a fair bit of the repair job now with the departure of the captain.
Batted well in the last game, Jemima. Scored 37. Good numbers for up and coming career. Average of 30 plus. Batting at number 5 is very good. The strike rate is 83 as well. Already has got a triple figure in the bag. Now the repair job to be done by the two experienced, I would say. Smriti Mandana was playing very elegantly and free flowing. Got to think twice now. And will she be gutsy enough to play her natural game?
A back foot punch to kickstart this over from Nadine de Klerk, who of course drew first blood, sending Pratika Rawal for just the solitary run. Ayabonga Khaka, who was their opening bowler in the past few games, is not playing today, and I'm given to understand it's a strategic call, not prompted by illness. There is a bout of illness going on around the South African dressing room for Vees, which is why Captain Laura Wolfhard is not playing today. But look what their stand-in captain has done along with her charges. 3 early dismissals, sending back Pratika Rawal, Harleen Diol and then Captain Kaur. Good looking strokes for nothing from Smriti Mandana. Back-to-back deliveries.
South Africa smelling the 4th wicket. I like the fact that de Klerk is bowling fuller. Shorter you bowl when a player like Smriti Mandana is quite tall, it becomes almost a free hit when it's short. So you rather get driven down the ground than
pulled away. Excellent stroke from Smriti Mandana.
Probably a slow ball attempted by de Klerk. Did not get up at all, but Smriti Mandana did really well. She kept low as possible, and most importantly, rolled the wrist over it and made sure that it went along the ground. Poor delivery, dealt with fierce power.
She will want to do the run-up once again. Doesn't load up at all. And we've seen that power and of course the timing from Smriti Mandana aplenty today, in abundance almost. Can she convert this start into something meaningful today? Nicely punched, but there is a fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, all the Indian fans who are watching this coverage will be hoping one of these players, or probably both of them, will go and get a big one and get the score close to 250. Remember, India wins this, they go through the finals. South Africa wins it, it becomes a 3-way run for the final. So all to play for in the first 8 overs. We have everything: runs, wickets and good shots. 54 for 3.
Smriti Mandana and Jemima Rodrigues in the middle. Flair and finesse at the crease. A lot will be riding on this particular pair as far as building that momentum giving partnership is concerned for India. Inside edge. And Mandhana wanted that run. She would do well to remember that she was run out in her 100th ODI appearance in the last game. Need to ease those butterflies, steady the heartbeat a little.
I was very unlucky. Batting well against Sri Lanka in the last game until the good old yes, no, sorry between the openers, and Smriti Mandhana was the wicket down the leg side. Looking good today, Smriti Mandhana. There's something about her I enjoy. Nice, easy looking. Reminds a bit of Sandagopan Ramesh from the yesteryears. Tall, lanky, likes to play through the offside. Very elegant. The South African team will know how important, how big, how massive this partnership is going to be going forward.
And she's due a big one. No half centuries yet. Of course, a good day to perhaps get that 3-digit score. Driven nicely but excellently cut off by Tasman Brits. She's still in two minds with that running between the wickets, isn't Smriti Mandhana?
Yeah, super bit of feeling at a short extra cover. Sliding across, almost a run out chance. This occasion, Smriti Mandhana wants a single. I thought Jemima Rodrigues was quite sensible to send a partner back.
I won't be surprised if Dirksen brings out those short pitch deliveries more frequently. Got the better of Mandhana in South Africa's first game against India down the leg side, but took a bit of a glove en route to the keeper. A tame dismissal that, but it was the height that did the undoing for Mandhana in that case. Width on offer, not made the most of by Mandhana. This has been a good over from Anneri Dirksen, the ICC Emerging Player of the Year 2024. One of the best up-and-coming talents in terms of all-rounders in world cricket at the moment. Left alone, end of the 9th over, India 55 for 3.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot about that. Go boundary. Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Left. Okay. No worries. Sash, come point, please.
Leg, please. And leg, please.
Nareen de Klerk to continue from the media box end. Have been entrusted with bowling her 5th over of the innings. Already has a wicket to her name. And she'll be barreling in towards Jemima Rodrigues.
No.
So far in the 9.1 overs the game has played, only 5 singles been scored. 1 double and the rest of it have all been boundaries. Shows that it's a mixed bag by South Africa this morning. Plenty of boundary deliveries as well as good ones which got the, for example, the wicket of Harleen Dior with absolute Jaffa. So all in all, keeping the pressure, making sure that the easy runs is not being given away. And when you're bowling against quality players like Smriti and Jemima, so being patient, not going after the wicket, and in the process of doing that, giving some loose deliveries and making sure the batsman gets the freebies. So I reckon dot delivery is the way forward.
Nice looking cover drive, and the misfield on the edge of the periphery will allow Jemima Rodrigues a single run. But the boundaries have sort of dried up, Raviz. 12 balls since the last one was scored.
And also, viewers would have heard from the stump mic the call by Jemima. Wait and see, wait and see. Doing the basics right. So good to see. No matter what level of cricket are you playing, it's always going back to the basics is the way forward.
And they carry into the crease a great understanding between them, Smriti and Jemima. Have known each other for several years now. Enjoy each other's company. Were roommates at the start of their careers. Both prodigies. Driven straight to mid-off. And if you look at the offside field, Parveez, it's heavily packed. 6 on the offside now.
Good numbers for Mandana against South Africa. Average of 54.5. That's something I'm sure the South African side will know. And the South African side will know how big wicket it is. End of the 10th over. 56 for 3.
And as the second power play commences, India have put on 56 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets.
First 10 overs, 41 dot deliveries, plenty of boundaries, and 6 singles. You had everything. Boundaries, wickets, some good deliveries, a mixed bag of views deliveries as well. Good start for a quarter final, isn't it? Winner takes it all. Probably when I say winner takes it all, not South Africa, but for India, straight to the final. South Africa wins it. It's good for the tournament. It stays alive for the last game coming up.
If South Africa win this, that last round robin fixture on Friday, May the 9th, is going to be an absolute cliffhanger, given how net run rate will come into play if South Africa go on to win the second time.
On the point of net run rate, don't think South African side will be thinking about it at the moment. But in case if they win today, that's something that they need to keep a close eye on. But there may be a situation if South Africa wins today as well as on Friday, all teams will have played 4-1-2, lost 2. So interesting scenarios going into the last game as well as today.
And that's what makes a Tri-Nation series so special, right? Definitely a case for having them more often in women's cricket.
No!
This is the first one, mind you, the Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation series in Sri Lanka. And it's one of the key components of the new ICC FTP. Speaking of which, India will next play in June. They will be touring India. I beg your pardon, they'll be touring England. South Africa will be in West Indies. Sri Lanka on their part have nothing scheduled at this point. Oh, nice uppercut there, but there is protection. Good intuition and thinking on the part of Chloe Tryon, knowing how well Jemima Rodrigues placed that shot.
Minari Dirksen loves the short ball, doesn't she? Sometimes if she can get it up to Smriti Mandana with a height, not a bad choice when you have 5 leg and deep square leg in place for that trap. So maybe Dirksen will dish out a bounce, and knowing Smriti Mandhana, she will take it on.
Full ball driven to Brits again. And when you are 5 feet and 11 inches tall almost, why wouldn't you fancy yourself bowling the short ball and the bouncer more often, right? It's not a ploy that a lot of bowlers in women's international cricket resort to. One of the great exponents of it, of course, is Shabnim Ismail, who is now retired, the former South Africa speedster. India's Pooja Vastrakar bowls a mean one as well. Oh, nicely pulled away. Should get at least a solitary run. And it is the ingenious field placement that has kept Mandhana on a leash. End of the 11th over. India 58 for 3.
Go, girls!
Been a mixed bag this from both teams' perspective. The power play, 3 wickets taken at the expense of 56 runs after South Africa won the toss and decided to insert India with the bat. That was an absolute pearler of a delivery from Masabata class to send back Harleen Deol. Harmanpreet Kaur came out all guns blazing. Excellent wrist work and timing on her shots. Peppered both the offside and the onside. But one shot too many perhaps. And eventually she fell to a short delivery. Chipped into the leg side and taken easily. Smriti Mandhana has gotten off to another fine start. Is looking for her first half century at the very least on this tour. And keeping her company in the middle is India's number 5, Jemima Rodrigues. Members of Harmanpreet Kaur's friends and family circle out here in attendance. That's of course Nupur Kashyap, who's played a lot of cricket with Harmanpreet Kaur. And now manages her.
Dirk, come in!
Spin for the first time. Mlaba, the left arm spinner,
Let's talk it off, Kela.
against the right-handed Jemima.
Go straighter, go
It's
back.
surprising at the moment there's no slip in place. All the 5 fielders in the ring try to save the single. Ideally, I would have loved to have the short third man at the slip area. Left the fact mid-off and mid-on in the circle, but a slip early on when Indian side are trying to rebuild will be a good option.
Excellent cover drive from Jemima Rodrigues. That's going to be her first boundary of the innings. Assessed the length so well and so early and got on top of that.
Breaking the shackles after 22 deliveries with a beautiful shot by Jemima. It was 2-4, extra cover mid-off. That's tiny little get had been peppered. It's a quality shot from a high quality player.
Dirk. In front of the line, please, Dirkie.
And out comes the sweep, the trademark shot of Rodrigues, and she'll look to use that in abundance as she eyes a deep, longish innings in what is India's last round-robin fixture. Nonkululeko Malaba, aka Lefty, out in operation with her left arm spin. Has been a key cog in South Africa's bowling wheel.
Down.
Back foot punch from Smriti Mandhana.
Economy rate under 4.5. That tells you a story that she's a reliable left arm spinner, a wicket taker on her day, but mostly loves to bowl dot deliveries, likes to add the pressure on, build up pressure. Loving the fact even for Smriti Mandhana mid-on in the circle, giving the invitation to her to, if she's brave enough, to go over the top, use her feet.
And she's making use of that back foot punch ever so frequently is Mandhana. A left hand, right hand combination now in the middle.
What next behind you?
A short mid wicket for Rodrigues in place. Nicely played into the offside. End of the 12th over. Rodrigues will retain strike as India post 66 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So 66 for 3. Did not look down on the run rate despite losing the wickets. And again, they look for a couple and they'll get it. Good effort at fine leg. But the good thing is that they always kept the run rate ticking. They've been picking up the singles, picking up the boundaries with the loose ball. Good morning, Roshan.
Morning, Kosala. I think the key is going to be Mandana. Her knock. She's not really got going in the series. She's had starts. Rodrigues has had her moments, but haven't really seen them blossom. So this is critical for India because in a way they're under some pressure. They lost a big game against Sri Lanka and they don't want another negative result, another loss, so they'll have to ensure that this partnership takes them out of troubled waters.
Also that victory that day by the Sri Lankan women has opened up this series. It's beautifully played. That will find the boundary. Width on offer from Dirksen, and Vandana says thank you very much and gets it right into the gap.
Tell you what, these are very, very important boundaries for this pair of batters. They're releasing the pressure. One thing that India has done well here is that they have maintained their run rate. They've lost wickets, but they're going at a very good click. They're going at almost close to 6 runs an over, which is good. And look at where Rodrigues is batting. She's batting way outside the crease. And it's quite obvious that there is not, again, she's using the pace. She's pivoting quite nicely, the right-handed Rodrigues.
You're quite right, Roshan. The run rate, that's the key, despite losing wickets. So it always gives the incoming batter the opportunity to just go and play their normal game despite losing wickets. Dirksen has picked up a wicket, but not really been able to put the brakes on. Oh, that's poor. That's poor cricket. That's very poor cricket. When you need to apply the pressure, these type of things just allows the batters to get out of that pressure situation. There you go. Very poor bit of fielding. Very poor bit of fielding.
Well, she took her eyes off the ball to start with. She was trying to throw the stumps down before picking the ball up. That's a cardinal error that she shouldn't have done. So they've been a bit sloppy, I must say, the South African women today. They're not at their A game with the fielding. This is good batting, really good batting. I'll tell you what, Rodrigues is batting magnificently. Fine way to end the over, 78 for 3.
Once again, width on offer, and Rodrigues has looked very strong with those horizontal bat shots and making it quite easily. That's a big over. 78 for 3 at the end of 13.
Turkson has always struggled with her line and length. Now, just to bring our viewers up to date, India is the only team with a positive net run rate, but the permutations can be very interesting on today's result, because if South Africa beats India, then that net run rate could get into the minus territory, and South Africa might be easing themselves up a bit, and then their game against Sri Lanka is going to be so vital.
Spin from the commentator's box end. Leba. She will hold a big hand. Laba. But the length, Roshan, I feel they've not really got into the real length of this pitch.
What I saw with de Klerk, she was looking to go full as a seamer. Yeah, you're right. At the moment, Malaba is just bowling slightly back of a length, so allowing the batter to play more of the back foot than the front foot. And also the fact that she spins the ball back into the left-hander, so Mandana will find it a little bit easier. But now against Rodrigues, let's see how she's going to set about with her field and line and length. She's got, I don't mind mid-on and mid-off being inside the circle. Rodrigues has been very good through extra cover. And she's also got two fielders on the leg side, so just three outside the 30-yard circle. When she has the luxury of four. No, that's not the line. That's not the line to bowl. I mean, you don't set your field. You're basically looking to bowl wicket to wicket, and then you go outside the leg stump. And no fielders, it becomes a very easy option for the batter.
Poor bowling. There you go. She gets very wide at the crease, and that angle, she needs to make sure that release point is very important, because she comes very square. The arm comes very square armish, so it intends to go towards the leg stumps, and that deep square leg fielder is quite wide, so you can't err on your line. That's good. That's better. A little bit quicker through the air. I think what they should realize is try to bowl to what they know best, rather than trying. She was trying to slow things up a little, but that's not her forte. She likes to push it through quickly. This time gives a little bit of air. Again, very well swept, and that will also find the boundary. Rodrigues has looked very good square of the wicket, and India march along to 83 for 3 at the end of 14, and with that we have drinks on the field. So 87 for 3 at the end of 14, and this is how the Indian batters have gone about so far. Mandana unbeaten on 26. Kaur made a quick fire 28. But Rodrigues, she's looked good. 28 of 20. Raval, though, couldn't trouble the South African bowlers much. They had to depart early. 87 for 3 at the end of 14.
India looking good with a good run rate. And the South African bowlers, I thought the opening bowlers were good. Class went for a few where she was dragging it down. De Klerk was very good, especially the lines and lengths she bowls. Dirksen, she's alright, but under 6 runs and over. But the Malaba, the main spinner, going at 8.5 runs and over. So South Africa will be disappointed that the return in 14 overs is as high as 87 after they had got those 3 early wickets very quickly and 3 top batters in the Indian batting lineup. Let's take a look at the highlights of the South African inning, Indian innings. Smriti Mandana set the tone with a beautiful drive, and she latched on to anything loose. And then this was a soft dismissal.
There you go. Again, very strong square of the wicket, these Indian batters. And that one was a beauty. That one came back very sharply. And then you go, Kaur. She really got things going. Mandana, she was brilliant on that front foot. And square of the wicket. was just asking for trouble for the South African bowlers. Well, had fortunes as well, but anyway, the South African bowlers have not been real, and that is a poor stroke. It is not that short to go for that execution. But since that wicket fell, it's been Mandana and Rodrigues have been very severe, especially on the left arm spinner, and anything square of the wicket has been punished perfectly to get the maximum for the Indians, and the sweeping has also been very good.
So that's the story at the first drinks break. 87 for 3 at the moment. India will want to try and build on. They lost the toss, and generally here at the RPS, teams have kind of opted to bowl first. Well, India had a great opportunity in that first game. They won the toss on a slightly dampish track and range shortened game, so that was understandable. But from there on, both Sri Lanka and India and South Africa, whenever they had the opportunity, they have looked to always bowl first. So again, you could see that South Africa has taken the same route. And the concern, Kosala, is the skyline. I mean, we don't see that. You see the blue skies that we were quite used to during this tournament. Instead, we see a little bit more clouds, and that thick blueness is gone, and it is kind of behind this fairly strong cloud cover, which is still not threatening by any means. Though I see, if I look up, I see a kind of a dark cloud coming over. That's not visible, but maybe you could see it almost at the edge of your screen right at the top. So that's the dark cloud we're talking about. We're hoping that it will keep away. The wind is not strong either, so at least if you have a strong breeze, we can hope that the cloud will be blown away or pushed away. So we're just hoping that this game will not have any interruptions, and this game should not, because it's a very important game in the context of this triangular. Yeah, look at that. That's what we're talking about. That's the concern. The sun is not out. That sharp blueness has gone away. See that dark cloud? That's what I'm talking about. That's what is right above us.
Yes, there are predictions of rain during the course of the day, but as you said, hope there is no rain interruption for the game of cricket. And we are about to commence play after the drinks break. We're going to see more spin from the South Africans. 87 for 3. If you've just joined this live coverage, we're live from the RPS, the stadium. This is a triangular between Sri Lanka, South Africa and the Indian women's team. It's a very important game for South African women. They need to win to keep their hopes alive going into the final on the 11th. On the other hand, a victory for India women will ensure that they book their place in the final on the 11th. Shangazi, the off-break bowler, comes on. Good start, good loop.
Interesting, she has mid-off inside the circle. That's her profile. She's played 11 games, just 6 wickets. Doesn't really have too much of credentials as a bowler so far. 29 years of age. Short delivery. Smriti Mandana will pounce on them on that line. That was it's an interesting field set. She's having mid-off and mid-on inside the circle, so I don't mind mid-on, but with Mandana looking good, I would have expected mid-off maybe to go back, but doesn't matter. Now Rodrigues on strike, going at a good click, 28 of 20.
Slight change of field for the right-handed Rodrigues. And again short. That length has been the problem for the South African bowlers. They've been a little too short on this surface, and it's allowed the Indian batters to rock on the back foot and place it to whichever part they want. So they need to really adjust on that length. They have to really curtail this run flow. 89 for 3. And now it's Mandana. That's a good one. Didn't turn as Mandana expected. Held its line. There's a deep extra cover and the mid-off is in. So the invitation is for Mandana to try and go over.
Well, this is a strange field. I call it strange because off-spinner bowling to the left hand, I rather have mid-on inside the circle and give mid-off, because the option of going through mid-off is easier. Mid-on is the risk. But with Mandana on strike, South African captain opting to have long on out and long off in the circle, so that's interesting. But with the right-hander on strike, she's got both her fielders inside that 25-yard circle, but got fielders on the leg side. Bit too loopy, I think, Shangasi. But she's started off well, just 3 runs in that first over. 90 for 3 at the end of 15, but Kosala, India going exactly at a runner ball.
So this was a very interesting game. India made 276 for 6 in their allotted 50 overs, a top score of 78 from Pratika Raval. But the South Africans at one stage looked in the game with a fantastic opening partnership. But the moment Brits departed, they just fell apart and fell short by 15 runs.
Yep, that was a good win by India. They came back. At one stage, South Africa looked to be in the game, but I thought Sneh Rana was brilliant with a 5 for 43, eventual player of the match. And India winning, snatching virtual victory of South Africa. In fact, South Africa was looking so good that India snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, if I put it that way. But a great win by India in that game. So we got Malaba continuing with her left arm spin. She needs to tighten up. At the moment, she's been scored off a little bit too easily for South Africa's comfort.
Again, that offside field packed to prevent Rodrigues from playing that cut shot. Again, that length. She needs to be a little bit further. It's allowing Rodrigues to get on the back foot and find more time to play.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the length is wrong.
Oh yes!
That's more like it. That's more like it. You could see it. Good running. Good running. This is clever batting on the part of the Indian pair, but you could see that that delivery definitely had everything. It had the drop, it had a little bit of grip, bit of turn, and had Rodrigues pushing, and rather than waiting for the ball, she was lunging at it. So this is good bowling. That's what Malaba should be looking to bowl. But against the left-hander, I think Mandana is a little bit more comfortable with the ball turning back at her.
So 3 runs. So and again that sweep shot comes into play, but this time there is protection. Just a single. The Indians wouldn't mind this, Roshan, because they got 4 singles of this over, and they've really been working things around when the boundaries are not coming. Let's see how Malaba finishes this over. Again that length shot. Mandana very comfortably pushing it, picking up the single. 5 off the over, 16 done, 94 for 3.
Here we go, yeah, ladies.
Sangasi will continue. That field again remains the same, and now the mid-ons drop not really too long on, but halfway down. Interesting. Beautifully done. Beautifully played. They'll come back for 2. Now, what I can't understand is that the invitation by Sangasi for Mandana to try and go for that drive and hold that ball back a little.
And also, they got a deep extra cover, so I can understand having mid-off inside the circle. But why long on going out to the boundary? I'd rather have mid-on also inside the 30-yard circle. Try and give her the invitation to take that aerial route. Try and go over the top. Oh, that's friendly. That's really friendly. Mandana will be very disappointed that she missed out. That was 4. Look at her body language. Look at her reaction. She knows that was 4. That was 4 written all over it. Needs to latch on to those. Poor delivery again. Really poor delivery. This is not great bowling by Sangasi. She's been a little bit wavered in her line and length. She's either dragged it down or bowled full tosses. And she's very lucky that the Indian batters haven't made more out of it.
One thing I've seen in the 2 spinners so far is that they've not really tried to settle down to a line or a length or a certain rhythm. They've tried various things, and that's not come off at the moment. 2 men in the deep on the onside, a deep mid-wicket and a deep square. Comfortably done. Rodrigues has been good, Prashant, from the moment she arrived.
And this is really good cricket as far as I'm concerned with India. Very, very clever face. They're not taking any risks, but they're making those runs quite easily, releasing the pressure. From 50 for 3, they're now 99 for 3. And it's 100 for 3, so the 50 runs partnership and going at 6 runs and over. And if South Africa doesn't check this, suddenly they'll find India at 150 for 3 and just carry on. So South Africa's only way of denting India is to ensure that they get wickets.
Again, that should have been saved. You can't afford to do this. That marks the end of the 17th. It's 101 for 3. So we had a very interesting game the other day. India versus Sri Lanka. India made 275 for 9, a top score of 59 for Goshi, and 3 wickets for Chamari Athapattu and Sugandhika Kumari. But in reply, Sri Lanka, they overhauled that score in 49.1 overs, losing 7 wickets. Nilakshi De Silva was outstanding with 56 and Harshita Samaravikrama making 53. Rana had 3 wickets but couldn't prevent the Sri Lankans from getting home.
Yeah, that was great cricket by the Sri Lankan women. I thought they played some really good cricket. This is a nice punch. Just getting back to that game. India tried hard. They tried their resources, but the way the Sri Lankans stood up and the way they came out of pressure, the way they built partnerships, the way they kind of set that platform was commendable. And also, Kosala, one thing which is significant for me in that win and the win before that against South Africa is the fact that Chamari Athapattu, who is generally Sri Lanka's go-to player, did not make an impact with the bat in particular. In that last game she got some wickets, but Sri Lanka depends a lot on Chamari, the batter. So without her, getting there was a wonderful effort.
Yeah, hats off to the other team members, especially chasing a total beyond 250 without Chamari contributing.
And Chamari is on her day she's been truly a magnificent player. There goes the sweep again, and there is another boundary. Rodrigues has been brilliant with the sweeps. Picking lines and lengths have been her strength. And once more, she's just demonstrated to us how good she is. She's in fact overtaken Mandana with that boundary.
Once again, poor delivery. Inviting for the sweep. And Rodrigues has been very good with the sweep and the cut shot. And she's now moved on to 38 of 29 balls. So that is a very good knock. And from the moment she's come on, she's been very positive. Again, a poor delivery, and this time it's swept, more of a lap sweep, and they'll come back for two. This is not good cricket from the South African women. They need to be more consistent with their line and length, Roshan.
Well, Malaba, she's such an experienced bowler and she's got a role to play here. And she's starting to leak runs. And that's not good news if you're a South African supporter. Rodrigues is in a hurry, 40 of 30. This partnership is almost touching that run-a-ball proportion. So this is not good news for South Africa. Malaba has got her radar wrong. She's going down the leg side to the right-hander. She's dragged it a little bit back with the left-hander on strike. She's not struck that length that she's been so good at with her left-arm spin. Needs to settle in. And I can tell you what, Rodrigues is really starting to move. Her feet movement is good, timing is good, and she seems to be very much in control.
Here we go left, here we go left.
One thing I can tell you, Roshan, despite losing the 3 wickets, the Indians are in command of this game at the moment. And again, this is good cricket from Mandana. She's not tried to hit the ball hard, working it around. End of the 18th, it's 110 for 3.
Left your strike. Smriti! Here we go, Nance.
Mandana and Rodrigues have added 61 runs so far for the 4th wicket. Shanghai's another easy single for the vice captain Smriti Mandana. She's on 38, slowly moving up the ladder in the most runs list in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series as well. It's very good batting from both these batters. Anisha, they were 50 for 3 at one stage.
Here we go, Nance.
Yeah, terrific partnership brewing between Smriti Mandana and Jemimah Rodrigues. And the way Jemimah has upped the scoring rate has been terrific to watch. Takes it on the full, drives it with elan, does Smriti Mandana.
Good, back up.
Rodrigues now the aggressor, scoring at over 130 at number 5. Inching closer to what could be her 7th ODI 50. Deft touch. Dirksen keeps it to just a single. And the deployment of the sweep shot from Jemimah has been a standout facet of her stroke play, as has it been throughout the course of her career. One of the best exponents of the sweep shot there is in world cricket right now.
Yeah, you can put off any bowler if you are playing the sweep shot very well. So you need to make sure that you execute it properly.
Good test.
Because her height and her hockey roots work really well in tandem. She's played hockey at the national level, albeit on the school circuit. So the low center of gravity as somebody who is short-statured, and the ease with which she gets low to the crease is also an important facet as to why she plays it well. Oh my God! That is, thankfully for India, going to fall short. Living dangerously with that uppish drive was Rodrigues.
19 overs completed, 116 for 3. Rodrigues almost chipped to Chloe Tryon that time.
Here we go, ladies. Here we go, gents. Let's get there.
These two have added 66 runs of 72 deliveries. Contribution from Jemima in this partnership has been 43 and Mandana 23. Two set batters now in the middle for India. This was that last ball. Jamie Rodrigues trying to work it towards the leg side. Almost carried towards Chloe Tryon, the standing skipper for South Africa today. Shows that there could be turn, invariable bounce also on offer on the surface, and skipper Chloe Tryon have brought herself on.
Change bowler.
She has taken 47 wickets so far in women ODI cricket, Chloe Tryon. Solid all-rounder now, captaining South Africa today. Sometimes when you're a bowler, Monisha, you tend to take a back seat if you're captaining the team.
Well, nobody better than Sunil Lees to advocate for that, because she's been a former captain who's done that in the past. Flighted delivery, caressed to the covers by Smriti Mandhana, and the misfield from Aneri Dirksen allows a couple of runs to be taken.
They've been patchy in the field, South Africa. Could have been a regulation stop. Chloe Tryon, the sixth bowler so far in this innings for South Africa. She has rotated the bowlers, searching for that fourth wicket. Smriti Mandhana, she's got a pretty decent average playing in Sri Lanka as well.
And she's injected reassurance in this innings, Damit, because of course those early dismissals lost their senior most batter in the side, the most experienced one in Harmanpreet Kaur as well. And she's looking for that big score, her first half century on this tour. India needed somebody to anchor this chase. And ever since the arrival of Rodrigues on the field, she's starting to play second fiddle, which also gives you an idea as to how well she can play that role when required to.
They say the best form of defense is to attack, and that's exactly what Rodrigues have done. She has counter-attacked, she has made sure that you rotate the strike, get the odd boundary. It'll just be a single for Rodrigues. 20 overs completed. India 120 for 3.
Quick change here, ladies. Let's get the next out. Let's get the duck.
They were 50 for 3. India. These two have added 70 runs off 78 deliveries. We said Chloe Tryon was the 6th bowling option for South Africa, and now she has brought on the well experienced Sunil Lees as the 7th bowler in this innings so far. And Jemima brings out the sweep once again, bisects both the fielders brilliantly. That's her 7th boundary.
Rodrigues dips into her hockey roots and brings out the sweep, bisects the fielder on the onside with power and precision. Excellent timing there from India's number 5. Too short now of what could be her 7th 50 in this format.
This is very good batting. We get a boundary and then get to the other end, get a single, keep the scoreboard moving. Already in couple of balls they've got 5 runs. Sunil is plenty of experience behind her. 128 matches, best of 6 for 36. She just needs one more 5-wicket haul to become the only bowler to get 6 5-wicket hauls in women's ODIs.
Back up. Chloe, not too much, please. Slippy. Yeah.
Jemima Rodrigues just 1 run away from her 6th half century.
Good. Yes.
There she gets it. Her 7th half century in ODI cricket. Brilliant knock so far from Jemima Rodrigues.
Raises her bat. That's a 50 for Jemima Rodrigues, made of hustle and high-class stroke play from India's number 5. Her first 50 of the tour after a few impressive starts in the earlier matches.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yes.
End of the 21st over. India 127 for 3.
Here we go. Come Dirk, work with me here, go.
Jemima came in when India were 50 for 3. Had a clear game plan. Put away anything which was loose. Out of 7 boundaries, she has got 4 boundaries off the sweep shot, Onisha. That has been her strength.
Chloe Utez,
Although there are a few clouds hovering around the Ketarama Stadium, it's still quite hot and humid. You need a lot of fluids.
It's a righty.
There was a brief spell of showers earlier in the day, around 6 a.m.
You should
local
have.
time. And ever since,
Guli.
the sun has played hide and seek here in Colombo. But a few bursts of showers are expected later in the day as well. That, of course, played a part in South
want
Africa
us so
opting
much
to
around?
bowl first. India wouldn't be too unhappy with how things have panned out with the bat in hand, despite the loss of Pratika Rawal, Harleen Deol and Harmanpreet Kaur, all inside the power play.
Let's start.
Chloe Tryon continuing from media box end.
Perfect, Chloe.
They've maintained that 6 runs per over,
Spray for Taz.
even though they've lost wickets. Can they continue to do so? Still have 29 overs remaining in this innings.
Oh, yeah, Chloe. Too good, Sissy.
It's the responsibility of these two experienced bowlers, Tryon and Lees, to stop the run flow.
Gets into position early to play that lap, but doesn't time it at all. Will take a bit of a pads and scurry towards the third fielder. Just 1 run off that. But obviously she's looking to plunder the square region, also the reverse V.
Yeah, that leg by is the first extra in this innings so far. Shows how disciplined South Africans have been so far, yet the scoring rate has been in favour of India. Could be wonderful, Onisha, if she can develop that reverse sweep also to her array of strokes. She can get that reverse sweep, especially when playing bowlers who are turning away from her.
Deft touch off the back foot, and this is racing towards the boundary. Excellent timing and touch from Smriti Mandhana. Just 2 runs now short of a 31st ODI 50. Placement and precision, that stroke had everything.
Deft touch, used the pace of Tryon to great effect. This has been the case for South Africa. They've been making that odd boundary every single over. They have to stop that. If not, India will cruise through. Especially these two players, they know how to play long innings. 22 completed, 132 for 3.
The 5th match of the first ever Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series in Sri Lanka is underway here at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium in Colombo. Another 2 fixtures to go. This is India's last round-robin game. South Africa and Sri Lanka play theirs on Friday, and then there's the big one awaiting on Sunday, the final. Currently all 3 teams are in the running for that spot. But India clearly have the upper hand by dint of 2 wins from 3 games on the board. And on top of that, the best net run rate among the 3 teams.
Yeah, the result of this game will have
Nothing
major implications on that points table. If India wins, then India and Sri Lanka will play the final. If South Africa wins, that final game in the league stage on Friday will determine a lot. Also, Anisha Mandhana's last boundary that came off after 36 deliveries. She has been rotating the strike, playing the second fiddle in this innings, giving the strike to Jemima so that she can do what she's doing, sweep the spinners and get runs from her end.
And that's a trait of her game that's always stood out over the course of her 12-year-long international career to date. Assessing the gear she need to operate at. Charges down the track. It's only a single. And here, in this particular innings, Damit, She understood the assignment really well, got the memo, so to speak, upon seeing Jemima Rodrigues come out with intent, which in turn gives a peek into how India are expecting Jemima to operate at number 5, I guess. Because she's batted at number 3 as well in the past, number 4, opened even. And as India try to find the right combination leading into that home World Cup in September, Rodrigues and her playing position is going to be a key talking point. Punched off the back foot, and that is going to be the 31st ODI half century for Smriti Mandhana. This has been not just about the runs but also the reassurance. First 50 of the tour, and up goes the bat. This has been a terrific knock, composed and calm from Mandhana.
Timely knock for India. 23 completed, 136 for 3.
Come around, Dilla. Smriti.
Chloe Tryon. That's important for these two batters to understand, Anisha, that there's still more than half of the overs left in this innings. They have set the platform, they've added 87 runs so far. They need to make sure that they keep on going at least until the 40th over.
One bowler!
Punched away just for a single.
Here we go, yeah, ladies.
Good understanding between the two, Rodrigues and Mandhana.
Working your Chloe, working your glove.
And a key trait of Rodrigues' innings has been how she's placed the value on those boundaries but also rotated the strike. In the recent past, has talked a lot about the importance of scoring ugly runs. Oh, this is up in the air. There is a fielder in the leg side and holds her out, and this is going to be the end of Smriti Mandhana's innings. A team dismissal for the India vice captain right after she got to her half century.
Yeah, she threw her wicket away. Chloe Tryon strikes. Nadine de Klerk holds on to an easy catch. Lack of pace did the trick at that time. Mandhana, after a well-made 51, departs. India 138 for 4.
New batter in is Deepti Sharma, not Richa Ghosh, interestingly. Probably India looking for somebody to anchor this while Rodrigues keeps going her merry way. She's been the aggressor so far for India, and that dismissal of Mandhana also means that India would prefer having a left-hander.
Yeah, they would have realized that the left-hand, right-hand combination have worked well so far. But there was no pace at all from Chloe Tryon. The field was set. She just threw her wicket away. Vital wicket from South African point of view. Deepti Sharma, good all-round cricketer, isn't she? Best score of 188, still 27, average of 34 in women's ODI cricket.
Nades! Dirk, let's get them, please.
Good opportunity for Deepti Sharma to play a long innings. This sort of a situation suits her perfectly. Doesn't need to come out all guns blazing. Can drop anchor, ensure that the scoreboard's sticking. Gets off the mark right away with a single nudged into the leg side.
Taz, can you please go?
Credit to Chloe Tryon Damit as to how she's marshaled her bowling resources as stand-in captain instead of Laura Wolfart, who is of course not playing this game because of an illness, more as a precautionary measure. Lunges forward and plays it to sweep a cover. And the way Chloe Tryon herself has also bowled has been commendable. And she'll take a lot of confidence from that dismissal of Smriti Mandhana's, who looked quite fluent, and that big stroke came after a fairly long time and eventually caused the undoing of Mandhana's. End of the 24th over, India 140 for 4.
Beautiful played.
Your towel, Tazo.
Rodrigues, she's been timing the ball extremely well.
Here we go,
Hardly a
Sansa.
sweat being dropped. She's already on 54 in 50 deliveries. That's a trusted sweep shot. Slight fumble, but just a single. Morning to you, Kosala.
Morning, Maha. Rodrigues. She will go identically in the manner that she's been going so far, despite losing Mandhana. Because this is what has put the Indian women in control of this game, despite losing, because we are into the 25th over, almost to the halfway stage, and we're almost close to 150 runs, so that's almost 6 runs and over.
Yeah, Sunil leads one more 5-wicket haul to equal the record for most in ODIs. Experienced campaigner, been in the system for a very long time. It's bowling to a field. She understands she's on a big turner of the ball, bowling wicket to wicket, blowing it slower. And India as well, playing horses for courses. Richa Ghosh, who batted number 6, been kept to the late middle order with Deepthi Sharma, the left hand, probably preferring a right hand left hand combination.
Yeah, with the left arm spin and the off spin operating from either end. It's a good ploy by the Indian team to have a left-hand runner. Slightly uppish on that sweep, but was always falling quite safe.
Too good, one.
She will continue to work that ball, rotate the strike, not allow the bowler to get on top.
Smart.
This is good cricket from Jamima.
Current run rate at 5.76. 280, 275. Slightly risky. Probably the dive would have got Sharma home. At the halfway mark, India 144 for 4. Slightly gloomy conditions. Hopefully the weather stays clear. Here the players will have a quick water break. It's been quite hot and humid. Testing out
the fitness levels, and also some attention being given to Deepthi Sharma, the batter, who dived to get in the last ball of the previous over. Probably jarred her shoulder or the neck. Hopefully not a big damage.
So this is how the Indian batters have gone about. 50 to Mandan at the top. Rodrigues unbeaten on 56. Kaur had a quick fire 28. But apart from that, the other batters not been able to really trouble the scorers. But Sharma, she can really make an impact, and Ghosh to come in. So they do have batting going down to the depth. It'll be interesting to see what type of a target now that they will have in mind.
There are 4 quality players back in the pavilion for India. Especially Mandana will be kicking herself after doing the hard work, a rather soft dismissal. 51 of 63, she looked ominous today. Richa Ghosh due to number 7, she's an informed player. Last game scored a half century in 48 deliveries. Deepthi Sharma seems fine. Some attention probably at the magic spray. Got the job done. Thankful job, isn't it? Physios work really hard off the field. And how often have we seen magic spray does the job? This is what happened. Last ball of the previous over. Quick single. That dive would have jarred her neck or the shoulder. A direct hit would have been a different story. But full marks for the commitment of Deepthi Sharma with that dive.
Cheers. Cheers.
You're talking about the magic spray, Maha. I know you might have had it most of the time. But how effective is it? Does it give a big impact, or does it give a big effect?
I think it does, and also it's a bit psychological as well. Most of the time we've seen, not only in cricket, in any sports, especially all the antics done by the footballers, I would say at least a percentage will be a psychological effect, but definitely does the job.
But I felt that Treon and Leaks has done a fairly decent job. They've pulled back things a little where the South Africans are concerned. They bowled on a better line and a better length than the previous 2 spinners.
Oh, premeditated sweep shot. Even before the ball was delivered, I thought Deepthi Sharma had the sweep in her mind. It was full. A juicy half volley, extra cover drive would have been the better option. Speaking about the spinners, I think they bowl within themselves. The game plan is quite simple. It's a bowl more dot deliveries rather than looking for that magic delivery, which I feel may work in South African side. All what they must be wanting is one more wicket from here and get Richa Ghosh, who's generally a striker.
And also the fact that if they can get Rodrigues out now, that'll be a big advantage. But at the moment, Rodrigues doesn't seem to be putting any foot wrong.
Yeah, showing all her experience, relatively inexperienced at this level, but she's paid a lot of game for her age, and one of the best middle order batters in world cricket. She understands how important this partnership going forward. 145 for 4.
Deep, deep right arm over.
Change in bowling. Left arm spinner. Kluleko Mlaba. Very expensive in her first spell. 32 runs in the 4 overs. Can she get the breakthrough what the South African side is looking for? Good start, right on the money.
I don't think it's Malaba, it's the opening fast bowler who started the proceedings. Class?
Yeah, beg your pardon, it's Masabata Class. Show that all are human. Expensive again. 27 runs in the first 3 overs. But most importantly, picked up the big wicket of Harley Dior with that in Dhaka. And a good start. I like this move by the South African captain, just changing things up. Plenty of spinners been operating in the last few overs. Change the pace of the game by bringing a fast bowler.
Spread out field for Klaasen. For Klaas, rather. This is what the captain would have wanted. A few dot balls. Maha, would you get a slip in? Looking for a wicket. Left-hander, ball angling away from the batter.
Depends on the bowler's confidence. If she can get any movement, which is going to be tough work because the pitch is quite dry as well as with the quite humid. Ball is quite relatively old as well. But I like the fact that skipper Chloe Tryon is attacking with one more fielder in the circle. She has the option of having 4 fielders outside the circle. At the moment only has 3. Third man, fine leg and square leg. So that's added pressure to the left-handed Deepti Sharma, who's quite new at the crease. The length generally for the South Africans today has been on the back of the length. So when you bowl that length, especially in the middle overs, don't think slip is a good option though.
Agree with you, Maha. They bowl a lot of back of the length deliveries, and that's what is also given comfort zones for the Indian batters, because this surface is not really coming off when you go back of the length. But this has been a decent over so far. They get a single from the final ball, which will take the Indians to 146 for 4 at the end of 27.
4 wickets down for India, all 4 top order. First to go was Pratika Rawal. He's taken an extra cover. Harley Dior got a good one. Jaffa jagged back and crashed into the stumps. Harmanpreet Kaur was a soft dismissal. Had to go for that pull shot. And then the big wicket, the big fish. Rather a soft dismissal. A long hop straight into the mid wicket's throat. This has been the problem for India. The players gets a start but not capitalizing. 7 bowlers been used so far. 4 bowlers successful and 4 spinners and 3 fast bowlers in action. Plenty of options when it comes to try on the captain, but it all depends how she uses their frontline spinners. I think this is the right time to get your frontline spinners and make sure that get the squeeze on.
So the skipper decides to have one more over, 1 for 13 so far. This time she goes big, and it's 2 bounces into the boundary. So this is what Sharma is capable of. That was very well executed.
The boundary after 33 deliveries, breaking the shackles with a good shot. The invitation was there with Midon in the circle. One hand comes off the bat, but doesn't matter. Nowadays bats are so good, not much meat needed, it goes to boundary. This is back to back. A poor delivery by Tryon. Down the leg side, quicker, almost like a free hit. The fine leg field, I thought, made a meal out of this. But nevertheless, a good shot by Deep Sharma.
Fielding has not been really up to the mark by the South African women. They've leaked a few runs. But these two shots just reminded me of Richard Pant a bit.
No, Nate.
This is good cricket. Couple of boundaries, then rotating the single. It has a bit of Rishabh Pant in her. Certainly with the flair. And playing the sweep shot. Not afraid to take the challenge up, coming down the track. Doesn't matter what the game situation is. Good to see some crowd in, decent. It's a working day, remember. Four wickets, last one at 138. Third was 50, Harmanpreet Kaur, and then a massive partnership. And now India will be hoping Rodrigues and Sharma can get to the score of 200, close to about 35, 38 over. And get the likes of Richa Ghosh come in the death overs and play her natural game where she is quite dangerous at. 155 for 4.
So Rodrigues got her half century in 40 deliveries, Maha, but now she's batted for about 58 deliveries for 55. So then that just gives an indication that the South African bowlers have come back a little. Again, not good feeling. Lucky there was no run taken off it, but they need to be more sharp on the field.
In terms of the game situation for India, it's quite simple for Jemima. Is to bat through as much as possible, and Deepti Sharma to be the aggressor, which she has done for a certain extent with the knock of 14 so far in 20 deliveries. She's playing her shots, half stop at extra cover, should be just a single. I like the fact that Indians do play positive, though they've lost 4 wickets just into the 28th over. They understand that they still got quality, they've got good batting in the latter part. Brilliant stop by extra cover fielder. Certainly saved 3 runs.
And also the fact that, to add on to what you were saying, Maha, I think Rodrigues decided that she needs to bat through the innings, and after the dismissal of Mandana, she's really changed her style of play and given Sharma the ability to go hard.
Communication. It's all about knowing each other's roles. It's a good shot down the leg side. Good cricket all round. But the delivery, apart from the delivery, I thought the running between wickets as well as the effort by the fielder at deep square leg, Nadine de Klerk. Excellent stop.
Excellent stop, but excellent running as well. They ran 3 for that. No, they ran 2. Sorry. Oh, that might have been close. Maha, what do you think about that?
Tell you what, look mighty close. Oh, for me, that's crashing midland leg stump. Anna Harris thought otherwise. A slow ball, and when the ball hit the pads, the leg stump was visible. South Africans will be mighty unhappy with that decision, got to be said. that be the major factor in this game result at the end. Jemima Rodrigues, who's been batting so well, playing the anchor role, a good change of pace for me, Kosala, that looked plumb.
Oh, good bit of fielding. Couldn't prevent the single being taken. But it'd be interesting to have a look at that again, if it's possible. Maha. Yeah. Yeah. Take a look at that. To me, that's a goner.
Even Roshana Bissing from the commentary box straight away, he gave it out. That looked out, got to be said. Lovely change of pace, off cutter. Tried to play too square. Jemima missed it completely. South Africans unlucky. They didn't have the 5th wicket. This is good over by class. Should have had the 5th, but unfortunately the umpire said no. 159 for 4. Understandably, the last 50 was the slowest, 63 deliveries. 159 for 4, 29 overs. Yeah, the attention will be given to the, especially the batters. Jemima has been batting for a long time. Not the pleasant conditions out in the middle. It's hot, it's humid. The umpire is getting some refreshments. That sort of a day. The sun is playing the hide and seek, but still it's quite hot in the middle. Raval was the first to go. 1, Diol, Kaur, as well as Bandana. Bandana and Kaur got a start, but just not could kick on. At the moment, Rodrigues and Sharma trying to rebuild his innings after the 4 wickets.
Bowling for South Africa, 7 bowlers used. A wicket for Klaas, a wicket for Dirksen, a wicket for Trion, and a wicket for de Klerk. But I thought the pick so far has been de Klerk. She's only gone at 4 runs and over. And even Trion has been quite decent. But apart from looking at the others, been quite expensive, especially Malaba. She's gone for 8, being the frontline spinner. Klaas has also gone beyond 6 runs and over.
Disciplined bowling when it comes to extras, just 1. First to go, Pratika Raval caught at extra cover, playing uppishly through the offside. All India got a peach. The dismiss. Harmanpreet Kaur after 2 boundaries in the same over, trying to go for the 3rd. Gets a top edge and easily caught, and Smriti Mandana any other day would have smashed it over mid-wicket. Not this occasion. The left arm spinner long ops hits it straight down the throat at mid-wicket. South Africa won the toss, elected to field first. With the weather around, I don't think it's a bad option at all. Current run rate will get them to 274, 6 runs per over, 285, which I feel is a pass score in this pitch, which is 275, 280. And Indians will be unhappy, or maybe they'll be sad if they don't get to 285, 275. See, the pitch is good for batting, as well as the outfield is lightning quick.
Yeah, the decision to bowl first might have come good. Overcast conditions to start the game with, and the wicket been covered for 2 days after the previous game. might have felt that they wanted to exploit the conditions, but I don't think the South African women bowlers really exploited those conditions, despite picking up a few early wickets. Maha, but they leaked far too many runs. A lot of boundary deliveries.
Also something to keep an eye on is the over rate. It's 12:15, 2 hours 15 minutes after the first ball been bowled. South Africans only has bowled 29 overs. One reason, the seamers have bowled 14 overs out of it. That possibly a reason. The game against India and Sri Lanka, the last one, we saw plenty of spinners with the pitch being used before. But this pitch looks a good one. Not much turn to speak about. The batters who gets a good beginning can get a big one. Still to come, Richa Ghosh, Neha Rena, Sri Charani, Manjut Kaur and Suchi Upadhyay. Good to see them coming in, supporting their side. It's an important game for both the sides. India wins it, we'll go to the finals, which is supposed to be on the 11th. And South Africa got to win today to stay in the hunt. Indians lost the last game, but still have a very good net run rate. It's plus 0.4. Sri Lanka, though they won 2 games, they're still minus 0.1 net run rate. And South Africa, it's a no-brainer. They got to win today to stay in the competition. That's how important it is, this game. If South Africa wins it, the Sri Lanka-South Africa games becomes a virtual semi-final.
Spot on, Maha. Very important game for South Africa. A win for them today will keep their hopes alive in the tournament, but a win for India will ensure a place in the final.
Sansa. Yeah. Then you can give yourself space if you want.
Looks like we're going to have a change in bowling. Mian Smith, the 8th bowler being used by the skipper of South Africa, Chloe Tyrone. Bringing changes, looking for different options.
But is that the correct thing to go about, Maha? Bringing not a regular bowler, especially at a very key juncture of the innings. Go back to your regular bowlers who might be your wicket-taking bowlers.
Yeah, clearly the message has come from the coaching staff, isn't it? Soon after the water break. And also, how many times we've seen after a water break a wicket falls. Lack of concentration by the batters. So maybe the skipper of South Africa will be hoping the 2 Indian batters does not concentrate that hard and plays loose. Shot in the gap. Chase is on. And it goes past the field. Agonizing, there was a teaser. But not a good delivery by Smith. It was short. And Deepti Sharma gave the treatment which it deserved.
Well, she looks a very bottom hand heavy batter. She holds the bat very low down. Her grip is very low down in the bat, and that delivery is like that is inviting Sharma to really make maximum use of it.
Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on now. Sweeper cover is in place. Down the leg side, loose delivery. Rightly so, being called a wide.
This is what happens when you're not one of your regular bowlers. You intend to give loose stuff. And again, this time, bat on ball. And just a single. Whether this is the correct move, Maha, to bring Smith in at this point. They need wickets, South Africa, desperately. She's played that shot to perfection all day. The push through the covers, sometimes it's earned her a boundary, but many a times she's worked it away for a single.
Bowling is really slow,
Here we go, Smithy. Let's work hard for it. Yeah, go.
asking the batter to make her own pace. But the line is the most important fact. This occasion is a half tracker, but couldn't capitalize with Deep Sharma. Certainly for me is not the right option. Looks like Mian Smith is a part-timer. Got some decent spinners in their side, so why not use them against good players? Especially Deepti Sharma is looking to up the ante with the run rate, been trying to be aggressive. But clearly the message, I'm sure, will come during the water break.
Bowler!
10 runs from the first over by Smith. 30 overs gone. India 169 for 4.
Here we go, ladies. Quick change here, go, Fee. Quick change here. Go, go.
It's been a complete domination by South Africa, I'll tell you. After India, after South Africa dominated that first part, India have come back so strongly. Rodrigues 62 of 62. South African bowling has definitely lacked direction and purpose. They've squandered the opportunities they've had. And Garmini, it actually surprises me the way the South African spinners or the bowling in general has looked to set about restricting India. 50 for 3. And you would have India on the back foot, but at the moment 170 for 4, India has got completely out of jail and now they're driving.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Obviously, you know, it's a hard task for Tryon to wear the captain's hat, and you know, after you getting 3 quality batters out in those first few overs, and yeah, like you said, there was a big opportunity for the South Africans, but I don't know whether they've got the correct partnerships going on at the moment, and you know, I know you're up against it when you have quality batters this nature, but yeah, even the field setting for that matter, I don't know, they're bowling both sides of the wicket, and the purpose or the skill and will in question here.
So the will is there, the skill is my problem, because see, some of this, as you say, I couldn't have agreed more with bowling partnerships. Some of the field placings to me lacked purpose and imagination. So yeah, you're right. And also, is South Africa overloaded with all-rounders and lacking in frontline bowlers? I mean, that's something that's seemed to sort of, you know, bug them a bit. They got quite a few. I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to sound rude or insulting by calling them bits and pieces, but some of them don't look the frontline article. They look the supporting article. Maybe barring the likes of her bowling and the left arm spinner. I'm talking about the rest of the bowling resources we've seen.
Yeah, and the other major part is that the fielders have to come into the party as well when you are having a good partnership taking place. And after this delivery, I will come back to the point you just touched upon. Yeah, any 50 over white ball cricket game, Roshan, you go in with at least 4 is ideal. 3 bowlers to bowl the full quarter of overs. Now, when you have this, like you said, you know, without being harsh, not bits and pieces, then you're trying to get an over or 2 from everyone. You know, it's against a quality batter and on a very good batting pitch. It has turned out to be a very good pitch. A lot of nice even bounce, good carry, Not a lot of turn. There is that short one. That has been her ploy right from the word go in this competition class. She got one out in that manner. That was that Sri Lankan skipper Chamara Ratapattu scoring one. 173 for 4 after 31. Current rate 5.58. You'll get to 279. 6 runs, 287. Yeah, I reckon around that 300. That's about the par. I reckon.
Well, India have had their moments where they could have gone close to 300, but somehow they seem to falter in the last 10 overs. They get into that last 10 in a very solid base, looking to take the bowling on. We saw that in the game against South Africa, which they won. In the game against Sri Lanka, they had the opportunity of scoring more, because I remember at the end of 40 they were 205 wickets in hand. You would have expected another 80-90 runs, but Sri Lankan spinners did well. So I feel that that phase of Indian women's cricket on this tour or during this series hasn't really given them that desired result. So 300 is ideal, but as I said, will they get there? Will they manage to achieve it? I feel they have faltered a little bit too much.
And also, I think Deepti Sharma coming in ahead of Risha Ghosh. Roshan, they are looking for a partnership in terms of overs. We know how destructive she can be. That's nicely played. Awareness, and she is doing it nicely. Sweet as coming to sweets, Roshan Abhishek. I believe that Anisha Ghosh has given you some sweets that locally made today, and
I haven't got it still. I know she's brought it. She's still supposed to, distribute it, but she's still having it nicely wrapped, and the pack's not been opened. So it's a tempter, but we haven't still had the privilege of really finding out how tasty it is.
Yeah, I'll tell you what is open. That is an array of shots from the bat of Jemima Rodrigues. Once again, a long hop outside the off stump. Yeah, she went for 10 in her first over, making her debut today, and yeah, at the moment it's leaking in it from all around.
I really can't understand the purpose of Smith bowling. When the South African women, they got resources. Smith is considered to be a part-timer and more a batter. But you come in and bowl her at this stage when a partnership is developing, and where both batters are easily scoring runs just like that. They're picking their spots, they're finding the boundaries, and she's gone for 20 at the end of 10. So this is not what South Africa should be looking to do. 183 for 4 at the end of 32.
Projected score, it's going higher and higher after every over. Another bowling change. Yeah, when you come to an important game like this, Roshan, your back's to the wall, you're up against it, the quality opposition, and this is going to be irksome. Yeah, she was all right in that first spell. Bowled with bit of speed. To me, I think she's probably the quickest out of the all three countries so far from what I've seen. High arm release, she's getting a bit of bounce. So if she can land it around that off stump there and thereabouts. Well, that might help South African cause at the moment. But then again, one person cannot do from one end. You need to find two from both ends.
Yeah, you're right in terms of the pace she gets. She appears to be hitting that bat hard a little bit quicker than the rest of the bowlers. But yeah, I mean, just getting back to the point you made, this being a crunch game. I mean, this game will determine as to where South Africa will be. This is good running. A defeat here would definitely rule them out of the rest of the tournament. I mean, they're out of the tournament. Just one game, which is a dead rubber game against Sri Lanka. But on the other hand, if you overcome the strong Indian outfit, you're in with a massive chance. And if you beat Sri Lanka, and if you can, tick those boxes with those run rates, I mean, South Africa is in business. But I feel that, I mean, yes, they did set the tone with those wickets, but after that, I mean, I don't know whether you saw it, but I felt that their shoulders drooped and, their heads dropped. And that determination, that need for success and hunger, to me, appeared to have deserted them, and they were just going through the motions, running in and landing the ball and just doing that. And even the bowling changes, some of the deliveries we've seen. So that to me is a bit surprising when you've got a World Cup coming up and a team that's ranked, 5th or 4th in the world?
Yeah, like you said, incidentally, India are currently ranked 3rd and South Africa 4th. Yeah, obviously they are missing their regular skipper. That is quite visible. She normally demands performances because she leads from the front, whether she's got a bat in hand or whether she's in the field. Yeah, this has been a good over. Although, 3 runs so far, 2 runs of 5 deliveries, but she has landed where she wanted. Yeah, they need another player from the other side to make it happen. And at the moment, there is no pressure on the batter. It's easy as you like, and it's a walk in the park at the moment because you're getting so many loose deliveries. You don't have to do much.
You look for these little phases of the game where batters look comfortable, they're accumulating, then as a fielding unit you're in trouble. 185 for 4.
So Rodrigues 70 off 70. And Sharma's effort is not too shabby at all. She is 29 off 35. Yeah, when that 4th wicket fell, there was an opportunity for South Africans to climb back into the match, but it's all about batting the last half an hour or so, and 185 for 4, 17 overs to go, 25 fours already. So that just shows that the accuracy is in question.
And also the fact that India has not been in any way picked back by the wickets. Yeah, 120 for 4, they had an opportunity, but I thought the bigger opportunity at 50 for 3, and we talk about bowlers who have got 5 wicket hauls. Nisa Mohammed right on top with 6. Sonia Lee says 5 herself, that's from South Africa.
Well, now that gives me an indication. Now, she has bowled 3 overs for 15 runs so far, and she, in this list, Roshan, she's second, just one behind Anisha Mohammed. She's taken 5 wickets 5 times. Well, you are looking for penetration. Well, there you got one.
That's why I said, lacked imagination, honestly, in terms of the way the South Africans set about. And you spoke about how they're missing their skipper. And Wolfhard certainly been missed as a batter and as a captain. And some of those areas, some of those decisions made by South Africa today has raised a few eyebrows in terms of bowling changes, bowling partnerships, but no problems here with the Indian pair of batters or Indian batting after that third wicket was lost. They have just gone only in one direction, and that is in favour of India.
Yeah, I think this is a good move, bringing back de Klerk. She's got pace variations. She's pretty much she lands it where she wants. So you got two bowlers from either side. There you are, two good balls, two dot balls. We had 4 for dot balls last over. So she needs to find a similar effort in this over and try and minimize those boundaries and get the batters to do something out of the box.
Well, South African out cricket today to me, or South African cricket on the field today to me, has been epitomized by the fact of their fielding that has lacked that sharpness. We've seen them quite sharp on the field, throwing themselves around, but quite a few fumbles today. And that to me is a clear indication as to where they are as a team, whether with the ball in hand or whether on the field. I don't know whether they lost focus or what seemed to be going wrong here for them.
Yeah, you're right. It affects in many areas. It affects the bowler when she bowls a good ball and then there's a fumble and then you don't get that minor victory that you're looking for against the batter, and your body language drop. So, it affects in many areas. In white ball cricket, you have to show a lot of energy that the coaches discuss about these days. Whatever the score is, whatever it's happening around you, you got to be game smart and keep that energy. Show everyone that you're in for a fight and you expect the ball to come to you all the time. I saw Sri Lanka cricket bringing down one of the big wigs from India, looking to improve their fielding, because it is today. Those days I can remember our senior players tell you, sometimes as a batter you get a good ball and you're going to get out. Sometimes even if you bowl a good ball, the batter will come and hit you out of the park for a 6. But what you can control is fielding. Near opportunity once again, needed to be pretty sharp to take that half chance, but not to be another boundary. And up until that point, we had 11 very good deliveries. There was a bit of pressure on the batter, and you could see nearly it happened for them. 190 for 4 after 34.
Go, goals.
.190 for 4. Another partnership developing for India. Deepti Sharma has played her part. She's made 30 of 39. This is Jemima Rodrigues dragging it from wide of the off stump. A good effort on the part of the fielder at mid-wicket. Very nearly going to hand. Nicely done. Behind square leg. Another single.
At the point that we were on, how the dot balls affect the batters, and that was a good indication. And Jamima, normally a VC player, only 2 runs off the first around that 11 ball mark, and then she went for a big one, premeditated hoik over the cow towards that cow corner. Gives time to get inside the line this time, or outside the line, I should say. There's still plenty of overs to go, Roshan, 16 overs. And fielding, it's a massive part these days for that any format, even in Test cricket. I can remember Jonty Rhodes came 2 years ago. I was very fortunate to be there one day, just one day out of the days, and his his basic advice to all the fielding coaches were that how that's another short delivery and severely dealt by Deepti Sharma. So another boundary. How you have to read the game. If you're going to become a good fielder, it's not how you catch the ball all the time. It's how you read the game. For an instance, when a new batter comes, you know that he's trying to get off the mark, or he or she. If they are in 90s, you know that they are looking for that 100. So your intensity has to increase. And he said, I can tell you how to catch it, but you need to know how to get there.
That's why I think that's one of the biggest problems that's plagued the modern game. Gami, just to add to coaching, I mean, I can tell you those days, my coaches, they used to not only encourage us to read books, because we didn't have television, we were more reading the cricketer magazines, and there was no live cricket on television during our days, and they would encourage you to go and watch games when national cricketers would play, and tell them, and you're supposed to come back and give a feedback, for example. So if you're an off spinner, you go and watch one of the top off spinners there and understand in your own way as a schoolboy as to what that particular bowler would try to do to a right hand or left hand. So it was an education. So when you have that education about understanding the game, becomes a little bit more easier. But today, with so much of cricket and not too much of emphasis on education of the game, that is, no reading at all. Thankfully, there is cricket on television, so there is a lot of analysis that goes on. So, full toss! Doesn't quite time it. They'll come for 2. The 200 for India is up. So, that becomes a real asset. But I can hear you very clearly what you want to say and what you're saying.
Yeah, Jemima Rodrigues at the moment playing with Dirkson's mind. 2 balls before that she was looking to get outside the line. This time she moved in. There's only deep square leg on the onside, patrolling the boundary. This time she comes forward. Yeah, it's modern day wide ball cricket for you, and you need to be productive, and you need to outsmart your opponent, and that's what exactly Rodrigues is doing at the moment. 78 of 75. That's her score. India 201 for 4.
Where do you want to go off?
201 for 4. And because of these flurry of boundaries, Roshan, I think South Africa is a bit behind the 8 ball when it comes to the over rate too. 35 overs done, 15 overs to go. They are supposed to finish at 27 past 1, so they've got 50 minutes. That's once again timed it nice to deep extra cover. Yeah, it's a hard task, 50 minutes to bowl 15 overs where the Indian batters are going. You're bound to get few boundaries, so that's even make it even more difficult.
See, sometimes it's spinners bowling and of course seamers bowl, but they don't run in with a long run up, but you have a lot of spinners bowling, and if you're still behind the over rate and you've been dominated, it tells me that you're drifting a little bit rather than being focused. I mean, that's where the captain would come in and just caution you, tell you, look, we need to get this done and we need this part of our game to be looked at. I mean, there's so much of communication that happens. So for some reason, I don't see that. I mean, unfortunately, in such a vital game, which we spoke about even earlier, Gamini, South African women seem to be more than focused, just going through the motions and also just drifting. I don't want to say aimlessly, but drifting. Look at where Deepti Sharma is. She's batting way outside the crease. And that tells you that she likes a little bit more pace on the ball, and de Klerk bowling.
And also the researchers have found out that one of the major areas why your over rate is going to be slow, what we spoke about a few moments ago, is your energy. The energy that you show on the field. That's a lot to do with reading the game. Once again, nicely timed towards deep extra cover. Yeah, dot balls as good as gold in this situation. South Africa needs to find a few, because this pair, they're going nicely, and they've got another destructive batter to come. Rodrigues has got 100 before, so I don't want to put the mockers on her, but she's looking nice for another one.
Are you a believer of that? You know, a lot of people tend to tell me this, and I see this video that has gone viral when Warner had never been dismissed in the 90s. Famous Mark Nicholas and the late great Shane Warne. Warner does exactly that. Sometimes it happens, but I don't believe it. You know, I mean, that's entirely controlled by the respective batter.
Yeah. He plays the ball, he doesn't play the voice.
Absolutely. And he or she doesn't even hear us.
But there are some players who have had nervous 90s. Yeah, you mentioned Warner was pretty good. One was, I can remember, Michael Slater. He got out in 90s few times. Nicely bowled and well adjusted from Deepti Sharma. Had to wait for it, the slower ball. 36 overs completed. India 204 for 4.
So India 204 for 4 after 36 overs. That's the breakdown of how long they've taken to get the 50s. 45 deliveries to go from 150 to 200. So they've got 14 overs left. Two well-set batters at the crease. And I'm joined by Farviz Maharu. Farviz, what type of total will they be looking for here?
Certainly 300 is up for grabs. I think if India don't achieve that, they'll be quite unhappy. The start what Smriti Mandana gave, now Rodrigues continuing her good form, as well as Deepti Sharma giving such emphasis to these innings. And remember, still the big hitter, Richa Ghosh to come.
Yeah, what's been impressive about this innings is, despite losing wickets, and they did lose 3 early wickets, that run rate never came down. They kept scoring at a good rate, and that's why they're in this position where they can push on to make a total 300 plus maybe, and really put it out of the reach of South Africa. Singer to start the over from Shangazi. Jemima Rodrigues also nearing a milestone now, so she'll have one eye on that.
A boundary early on is what I think Rodrigues and Sharma will try. Once you do that as a batter, it adds so much pressure to the bowler, and straight away the bowler will go to a negative frame of mind. And Deepti Sharma, that's exactly what she has done. She has given the license, getting a promotion, batting at number 6. She's been wonderful.
Another Singer. It's been easy work for the Indians in this middle phase, just working the ball around, and that odd boundary coming as well. Every batter that's come out has looked fluent in the middle.
Shanghazi saw Rodrigues coming down the track, bowling it flatter, quicker and slightly shorter.
Beautifully played by Rodrigues, finds the gap perfectly, and that's another boundary. That boundary and over just keeps coming for India. That's a shot that she utilizes so much.
Beautiful shot, inside out, a nice high elbow, over extra cover, no intention to keep the ball along the ground. A calculated risk taken and played it nicely. Probably the shot of the day so far.
Nicely played out to the deep. So good cricket from Jemima Rodrigues. Just working the ball so comfortably. She moves to 86 now of 81 deliveries.
A high class knock so far by Rodrigues. Making sure that initial hard work was done.
Great fielding. That's the debutant Smith. Saves a couple of runs for South Africa. So that's the end of the 37th over. India 211 for 4. So at the current run rate, India looking at 285 at the end of this innings. But surely with Risha Ghosh still to come, they'll be looking for a total beyond 300. Laba to bowl from the media centre end.
This is where India got to be slightly smart tactically. Laba being the left arm spinner. I think Deepthi Sharma, if she plays the aggressive role, will be the best way forward. Rodrigues just get a single. That's a beautiful shot. Mid-off in the circle, inside out again. Playing with the turn and safely, and gets to Rodrigues into the 90s.
Yeah, what a brilliant shot from Rodrigues once again. Very similar to what she played in the last over as well. Just over extra cover. Finds the boundary easily again.
Just on the field setting, Estelle. Left arm spinner ball into a right-hander. Jemima Rodrigues so good in through the offside. Don't understand the tactics by having long off in the circle and long on. That's a good shot. Bold stroke. Innovation at its best. Back-to-back boundaries.
Jemima just playing with the bowlers, isn't she? She knows exactly where the fielders are. Able to find the gap once again. I don't think I've seen her nick anything in this innings. Everything's come off the middle of the bat.
Toying with the field. Still field remains the same with long on, back, mid-off, in. Slightly shorter, quicker. Will that be the third boundary in 3 deliveries? Looks like. No. The pace of the outfield wasn't so great. But in the end, Rodrigues, who thought it was going to be a boundary, had to rush back for the second run.
Yeah, not great cricket from India. The player thinking that it's going to run away to the boundary didn't really show any intention to run. Only getting 2 in the end. An apology immediately from Rodrigues.
Also under this heat, Rodrigues have battled for so long. Won't be that easy. She's breathing hard, breathing fast. Jeez, you're a hard nut, Estelle.
Come left, turn left.
Got to have that intensity right throughout the innings, Parveez. because these are similar conditions to what they would be expecting to play in India. So cruising the Indians right now, 222 for 4 after 38. That's the partnership between this pair. 84 of 87 deliveries has come at a quick rate. Rodrigues, the dominant partner, with 44. Deepti Sharma also doing her part, 38 of 49 deliveries.
Just what the doctor ordered for Indian side, a partnership after losing the wicket of Smriti Mandana. Wonderfully done so far. Deepti Sharma has been the aggressor, contribution of 38 and 44 by Jemima. The last couple of overs, so Jemima has upped the ante.
Deepti Sharma batting in the middle order over the last few years, but she's got the experience having played at the top of the order as well. Not to forget her 188, the highest score for her in ODI cricket while opening the batting. So certainly has a lot of talent in this department.
Come on.
Big appeal. Not given by umpire Anna Harris.
Clearly pitching outside leg stump, probably in under edge as well. Whereas that was quite an easy decision.
Poor delivery by Shangazi, but Deepti Sharma misses out, not able to find the gap. Once again, a full toss. Has she found the gap this time? She has. That's poor fielding from South Africa. The big dive brought out by Smith, but gets a hand on it and the ball rolls over the boundary. So yet another over that includes a boundary from the Indians.
Come on.
Yeah, poor piece of fielding. Got the dive out, should have stopped it. And take a look where she is. There's about another 10 feet behind is the boundary line. Complete misjudgment. In the end, 2 extra runs gifting away to India.
Lads! Oh! That's not your lads!
Sharma also
One more.
nearing her 50. Gone to 43 of 53 deliveries. Opportunity now for Rodrigues to go to 100. She's got 98. 1 delivery left in this over. Just the one to end the over for Rodrigues. So she moves to 99 and she'll take strike in the next over. So India 229 for 4 after 39. That's the partnership between this pair. Few boundaries from Deepti Sharma to start things off, and then it's all been about Jemima Rodrigues. The offside, leg side. She's batted all around the ground. 91 runs unbeaten now of 93 deliveries. Came at a crucial time just as Smriti Mandana was dismissed after a partnership with Rodrigues.
The entire partnership with full good shots, some innovating batting and control aggression. 91 of 93 probably can be a match-winning partnership as well. Well on their way to get 300 mark, which I feel will be a tough chase for South Africa. Rodrigues on 99 in 88 deliveries.
Go left.
Slight break in play. The wicketkeeper gets ready. So Jemima, 99 now of 88. And there it is. 100 number 2 for Jemima Rodrigues. She gets to the mark in just 89 deliveries. That's a second century of 2025. So it's been a brilliant run by her. Such impetus she adds to that middle order of India.
Take above Jemima, and out comes the celebrations. Brilliant. Absorb all the pressure when the wickets were falling around her, and she made sure that she played the anchor role, and most importantly she only has played 30 dot deliveries, keeping things in check, playing the ball on merit. Lots of good things to talk about. She was quite lucky at one time not to be given LBW, but apart from that it's been a masterful knock from a good player, which this knock comprised of 12 boundaries.
Yeah, she's been fluent right from the moment she came out to bat. Just as she gets to that 100, few of the dark clouds coming around the ground as well. Got a couple of the ground staff also moving towards the covers.
Always a sign when the rain is imminent, when the groundsmen are quite active. Looking at them, they're quite ready, getting themselves ready, getting their positions, taking their positions. The single made by Deepthi Sharma, the sweep shot is her favourite shot, isn't it? Every time when the situation arises, she's up there.
Just on, Jemima Rodrigues has been moved up and down the batting order over the years. Found a spot at number 5, and she's been brilliant in this series alone. Just adds so much energy and impetus to the Indian innings when she comes out to bat. There you go. Ground staff slowly moving towards those covers.
All of a sudden it got really dark. Huge appeal, probably missing leg and the bounce as well. Again a brilliant dive. But most of the time a direct hit is very close, and this occasion, looking at Deepthi Sharma's body language, she's not confident.
Keeping umpire to director, we have run out at the bowler's end. Could you give me the best side on angle, please? Roll it back, roll it back. Okay, roll it forward. Roll it back one more time, please. Forward. Can you give me the opposite angle, please? Keep rolling. Roll it. Roll it. Out. Oh. Cannot say. Roll it back again and just roll it and freeze it. Can you go back to the opposite angle again? Have you got anything else that you can show me? Yeah, give me whatever you have. I'm just trying to establish whether the bat is grounded with the wickets are, with the bails are off. Yeah. No, the pictures are not clear for me to say whether it appears, yeah, it appears that the bat is grounded when the bails come out. Yeah, I'm ready to make a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out. My decision is not out.
The benefit of the doubt, going for the batter. I thought that was a decent decision as A sensible decision by Lyndon Hannibal. The pictures was not conclusive to give it out. A 50-50 call, as always, goes to the batter.
Yeah, I think you have to go with that decision, don't you? Could have gone either way, but just enough doubt for the third umpire to go with not out on that occasion. So Deepthi Sharma could count herself slightly lucky that she got away with that.
Always safety first, Estelle. That was a safe decision in the end. Sensible as well. And full marks to Deepthi Sharma for the dive. That's the second time I've seen her in this innings putting a value into her wicket. Reverse sweep, and this is good batting. The third man fielder was quite square, and Jemima Rodrigues saw that massive gap. He made sure that played it late, played it fine, and a good shot.
Here we go,
Yeah, brilliantly played once again by Jemima. Once again, just knows exactly where the fielders are and is able to maneuver the ball into those vacant spaces. South Africa just looking flat in the field as well now. The heat getting to them. This partnership getting to them. Oh, beautifully bowled. Just that extra bit of spin on that occasion from Malaba. But no luck with the wickets. India now 237 for 4 after 40. Jemima Rodrigues, innings 105 of 92 so far. She's got a couple of shots in the air, but to me the highlight has been how she's played over extra cover and how she's found the gap with that reverse sweep. Just brilliant to watch. Such a talented player, but now coming into her own in international cricket. Deserved 100 here at the R. Premadasa.
A wonderful knock. Outcome celebration as well. Most importantly, played the ball on its merit rather than forcing too much. Shot in the gap. Slowness off the field. Made sure just a single, and again some confusion among the two batters. In the end, just settling for a single, but could have gone for the second one.
Yeah, an apology again from Jemima Rodrigues. Because there was two there, fielder had a lot of work to do in the deep. They want to kick on now. They've got 238 in 40.1 overs. Got wickets in hand. Want to push on in every way, whether it's with the boundaries or the running the ones and twos. Wide outside the off stump, Jemima Rodrigues moves across.
Good subs.
This time they cross over for 2.
Yeah, premeditation showed by Jemima going outside the off stump. The men who matters the most. The groundsman is quite relaxed at the moment, not too much activity. But I just feel it just got so dark. The rain is not that far. That's a good shot and a poor delivery by Shangazi. Having mid-off in the circle and bowls full wide. And player who has batted for so long becomes a relatively a free hit.
Yeah, plenty of freebies on offer from the South African bowlers. Just that little bit of inexperience showing from Shangazi. Jemima Rodrigues has been out there for so long. She's not going to miss out on deliveries like that. Short once again. This time she goes aerial and clears the boundary. So that's the first 6 of the day, and it comes off the bat of Jemima Rodrigues.
The first 6 of the day comes in style. Was short, batting deep in the crease. Jemima used the depth of the crease for very good advantage. Playing with the bowler's mind. The first delivery was full. She was ready for the shot, slightly shorter. And absolutely no intention to keep her on the ground. Just have this feeling we are in for a masterclass by Jemima, the way she's batting after scoring the 100.
Quick single. A direct hit from Chloe Tryon, but it looks like Jemima is in. Just took off as soon as she hit that ball.
Yeah, running with the stroke, just like Devti Sharma twice in this innings. She got the dive out. This occasion is Jemima showing good fitness levels. Batting for so long, she has the strength to sprint and dive. Most importantly, any youngster watching, this is how you put a price on your wicket. Though you have scored 100, you're not satisfied. You want to go and get a big one through extra cover. Should be just a single. An expensive over comes to an end. 252 for 4.
So that projected score, which was at 285 a few overs ago, now moved beyond 300, 307 right now. They'll be getting greedy. 324, probably something that they will look at.
Yeah, with Richa Go still at the pavilion, I'm sure they'll be hoping to get 325, but this doesn't look good. Ominous signs. Just hoping that the rain stays away. We could have a full quota of 100 overs. Remember, South African comes out to bat. They got to somehow use the power play well the first 10 overs to stay in the hunt. It's a do or die game for South Africa.
Yeah, they have to come out here and try to win this, don't they? Because they have no other choice. They have to win this game if they want to stay in the competition. And of course, a massive handicap. They don't have Laura Wolfart today, the key batter.
They got to play out of their skin. Their best player. The question will be asked, why did South Africa won the toss and bowled first? I think one reason is definitely the weather. Possibly to chase it down with the Duckworth Lewis innovation, but I don't think Rodrigues had the right option that time. A scoop would have been a better choice if the ball was quicker. Tryon made sure that was slow.
Yeah, just no pace on the ball to play that kind of shot, right? This time goes for the conventional sweep. Chloe Tryon captaining today instead of Laura Wolfart. Has had her work cut out. I thought Wolfart was brilliant against Sri Lanka in the last game, despite South Africa ending up on the losing side. Tryon, lot tougher job for her today against an Indian side which has been far more proactive than we've seen in this series so far. The single for Devti Sharma, who now moves to 49 of 58 deliveries. Wonder if she's going to start going for it now that we're nearing that 45th over. Another big shot from Jemima Rodrigues, and once again that's not good fielding from the South Africans in the deep. The heat definitely get into them. Lara Goodall not able to get low enough, not putting out that dive.
Playing with the turn. Bowling over the wicket. Tryon. Jemima Rodrigues with mid-offing the circle. She kept a good shape and made sure that went over long off in the long on field. A valiant attempt, but just not good enough. Missed out. It was a full toss. No one behind square in the boundary. Expensive over gain comes to an end. 259 for 4.
I need someone to get right down. No. No, fine. Not tight. Down. Yeah, good job.
So 259 for 4 in 42 overs. Jemima Rodrigues getting to her second ODI century. Couple of overs ago, she's got 123 of 100 deliveries. Deepti Sharma now facing up. She's got 49. Rare defensive shot from this pair. We haven't seen much of that. They've looked to rotate the strike, look to hit those boundaries.
Masabada class into the attack. Watch out for the change-up deliveries. She's quite good at mixing her deliveries. Suppose the leg cutter, the off cutter, across the seam. That this occasion is across the seam. That's exactly what you need. The two batters have been batting for so long, building up a good partnership. 121 of 113 to mix up things and be unpredictable. If you get predictable against two quality batters who settle, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, she's changed up things quite well during this competition. There it is. Deepti Sharma with that single goes to 50 of 62 deliveries. She's played a brilliant hand in this partnership with Jemima Rodrigues. Could have gone south for India if she'd lost her wicket after the fall of Smriti Mandana. Supported well by Jemima Rodrigues as well.
They certainly play the second fiddle in this partnership, but full of aggression. 50 of 62 deliveries, and she has made sure that the foundation has been laid. Got a promotion, that's how we do it. When you get a promotion, grab it with both hands. Well done, Deepti Sharma.
Innovation, it's gone up in the air, and that's the end of Jemima Rodrigues' brilliant knock. 123 she goes for, just didn't middle that ball. I wonder if there was a change of pace from class. As you mentioned, she's used that brilliantly. Fist bumps from the South African players. They recognize what a good knock it's been.
Yeah, spirit of the game being shown by the South Africans. Probably a slow ball by class, making sure the length wasn't there. And Jemima Rodrigues was trying to go over mid-off. Right option, but not the execution she needed. Nevertheless, a brilliant knock of 123 of 101 deliveries comes to an end. India 260 for 5.
Visha Ghosh, the new bat for India, just 21 years of age, averaging 29, strike rate of 95. We've seen what she can do. It's brilliant in that game against Sri Lanka. South Africa utilizing a wicket-keeper change once again in this innings. Karabo Meso takes Jafta's place out in the middle. They've struggled a bit with the heat right throughout, so possibly that's the reason.
A solid defense by Richa. Richa goes, when she hits it, it stays it.
probably will take a 2-3 deliveries of sighters and then hope that she puts up show. Clearly not comfortable, the wicket keeper Jafta.
Bit of a hold up once again as it's a little bit darker every minute. Richa Ghosh gets off strike, gets a first run of this innings to end the over. So India still driving in the driving seat, 261 for 5 after 43.
Yeah, legs. Middle. Left arm around you. Come, Chloe, come on.
Hangs back and cuts it
Yeah, Chloe, yeah,
to
Chloe.
Aneri Dirksen at point. This is nicely set up for Richa Ghosh to launch from. The big hitting Gen Z youngster in the middle.
Boy. Yeah, Chloe, yeah, Chloe.
I'm Anisha Ghosh, and joining me in the commentary box is Roshan Abhisingha, who's already spoken a lot about my sweet bringing ability from India.
That's true. I know that you brought sweets, but you're still to serve it. So we're waiting for the time. We're waiting with bated breath.
Well, right now the other Indians are serving sweets out in the middle. South Africa being served.
Well, more than I think India is giving them a real lesson. There is no sweets that is handed out. It's a real harsh lesson for the South African bowlers. And when you bowl balls like that, that's asking for trouble. They'll want two and they'll get two. Now this is the first time that we are seeing India using the last 10 overs. They had two opportunities where they got to the 40th over with wickets in hand, and for some reason they just could not capitalize. But here they seem to be having the perfect finish.
Goes for the sweep again. Will take an under edge. Definite couple on the cards. Richa Ghosh sent back could be dangerous, but a wayward throw allows her something of a lifeline.
Well, you need to keep an eye on the wicketkeeper. I thought she was very, very relaxed, and I don't think she was focused. She was very slow to react of the under edge. I know they're not easy, but you need to kind of be sharp behind the stumps, and that has been, unfortunately, the pattern of play of the South African women. They have been very, very lax, and they've not got their game together.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a disappointing outing for South Africa as a fielding unit. A few lapses in catches and ground fielding as well. Allowed both Jemima Rodrigues and Deepti Sharma to set this platform that we are seeing right now. And squandering starts. Remember, India had lost 3 wickets in the power play. End of the 44th, India 267 for 5. Deepti Sharma's played an important hand, playing second fiddle to Jemima Rodrigues in that century stand, of course. A few lusty blows coming out from the senior batter in the Indian side, who's making good on the many opportunities finally she's gotten with the bat, and showcasing just why India need her as a spin bowling all-rounder in the mix as they build up towards the home World Cup in September this year.
Right, at the end of 40 overs, India were 237 for 4. So they've added 30 runs in 4 overs. They've lost a wicket. So they've still got 36 legitimate deliveries. And what can they get out of it? Deepti Sharma is well set. And she goes again on the leg side. It's in the open areas. and it runs away for a boundary. It's an excellent start to the over, and now it's 35 fours add to that 1-6.
Deepti Sharma swung like she's got something to prove and nothing to lose. Excellent timing and pick up on that one. Just a couple of bounces and off it went for a 4.
They dragged it from outside the off stump, but perfectly safe. She went in the right direction. Now the South African captain is very reactive, so she's put a fielder onto the boundary at mid-wicket. She's just trying to block that boundary after that shot was played. Very, very lucky, I think, because had class been driven in that gap, that was 4. Nobody behind those fielders on the offside. So there are 4 fielders saving one, but nobody behind them. So class has to be very tight with her line and length. And leg stump rather than the off stump. And this is going to be a good contest. Richa Ghosh.
And it's not a good line to bowl to Deepti Sharma because she's very strong on the onside, especially in the cow corner region, given she's a left hand, bottom hand dominant player. She smacked the leather off that one. Will it go all the way? It does. A 6 from Richa Ghosh to announce her arrival in the middle. India's premier pinch hitter, India's premier power hitter, doing the talking with the bat as we expect her every so often.
Outstanding. This is what she's capable of. She's someone who can take on the bowling, and she can be devastating in the mood. 9 of 6 at the moment. That's, I think, sliding down the leg side. That's a good comeback by Class, but every dot ball at this stage is gold dust for the South African women.
Every time Richa Ghosh is out there with the bat in hand, she brings a lot of main character energy. She's not a supporting act in this game, mind you, has never been. Even when she was uncapped, made headlines as a youngster, still in her teenage, and she continues to deliver the goods for India.
This time, not in control, but it's going to fall safe. Yeah, that's good urgency in the running. This is good running by India. So they get a couple of the last ball. So 280 for 5, and they got 5 overs left.
Left-hander. Go, go.
India, of course, have had a few big scores coming this year against Ireland at home. The top 2 totals put up by them in the format. And here too they have an opportunity to end on an emphatic note. Wayward delivery. Deepti Sharma goes for the sweep, doesn't connect, but will pick up a run nonetheless.
South Africa will regret their performance. I mean, on a day where they expected things to be sharper and tighter, I felt they got off to a good start. Those 3 wickets pegging India back a little bit.
Catch.
And this is in the gap. This is clever cricket. I believe, and I insist, and I reiterate that the reverse is one of the best additions to a batter's repertoire.
Let's get ready, please.
Off the middle of the bat, and we see some ingenuity after power hitting from Richa Ghosh. Speaks volumes of the range she's got.
Yeah, this is great. This is really great, and this is what you would want from a pair of batters batting at the depth of an innings. You're not only looking for those boundaries and sixers, you're also looking for those singles and twos. Look at a little bit of innovation, little bit of improvisation. So that's all seen here so far. I believe this is the performance that this Indian team was after. And the very purpose of playing these tournaments like this will allow them to do that.
More so because their starting 11 for the World Cup is far from settled. Invention from Deepti Sharma, picked it up nicely and sent it scurrying towards the fine leg region. Another 4 for Deepti Sharma, who is motoring along nicely in this innings. After playing second fiddle to Jemima Rodrigues, she's now playing something of an aggressor, isn't she?
Yeah, this is a perfect understanding of her role here. So she did a good job playing second fiddle to Jemima, and then now she's taken on that aggressor's role and she's doing it perfectly.
Lunges forward and sweeps again, deploying that stroke so frequently as Deepti Sharma. Brings Richa Ghosh back on strike. 46 ton, India 291 for 5.
Yeah, just come quickly.
India well poised to not just get past that 300 run mark, which would be the first instance of any team scoring 300 and more on this particular tour, the first ever Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series in Sri Lanka. But they should be eyeing that 330 run mark at the very least, given the two set batters in the middle. Swung away, intercepted by the fielder at short fine leg.
Come left, come left.
The key to adding that final overs flourish would of course be Richa Ghosh. But Deepti Sharma is saying she's no mug with the bat, and she's showcasing her own wares in style. Richa Ghosh is only 21 and built for the modern day game, of course. Has made sixes, hitting sixes, an expectation from an exception in women's Indian cricket. Goes big and goes hard at this one. Gets a thick outside edge. And that is going to be the 5th boundary for Richa Ghosh. She is wasting no time in the middle.
Absolutely. She's making full use of it. Not where she wanted it to go, but what does it matter? At the end of the day, you're looking for runs. And that's what you're getting here. Now you're closing in on that 300 mark, and this is turning out to be a really steep climb for South Africa.
Oh, that's sailing. Fielder underneath it and taken. It's a very good catch by Tasman Brits, but hey, look at that take. Superlative effort from Tasman Brits. Got underneath it in time and held on to that catch, more importantly.
Well, when you look at the way South Africa fielded today, I thought they were a little bit flat. The ground fielding wasn't great, but in the context of it, that was a very good catch, as you said, running around on the boundary. Had to make sure that she kept her eye not just on the ball, but also on the rope. And she was so close to it, she beautifully positioned herself underneath it, took a good catch. But Richa Ghosh, 20 of just 12. She's done a bit. India, 296 for 6.
With Richa Ghosh's departure, out comes Amanjot Kaur, who's been picked as the seam bowling all-rounder. No Arundhati Reddy today, neither is Kashvi Gautam. Amanjot, of course, took a couple of catches as a substitute fielder. She's getting her first opportunity on this tour. And here she has a chance to make a statement with the bat.
Let's see what she does here. Well, certainly she's showing her intentions. Wants to go square of the wicket. Look at Malaba. She's gone for, what, 56 runs in her 7 overs, going at 8 runs an over. That's absolutely disappointing for someone of her caliber and experience. Last ball of the over. There goes a sweep. That's been a very effective shot. Single concludes the over. That's an over that had a wicket for South Africa, 297 for 6.
Score of over 310 for the taking for India, unless they unravel spectacularly, which we did see on a couple of occasions in the past. Richa Ghosh is back in the hut. Amanjot Kaur can inject a lot of ingenuity. She's a plucky young woman. The call is for a couple of runs, but settles for just the 1 run to get off the mark, does Amanjot Kaur.
Well, I think Deepti Sharma's role here is going to be absolutely critical, unless, of course, Kaur is ready to take the bowling on and throw her bat around. She's so far just played 3 deliveries and got 2, but it is all Deepti Sharma from here. She needs to be the lead batter. She needs to be taking more of the strike and looking to take on the South African bowling. De Klerk from round the wicket. Hits it high and down towards long on, and it is cleared the boundary. India, they passed the 300 mark with a huge 6 down the ground for Deepti Sharma.
This is no mere algorithm registering a random interaction. This is Deepti Sharma hitting a 6 and hitting it long and far enough to get the first maximum in her innings.
She is a striker, isn't she? We speak about her skills as a bowler, but she's now easily showcasing why she's considered so valuable in this Indian lineup. And as an all-rounder, she's been brilliant. She's served this team with both bat and ball. We've seen her throw and get run-outs because she's got a strong arm as well. So ideal to have at this stage. But let's see what Kaur does here. She's batting outside the crease. What's her intention? Well, the intent is to try and get boundaries, but she finds only a single.
Brings Deepti Sharma back on strike. And it bears reminding that this is Deepti Sharma's first ODI half-century since the 3rd ODI against England at Lord's, a game that is remembered more for Jhulan Goswami's farewell fixture, but even more so as the one where Deepti Sharma ran out Charlie Dean, backing up at the non-striker's end.
I haven't seen your notebook. Where did you get all this information?
It's all in the mind. It's all in the mind, Roshan.
Oh, it has to be one hell of a mind, because you seem to have a lot up there.
Carted that straight to Suneli's at extra cover. End of the 48, India 308 for 6.
3 minutes. Lefty, come.
Well, these are the projected scores. At 10 runs and over, 327 will be a great finish for India, and I think even now it's a good finish. 307 for 6. They got 12 legal deliveries left. Deepti Sharma on strike. Down the track she comes. and not good fielding. Really poor fielding. Pressure on the fielder with that stroke, and Deepti Sharma again starts the over perfectly with the boundary.
Poor line to bowl to Deepti Sharma again. She was eyeing that cow corner region and should have been intercepted, but she made an absolute hash of that effort, did the fielder. Goes into the leg side again. Should just be a single this time around. She's not taking her foot off the pedal, is she?
Well, that's the requirement, that's the game. So this is game awareness. This is what India needs with a few deliveries to go. Gets an edge. It's an educated edge. And they'll come for two, turning out to be a good over. Already got 7 of the first 3 deliveries.
Good running between the wickets from Amanjot Kaur, one of the fittest players in the Indian side. Alongside Jemima Rodrigues, Harmanpreet Kaur. And there she goes for the reverse sweep, but there is a fielder. Anari Dirksen will take the catch. In fact, it is Miane Smith who will send back Amanjot Kaur for that shot, but enterprising stay of hers.
Yep, 5 of 6. Was looking to get a move on here. And a fairly simple catch to the fielder behind point. Well, South Africa will take it, but I'm afraid it's a little bit too late in the day. They've got 8 deliveries still left. They got Deepti Sharma scoring at a runner ball. And India already with an imposing score on the board. Over 300. Amanjit Kaur goes for 5. 314 for 7.
Lefty, right? Lefty batter? Lefty. Lefty. Lefty, Chloe.
Interesting that India have sent Enshri Charani ahead of Sneh Rana, which means we'll have 2 left-hand batters in the middle. Charani getting her first opportunity with the bat on this tour. Has been very impressive with the ball on her maiden international assignment.
Yes, lefty.
Well, left arm spinners bowling. Deepti Sharma seemed to be having an issue with the fielders. Now she's pointing to the umpire. Yes, that's right. So that's called a no ball. That's well spotted by Deepti Sharma. She's just shown the umpire, Anna Harris, that there was one fielder short inside the 30-yard circle. So immediately the fielder did come in, but it's a no ball and it's a free hit. And these are gifts for India and very valuable at this stage.
Deepti Sharma, post-playing career, definitely a match official. What do you reckon, Roshan?
Why not? She can be more than a match official. Now, how big is this? Big enough. 6. You couldn't have asked for a better result of a free hit.
The Indian dugout are up on their feet, applauding that terrific effort from the debutant on this tour. Enshri Charani gives it an absolute humpty, and the fielder could only watch it sailing over the ropes.
Last ball of the over. Well, I think India will get better than 10 runs an over. They were served with a gift, a free hit and then a 6. This time a dot to end the over. So we are down to the last 6 deliveries. And India, a very strong 321 for 7.
Narendra de Klerk to bowl the last over. Deepti Sharma, the left hand on strike. She goes big And this is another boundary coming her way, and it goes all the way for yet another maximum for Deepti Sharma.
Well, India's hitting sixers for fun here. Beautifully done in a arc, and she hits it through the line, mid-off inside the circle, so becomes a very easy option for her. Even a miss hit, that was safe and beautifully done. So good start to the over for Deepti Sharma and for India.
Well, the question is, if Deepti Sharma can do that, why doesn't she do it more often for India? We've seen her do that at the WPL often for Bengal, her domestic side, and when she was much younger, she would bring out those big strokes. Remember, the highest score by an Indian woman in this format belongs to this woman you see on the screen, Deepti Sharma, on strike, and that was the signal from the umpire. It went all the way for a maximum.
Slower delivery, pace off, it's called a wide. So South Africa way behind in their over 8. So are they being penalized? I'm just wondering. No, I think they got 5 fielders outside the circle, so they seem to be fine, though we felt that they were not in. Edge and down to third. Will run away to the boundary, and she gets another one.
The boundaries are coming, and they're coming thick and fast for Deepti Sharma. In the frontal V, in the reverse. They're all coming in abundance for the set batter, who is now motoring towards 90s. A sedate start for Deepti Sharma, and now she's clearly changing gears.
Well, she has certainly changed her gear. She's now on top gear at the moment. And is there any other gear she could turn to or change to? I'm just wondering. She's moved to her 80s. 89. 2 is the call. Might get more than that. Good work in the deep. They'll be happy with 2. So she's now into the 90s, Onisha. So she's in with a great chance. She's got 3 deliveries left to try and make that 100.
Absolutely, and she must have that thought running in her head herself, because you can see her having a bit of a chuckle at times. And that 100 is there for the taking. 9 runs away now. Comes down the track. Will definitely fall well short of the fielder. Pushing hard for the second run. And easily completed. Excellent running from Deepti Sharma. Just showcases that she's still got the fitness that we used to see her in her younger days.
Well, I think she needs to have that fitness if she's playing at this level, if she's playing in the leagues. She needs to move, she needs to make justice to her talent. And the very fact that she is included in the side, and she's shown us. She's made 93 of 83, and she's got 7 deliveries left. Beg your pardon, 7 runs left with 2 deliveries to go. This time, I don't think she's got the distance. She'll hold out to the long-on fielder. Out in the 90s. But not before she's played an absolutely blinder of an innings. 93 of 83. Unfortunate to miss out on the 100. Pace off. And she finds that long-on fielder.
Yeah, terrific knock from Deepti Sharma. Came in early, soaked in a lot of pressure, and then started firing those big shots. 93 for Deepti Sharma, misses out on a second ODI 100. And India now slumped to 336 for 8, just 1 delivery to go in this innings. Deservedly being applauded by the Indian team in the dugout and the coaching staff. Her 13th ODI half century this, and it's the big 90+ knock that India had been looking forward to getting from her. And it's come at an important juncture as India look to seal their place for Sunday's final. Snare runner comes out all guns blazing, but this will just get a thick edge. They're running for the second one. Nadine de Klerk should take the bails off, and India will finish on 337 for 8.
Well, 337 for 9 is what India makes eventually at the end of 50 overs, and it is an outstanding result. Put into bat, 50 for 3 at one stage, wobbling a little bit, and a tremendous finish as far as India is concerned. They'll be very pleased with the way their batters, particularly the middle order and the late order, has come to the party, the way they have contributed, and they will go into lunch with a lot of confidence and also knowing that the momentum is with the Indian side.
Few very important and big partnerships for India featuring Jemimah Rodrigues as the cornerstone, of course. Deepti Sharma playing an impressive hand. Earlier it was Smriti Mandhana with her half century at the opening spot, laying the marker. South Africa, a few lapses on the field, drop chances, and iffy ground fielding at patches as well. This is the South African side without their regular captain, Laura Wolfart, who's sitting out this match as a precautionary measure due to illness. They did make in the early inroads, 3 wickets taken in the power play, but would rue those missed chances and just let India dictate terms thereafter.
337 for 9 is what India made. Well, the batting card will show you that the Indian top order didn't really prosper too much. They didn't fire, but it was the middle that really got the batting going, and that tells you the story. So 51 to Mandhana, she gave the foundation. Kaur made 28 of 20, but nothing for Rahul and Dior. But then take a look at what happens next. Rodrigues 123, Sharma 93, and a quick 20 for goes, enough to get India that rather commanding 337 for 9.
Lots of bowlers used there by stand-in captain Chloe Tryon, who of course bowled herself in this innings. Ayabonga Khaka has been left out of this fixture, and we did see all of their bowlers struggle. The pick of their bowlers, of course, the troika of Masabata class De Klerk and Nonkululeko Malaba taking 2 wickets apiece, but of course all on the expensive side, punished by India for a lot of indiscipline in patches that they showcased. In the end, India managed a whopping 337 on the board after being sent into bat.
Well, these are the highlights of the Indian innings. Smriti Mandhana, she set the tone, played some really delightful shots, and well, this is a big surprise. Prithika Rawal going early, and then India didn't look happy. They looked a little bit wobbly with wickets lost close to each other. Harmanpreet Kaur looked to try and steady the ship. Mandhana looked very good with her batting. She looks a class act. Harmanpreet Kaur, I thought, was just getting into her stride with those shots square of the wicket, those fine tickles, some lovely drives as well. And she was very severe on short deliveries. A few of the underage, but they all counted at that stage. And then this happened. It was more of a half-hearted shot. And then at that point, India was wobbling, 3 down for 50.
Of course, Smriti Mandhana looked very fluent, was quickly joined in by Jemimah Rodrigues, who showed a lot of intent from the get-go, peppering the onside, the off, the sweeps, the cuts, and of course to glorious lofted cover drives. Mauled a 6 in the cow corner region. Justin let the tempo drop. That was a fortuitous survival as the ball dropped short on Chloe Tryon. An innings built on stamina, grit, and a lot of finesse from Jemimah Rodrigues. Smriti Mandhana getting to her 31st ODI 50, but fell almost right after, chipping to deep mid-wicket. Yet another tame dismissal for the India vice-captain, but nothing tame from Deepti Sharma. Brought out the big shots occasionally and resorted to her trademark sweeps. Tried plundering the offside with those along the carpet strokes. Great running between the wickets during that 100-run partnership with Jemimah Rodrigues for the 5th wicket. And Jemimah Rodrigues getting to her 2nd ODI half-century, 2nd in India colours, 2nd this year, setting the tone for this innings and helping India get close to 337 now on the board. And look at the ingenuity. It is her fitness that stood out. She came in the 7th over and stayed the course with supreme agility. And up went the bat, the fist, applauded by the entire Indian dugout. And came the celebration, the guitar playing celebration from Lil J, who lit up the party today. Yes, what a knock she had and what an outing did India have. Kept motoring along, did not relent until it was a good take on the part of a fielder in the deep. That 6 in the corner region, of course, another standout facet to her growing prowess as a power hitter as well, alongside the glorious easy on the eye shots. Deepti Sharma followed suit with her 13th ODI century and made good on the promise of the many opportunities she's gotten with the bat. She too had a good few outings leading into this game, and that important century lower down the order. Richa Ghosh came out muscling as she usually does. Richa Ghosh doing Richa Ghosh things, but it was a short-lived stay in the middle, while Deepti Sharma made merry on the wayward deliveries, the gifts that South Africa offered. And eventually, Richa Ghosh did hole out thanks to a very good take in the deep by Tasmin Brits. A deviation from the many misses we have seen from the South African fielding unit today. Deepti Sharma ensured India ended on a high and a bit of a flourish that they were looking for. Amanjot Kaur tried to bring out some of the few big shots of hers, but mostly in vain. And that knock from Deepti Sharma, 93, 7 short of what could have been her second ODI 100, ensured that India put on a formidable total on the board after Harmanpreet Kaur, the India skipper, lost the toss, and Chloe Tryon, South Africa's stand-in captain, decided to bowl first. Great day on the park for India as they look to seal their spot in Sunday's final. And that is what South Africa will need to close out on, hunt down 338 runs if they are to keep their hopes of making the final alive. If they lose today, it's going to be curtains to their campaign, and the match against Sri Lanka they have on Friday will be nothing less than a dead rubber. We'll be back with live action shortly after the innings break.
So we're back at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium. South Africa needing 338 runs to win this game and keep themselves in the running to make it to the final of this Servo Cup Tri-Nation Series. India brilliant with the bat. 50s from Smriti Mandana, Deepti Sharma, and that 123 from Jemima Rodrigues put them within that massive score of 337 for 9. They lost a couple of late wickets but kept going with the runs. Joined in the commentary box by Gamini. Gamini, what a performance by the Indian batters.
Yeah, you can only play as well as your opponent lets you. So I think India, obviously, they are known for their batting heroics, and South Africans didn't do any good in that part either. A lot of low stuff, but it was terrific from Rodrigues and Deepti Sharma, that partnership in the middle. As you can see, a few of the bowlers had copped a bit of stick from the Indian batters, and looking at that performance, Tryon, the skipper, 1 for 46. She was the only bowler that went under run a ball. So, it was hard work for the South African bowlers, and now it's a hard task chasing this mammoth total of 338.
Yeah, all the bowlers going for runs from the South Africans. Even Malaba, who has been their most successful bowler in this competition, going at nearly 9 runs and over. That was the first wicket. Early wickets for South Africa. Looked like they would put India under the pump, but the run rate never went down.
Yeah, at this moment, 3 wickets down. But they had a really good chance. I think Mandana will be very disappointed with that one. This was at the latter piece. Jemima, after scoring 123, which are good. Well, for a change, he couldn't clear the boundary. Nearly there. The wickets at the end, but didn't really matter. Late order batters sacrificing their wicket to the team cause. This was that last one out. The overall 337. There is the equation, 338 to win. If they do get there, well, that will be a huge effort, and then they give themselves a chance. It will be a record as well. Yeah, so highest run chase in women's cricket, and but India playing a new bowler as well today, so it will be interesting to see how they will get their balance and their bowling partnerships right. The ground staff is still anxiously waiting. ST, let's hope that I know there is, where the gurus have said that there is some rain in the horizon, but the weather god gives us a full game of cricket. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, so no Arundhati Reddy or Kashvi Gautam for India in this game. Kashvi Gautam, of course, picking up an injury in the last game, has been ruled out of the tournament. Reddy, I believe, being rested for this game. So they might have a couple of new faces taking the new ball. For South Africa, no Laura Wolfart in this game. So you've got Lara Goodall, who will be opening alongside Tasmin Brits. Brits, of course, with that brilliant 100 against India in the first game for South Africa. They'll need much more from her in this game if they're going to reach that target.
Jasne Rana, by far being the pick of the bowlers in this Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series.
Away from you, that's leg stump.
She has bowled tremendously in all 3 games thus far. Picked up a player of the match. I thought she could have taken not 1, 2 or 3 for me, because batters have dominated this series, and it has been hard work for the bowlers, but she had definitely played her part. Twice she took 3 wickets apiece, then there's a 5-wicket haul as well. So well, surprise, surprise. It's not a surprise. She's going to open the bowling.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the quick bowlers that they've had throughout the tournament, not playing today, that's been Brit's record. Very interesting to me. She has 150 and 300s. So someone who really converts once she gets a start.
Yeah, if South Africa go on to win this match, whatever the runs that she is going to contribute will play a massive part.
So Lara Goodall will take strike. The countdown is on for this chase. 338 is what South Africa need. Starts off brilliantly, Snehrana, right on the money. As you mentioned, the star bowler for India quite comfortably in this tournament so far.
Yeah, we've seen Lara prefers the onside. Amanpreet has got two fielders on the onside patrolling the boundary. This will be interesting. We've seen Snehrana bowling in the middle overs, getting a lot of turn, but now bowling with the new ball in the power play. She will have the same control. Slip in place.
Oh, lovely ball.
Carried on to the back.
It's a different role she has to play, isn't it? But again, gives options to Harmanpreet Kaur, very versatile bowler.
So far we have not seen any turn. She had a nasty injury in that last game. That's why she's got a left hand all bandaged. Remember, I think one of the Sri Lankan batters stepped on her hand, and luckily it wasn't her bowling hand.
Kavisha Dilhari, I think, while backing up, just stepped on her hand. Looked painful.
A lot slower this time. Like I mentioned before, ST Lara, she prefers that mid-on, mid-wicket area. Both mid-off and mid-on inside the circle. That's a nice shot. That is some area that she can improve in her game, helping the speed. Boundary off the last. Oh, then one more delivery. So fifth delivery. South Africa will need plenty of those boundaries.
Yeah, a bit wavered once again from Snehrana, just drifting down the leg side. Nicely played by Lara Goodall. Goodall played a handy knock against Sri Lanka as well, so we'll have a bit of confidence coming into this game. Dot ball, then to end the over. South Africa, decent start, 5 for no loss after 1.
Amanjot Kaur featuring for the first time in this competition in the absence of Reddy, who will not be available for the rest of the competition, ST, and sorry, that's just Gautam. Yeah, Reddy is not playing, so she will have the honor of taking the other new ball from the press box end. Slip another 5, so 6-3 field, the offside. Wow, that's not the start she wanted. Way down the leg side. Very lucky that Brits didn't get any bat on that, otherwise it would have been a lot more.
Yeah, she had a long warm up in between innings. Amarjot got a lot of bowling in on the side pitches. Starts off with a wide.
There's some swing. Shape away from the right hander. Yeah, you mentioned about having net time as a bowler, but nothing is as good as time in the middle, the match situations. But one thing she brings into the table is her fielding, ST. She's a terrific fielder, we all know that. Highly punched. Saved 3 runs. Charlene, that was hit with some power. We saw how Brits can strike a cricket ball when she scored that 100. Have a look at this shot. Often in that square, ST comes to you quicker than you think, and you have to time your dive, time your jump. But Harleen definitely saved 3 runs for India.
A nice bit of fielding, and that's been a feature of this Indian effort in this tournament so far. That inner ring, Jemima Rodrigues, Harleen Yole, Pratika Rawal have been really good when protecting the runs in the inner circle.
Come on, Joe's going to come round the wicket. To the left-handed Lara. That's what she's good at, fielding, and even off her own bowling. Very aggressive.
Yeah, she's a great fielder, isn't she? We saw her take a brilliant catch in the last game, coming on as a substitute. Very good utility player for India, can bat as well and provides that extra option of medium pace.
She'll be disappointed with that good old. That would have been a wide. Didn't really move her front foot across. Just off the toe. Yeah, South Africa, but they can't afford ST dot balls. They've got a total that you can't be, you can't go into a shell. You need to be positive from the outset, and they have to use the first power play, the 10 overs.
Massive appeal, and Amanjot strikes with a first over. Lara Goodall just nicks one behind to Richa Ghosh. And just as you were talking about South Africa needing a good start from their openers, Goodall is gone.
Now check her front foot. Ball was way outside the off stump. She had to go across the off stump, but her front foot just comes down on middle stump. So it was all hands, but she didn't get there. Didn't get close enough. She goes for 4. South Africa 7 for 1.
So the debutant in at number 3, Smith. She's got a tough task at hand, having to get through this opening spell from Amanjot. Overcast conditions, so we might see a bit of swing. We've seen a bit of it already.
Confident start. A defensive shot off the middle of the bat. Successful over. And this is why. See that front foot, nowhere near it. Outside edge. And South Africa 1 for 7 after the second over.
keep your uniform. Thank you. That is like, yeah. That's middle. Left arm round, going through.
Well, Harmanpreet got a truckload of runs on the board, ST, so she can chop and change. Now, after the first over, Rana has been removed and becomes left arm orthodox spin.
Nicely played by Tasmin Brits. Just a single. The change comes as a result of a right-hander coming in. I think Gamini, Lara Goodall, of course, a lefty. So they got the off-spinner in for her. Now that Smith is in and Tasmin Brits is also a right-hander. They've gone with the left-arm spin of Sri Charani.
That is middle, yes. That's like.
An extra fielder being added onto the offside. There's a deep mid wicket, short square leg, and a mid on the onside. 6-3 field, very strong on the offside. Toward the spinning side, there's a catcher at extra cover. Nicely played. Got across, moved her back foot, back for the second. Yeah, when you make your debut, ST, in international cricket, you will always remember your first run and your first wicket. So Smith has got her international career off the mark as well as in this innings. Couple to start with.
Yeah, didn't get any wickets with the ball, but that's a nice start for her. Just finds the gap behind square on the offside.
There's some turn. But Charani is bowling to a very strong offside field, STs. So she might be looking for that off stump, maybe the fourth stump line. Lot straighter this time and hurried on to the bat.
There's not much that Smith can do with that kind of delivery apart from defend it. That's Sri Charani's record so far. Just the 3 games, debuted in the first game of this series. She's got 4 wickets under her name. Similar shot to that which she played in the previous delivery. A single this time.
Once again, it's quite evident because she hasn't got a lot of protection on the onside, so she can't be attacking the stumps as much. She's getting some turn. I would prefer a fielder on the onside and get her to bowl straighter. This time straight through extra cover. After 3 overs, 12 for 1.
So Amanjot will continue for India. South Africa in a bit of trouble, 12 for 1. I think they've had pretty much the opposite kind of start that India had with the bat. They lost those extra wickets, but had boundaries flowing in every over that they batted.
Shot. These are the risks they will have to take right throughout these innings, and this one comes out well. Just skimming down the track, middle of the bat, over the bowler's head, 2 bounces. Yeah, that's nice, a confident start for the skipper. Yeah, it's very important, ST, that they make use of this first power play. where you love to have only 2 fielders outside the 25-yard ring. Keeper is up to the stumps. Nicely played. Pure power, the previous one. This was nicely timed.
Yeah, Tasmin Brits has looked good in all the games that she's played so far. The 100 against India, then a start against Sri Lanka. As you said, showing different sides of her game. Pure power going over the bowler's head, and then just pure timing on the offside for that delivery.
And smart batting too. After coming forward, the wicketkeeper came up, so she was hanging on the back foot.
Lovely ball.
Yes, the keeper says lovely ball. It was a lovely ball.
Amanjot keeping things pretty simple, isn't she, Gamini? She's keeping it straight, not trying to do too much with the ball.
Yeah, she's the quickest bowler you will see, so she can't be afford to stray in line or length for that matter. Deep third and a long leg, the 2 boundary riders. Lucky to get away with it. Just a fraction late to transfer her weight onto the back foot.
You missed out on that occasion, just a bit too early into that shot, so perhaps the speed of Amanjot is something she has to come to terms with.
Yeah, when you chase a total in this nature, ST, like I said, it's very important that you have to be busy from the very first ball. That's nicely played. With the shot, fumble. Have a close eye on that required run rate. They started the innings just a tick over 6.5 runs per over. It has already, now it's a tick under 7 runs per over. Every dot ball, that run rate will go up.
Wide on that occasion from Amanjot, and it's running away to the boundary. Yes, 5 wide, so it's a big advantage to South Africa. Last ball of the 4th over, but Amanjot just drifting down the leg side. Keeper can't collect. It's gone down to the boundary.
She has shown that she could swing the ball both ways. We've seen her swinging away from the right-hander, but that one just floated in. The wicketkeeper, Risha Ghosh, has gone back to a normal customary position.
That's a better end from Amanjot. So dot ball to end the 4th over. South Africa 24 for 1. So South Africa 24 for 1 after 4 overs. Striking at 6 runs and over exactly. Need to go at least at that rate if they are going to get close to that total of 338. Tasmin Brits facing up now to Sri Charani, the key for South Africa. It's found the gap, but just a single. Fielder plays beautifully for that type of batting from the Indians. So single to start the over for Brits.
Yeah, at this moment I think Harmanpreet and the bowler is trying to use these 10 overs to minimize the boundaries. That's why she's got a very strong back offside field and she's bowling outside the off stump. Need a good shot to go over mid off if you're bowling that wide. too close. Did not turn. May have been the arm ball, certainly quicker. Yeah, because she hasn't got a lot of protection on the onside, mid-on, square leg and deep mid wicket, she cannot afford to be straighter. I thought if India wants to pick up wickets, that would have been the way to go. That's well bowled. Length was much better.
You're not giving much away, Sri Charani. She's not an overly attacking bowler, is she? She just wants to keep the ball in that same spot again and again and again. Induce the mistake from the batter.
Yeah, Smith playing her first game, obviously. The thinking patterns will be different compared to her match experienced striker on the other side, Brits. She loves to use her feet, go downtown over mid-off, mid-on. That was a straighter delivery where she could have easily tucked it on the onside for a single. I think the idea was to get that ball into that short mid-wicket area.
Massive appeal from Sri Charani. All the fielders up on their feet. Umpire Harris says not out. So Smith survives. 5 overs done. South Africa 25 for 1.
इसके लिए ऊपर से ना
Just a single off that last over. ST, have a look at the required run rate, 6.96. Nicely bowled. We saw Risha Ghosh going back to her customary position that last over when Aman Jot was bowling, but that when Smith was on strike. But now she has come up again because she knows that it can be a very dangerous customer.
Nicely timed by Brits once again. But that's good fielding from Smriti Mandana at mid-off. Cuts off a certain boundary that was racing across the outfield.
Yeah, crisply hit. Once again, it shows how good the pitchers have been here at Premadasa. Batters have totally dominated where one bowler has had the wood over the others. That is Rana. But most of the other bowlers have copped a bit of stick. Very similar delivery half volley, but it just shows the experience and the confidence in and the ability and inability, really. Brits would have loved to get a delivery like that because she knows how to present her hands through the line. Very strong in the V. Now because Richa Ghosh is back, she can bat outside the crease. Smith. Nicely drop kick over mid wicket. That will calm her nerves. Her first boundary.
Yeah, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Smith. Just getting a loose delivery on her legs. She pounces on it. She's looked a bit timid on the offside, but beautifully played on that occasion. Gets a boundary. Will give her a lot of confidence because they can't afford for her to get bogged down chasing 338. Once again worked onto the leg side and Smith picks up one. That's good batting from the youngster, rotating the strike.
Yeah, that will please Brits as well because she's a very busy player and she's a batter who wants strike. When you have a youngster who's making her debut after hitting a boundary getting a single off the next ball will make her happy, really, Brett. She's got strike for the last ball of this over. Pace off from Amanjot, dot ball, 6 overs. South Africa chasing 338, 30 for 1.
Yes, Cherry.
31 for 1, South Africa chasing down a mammoth score of 338. Charani will continue from the far end. It's been a seeded start by South Africa, especially with this bowling up being spot on so far by India. Afternoon to you, fellow commentator from India.
Very good afternoon to you, Parvez Maharouf.
Shot. On this occasion, ball to a field, sweep a cover in place, mid wicket in place, not giving any air and bowling it flatter.
Yeah, very wily customer is N. Sri Charani from Kadapa, Andhra Pradesh. Picked up her early skills watching YouTube videos, and she represents a bigger trend among several multi-sport Gen Z athletes of India who relied on the internet to pick up the early part of their craft, be it Neeraj Chopra in javelin, or Pragnananda in chess, or if you look at, say, the UK, for that matter, Sky Brown in skateboarding, all digital natives making the most of the World Wide Web to learn their craft and hone their skills.
The modern generation, gone are the days we used to play this off in the backyard or the neighborhood, playing tennis balls and watching somebody and copying stuff rather than banking on internet. Certainly she has come a long way, Charani. A very handy left-arm spinner, and what she has in her armory, very good, is that the ball's arm delivery is slightly round-armish. And the one that turns away will be the danger ball. With the new ball, most of the time it's going to skid on to the batter. But if he can turn one away, that will create lots of doubts on the right-hander's mind, especially Brits, who has been waiting something short or full to get away. 7 overs gone, 32 for 1. Only wicket to fall. Goodall was gone for 4, taken behind the stumps by Ghosh of medium pacer Amanjit Kaur, who has been very impressive swinging the ball. In contrast to India's 7 overs 50 for 3, South Africa 32 for 1 at the moment, and they're countering some excellent bowling. Left arm spinner from the other end, medium pace from the media box end. Swing again.
Yeah, Manjot is, of course, leading the charge in the pace bowling stocks today for India. In the absence of Kashvi Gautam, another debutant on this tour, who unfortunately has had her tournament cut short owing to an injury. 3 games, wicketless, but an economy under 5. Impressive 3 matches for certain.
What Smith is looking for is for some width or something full. And Amarjit Kaur is making sure that she's pulling the length back and bowl into her field. It's excellent stuff in the power play, when you're especially under the pump. When you're
defending 338.
And she's got those cutters as well. Can deploy them to great effect. Oh! Well, a bouncer. Who would have thunk it? Hey, Amanjot Kaur. The cutters can wait, and that's one for the over.
A nice little surprise to Bianca Smith. All of a sudden, for delivery, what she has to look after or look forward to is running in between the stumps, the danger area. I'm sure the umpire will be keeping a close eye on. Bouncer followed by a full delivery. Definitely the effort ball, just making sure the batsman is not committing to the front foot. Like the fact she's trying to be competitive.
The entire Indian infield applauded Amanjot's bouncer. Harmanpreet even came close to her and clapped in unison with the others almost. So that clearly took everybody by surprise in the Indian ranks.
Good follow-up delivery. Ball into a field, most importantly. Have got both the fielders outside the circle in the leg side at fine leg and square leg. Cannot give any width outside the yaw stump. This is excellent stuff. Just what India need in this first power play. Remember, in ODI cricket, you need to at least play 20 overs to force a result. With the rain clouds hovering around, this is something Harmanpreet has to keep in mind to get through the 20 overs. Good shot. Straight to the fielder at square leg, resulting only a single. 8 overs done, 34 for 1. Required rate at 7.24. It's not getting any easier for South Africa. Remember, they have to win this game to stay in the competition. And to achieve that feat, someone has to play out of their skin. Brits or Smith at the moment, they're settled. 18 deliveries and 21 respectively. But it's not going to be easy against a quality Indian side which has so much options, especially when it comes to spinners. Or spinner Kaur into the attack. And very well fielded at Cow Point, the 12th man. Sorry, beg your pardon, 12th girl.
It all works. 12th girl, 12th woman. Yeah, this will take some serious chasing on the part of South Africa. They are on the brink of elimination, mind you, from the race to the finals in this Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series.
Oh, beautifully bowled. Played for the turn, Brits, and just went with the arm. Probably turned a little bit, but she didn't play the right line.
That is like, yeah.
Tossed up nicely by Sneh Rana outside off. Drawing that drive from the batter. Almost foxed Tasman Brits, who is going to be key in the absence of Laura Wolfart, a regular fellow opener.
Wolfart is missed badly by South Africa on this important game, the crunch game. Tasman Bridge looks like she prefers pace on the ball rather than playing against spin. This is where India have done their homework, bringing most of the spinners. That's a good shot, and nicely fielded as well by Sneh Rana. With the injured hand, she made sure she stopped it.
She's already got a heavily taped non-bowling hand, and look at that stop again. It's bearing the brunt of a good bowling. It's a very good fielding of her own bowling there. Something you want to see more of spinners, especially.
And no spinner or no bowler love to give runs away, especially when you're fielding on your own bowling. Half-hour effort almost felt like she didn't want to, but in the end, her reaction or her instincts was to stop somehow, and no damage done in the end. Another delivery to end the 9th over. 34 for 1.
पीछे मिड ऑफ कोई आ जाओ मिड विकेट से है होने चाहिए कितने 2 पॉइंट है बॉल अमन
Amanjit Kaur has been replaced. She had a brilliant spell with the new ball. Picked up the only wicket to fall. It's going to be more spin for India. Sri Charuni will continue. Only 2 fielders still outside the circle. One at deep mid wicket, one at sweeper cover. Mid off, mid on in the circle. The last couple overs have been quiet. Charuni gives some air to the ball. Surely the 2 batters will be off like a flash down the pitch. This time it's the arm delivery.
And that is a key weapon in her arsenal. The arm delivery has taken a lot of wickets using that ball on the domestic circuit.
Slog sweep. Oh, mid wicket it goes, and couple of bounces and trickles away for a boundary. A calculated risk. It was in the arc and a good shot to break the shackles by Smith.
Got into position early and mauled it into the cow corner region over the infield there. Nothing much that Suchi Upadhyay could do there. Second boundary for Miane Smith that.
Yeah, powerfully played. The only difference was in that boundary delivery was the length was slightly fuller. And hence the batter was quite confident to go the top. And they need more boundaries to stay in the hunt. At the moment, less than 4 runs per over, or just more than 4 runs per over, just not good enough. We've got to go somehow boundary and over. But India will be hoping and planning is to get through the 20 overs to force a result.
And it would be interesting to see if stand-in skipper Chloe Tryon does give herself a promotion, because she's one of their standout power hitters, and chasing 338, South Africa would need her big hitting services for certain.
Why not? The situation is tailor-made for a quick fire 100 in about 85 deliveries, just what Jemima Rodrigues did for India. Being for that emphasis, take their responsibility as a captain, and most importantly, just like Diti Sharma, grabbing the opportunity, batting high up in the air, top order. Good shot down the ground, straight to the fielder at mid-on.
And the Deepti Sharma-esque knock from the South African ranks could potentially come in from Aneri Dirksen. We've seen her scored a couple of important knocks lower down the order. Definitely has the muscle and the might.
Shot again. This time it's the extra cover. Ends the first power play for South Africa. 40 for 1. End of the first power play. That's a signal. Power play number 2. 4 fielders can remain in this outside the boundary until the 50th over. At the end of the 10th over, when India was batting, they were 56 for 3 wickets, and then it was Mandana, Jeremy Rodrigues, Deepti Sharma. All these batters came good. South Africa be hoping at least one of these batters, if not both of them, will go and get a big one.
Somebody needs to set that platform and take this innings deep. We saw from Sri Lanka the other day how Harshita Samaravikrama dropped anchor and steered that chase before Nilakshi De Silva. Sugandhika Kumari came on board and started firing.
Beaten again, beaten again. probably misread the length. Yeah, and Smith, I thought she misread the length. Should have been in the front foot. Beat the outside edge and a near miss for the right-hander.
Nicely stopped there by N. Sricharani. Sri Lanka are of course following this game from the comfort of the team hotel. Parvez, they would be fairly happy to see India do well in this game, because a win for India closes out the berths for both India and Sri Lanka for the final on Sunday.
Shot. Mid on in the circle. Goes aerial. Is that a boundary or a six? I think it was a one bounce boundary, but the umpire and Harris will check with Lyndon Hannibal, the third umpire, but nevertheless a good shot. Playing with the turn and good timing.
Gauged the length really well. Dimyanis Smith and tonked it off the middle of the bat. One bounce and over the ropes will be signalled for. Fourth boundary of this innings for the debutant here.
Down the leg side. Harmanpreet Kaur has the option, can drop two more players to the boundary. At the moment, only two fielders outside the circle at deep mid and deep square leg. Clearly, she's looking for wickets by trying to enforce the batter to be aggressive. Trusting the spinners, and especially when an off spinner is bowling, having mid on in the circle shows the confidence Harmanpreet has on an off spinner runner.
And there's Kranti Gaur, who's been flown in all the way from India as a replacement player for the injured Kashfi Gautam. Another player from Madhya Pradesh.
Nicely bowled again by Rana. End of the 11th over, 46 for 1.
ये वाला अच्छा बॉल है, ये वाला वो पीछे जा रही है ना पहले से बोल्ड है उनकी होगी बाकी ये वाला भी ऐसे ही होता है, ये वाला बॉल भी ज्यादा लास्ट में बाद में ये अपना बोला अगर बीच में वो दे तो पीछे दे दो तो वो कैच भी हो सकता है या फिर कुछ और माना जा सकता है। नहीं था ना शॉर्ट मिड चाहिए ना
Umpire is having a chat in the middle. I think we are good to go. Yes, it's getting darker. Looking out from the commentary box, and it's not that bad, especially with the spinners bowling. I'm sure the number one rule for the umpires is to somehow get through the play if it's not deemed dangerous.
The international debutant Shuchi Upadhyay from Mandla, Madhya Pradesh has been handed the ball. Harmanpreet Kaur, of course, welcomed her to the bowling crease with a handshake, trying to instill some confidence and ease those butterflies in this 20-year-old. Has been proven to do well on the domestic circuit in this format in India.
A clear sign of players doing well in domestic setup being given a chance. Young 20-year-old playing with the likes of Harmanpreet, with the Mandana in the same side, will only be deemed in good values for her future development, and comes with a big reputation. Shot and cut through, but couldn't find the gap. Just a single.
Yeah, this was crunched off the back foot, but didn't have enough power and the placement wasn't on the money. Hence ended up cutting it straight to Amanjot Kaur. At deep point. But she's looking good, isn't she? Miane Smith, the debutant. 20 to her name already in what could be a crucial momentum turning innings if she can stay out in the middle and give Dasmine Brits the much important company she needs.
The one thing I like about Suchi is that she's not afraid to give plenty of air to the ball. It clearly shows that she's confident in herself, in her abilities. And most of the time when a debutant is under attack, the captain plays a big role by trying to settle down her nerves, giving the confidence at the first slip Harman. India, very, very good shot. Straight as an arrow, mid-off, mid-on in the circle. And there's a good shot by Smith on debut.
Firmly struck, dug this out with aplomb did Miane Smith and hoiked it over the bowler's head for her 6th boundary of the innings. This is excellent stroke play from the debutant Miane Smith.
A debutant against debutant. At the moment, the South African debutant coming good. Much better. Understandably pushing it through. Quicker, just a single.
Has been part of the South Africa emerging squad. Played the Under-19 T20 World Cup. Was part of the senior squad that finished runners-up at the 2024 Women's T20 World Cup in the UAE. And this is going to be a red-letter day for this youngster from South Africa. A senior international debut for the Proteas women.
8 runs from Suchi's first over. 12 overs gone, 54 for 1.
$54 for 1. Oh, that was lucky. That was lucky. It missed everything. It missed the batter, it missed the stumps, it missed the keeper. And to just get a bye of it. But look at that. That was very close. Very close. It's going to be tough for South Africa. Brits has played a very sedate looking innings compared to Smith. The Indians have bowled fairly well to keep things under control. Good afternoon, Roshan.
Afternoon, Kosala. Well, at this stage, we still don't have a game. You need 20 overs to constitute one. And if the rain intervenes, DLS will be a very big factor, I'll tell you. So it's about planning. I mean, I'm sure teams by this time would know the DLS requirement. So at this stage, the DLS pass score is 79. It doesn't matter because you need 20 overs. South Africa 56 for 1. So what will the DLS will be significant from the 20th over. Now that should be a wide, I think. Should be a wide. Yes. So it will come into play actually from the 20th over. So that's where wickets become important, because wickets in hand, obviously the DLS is not very frightening, but you keep losing wickets, it can completely run away from you. So It's going to be quite interesting.
The looks of it, India wants to push into that 20 overs very quickly. That's what the looks of it. At the moment, they know that the South Africans are behind the pass score. Down the track, and has it gone? It's not carried, just falls short. Britt bringing in those long levers, just falling short. Let's take a look at that again. Trying to clear off now. Was that a good effort?
Well, catchable, one might say, at this level. So works into the gap.
Keeper!
Another single. So what we have been told is South Africa needs 112, 113 actually, at the end of 20 overs if they are 1 wicket down to be in front if rain intervenes. But equation changes if wickets are got. So India will really fight tooth and nail, try to ensure that dots are somehow built, runs are saved, and that will add to the pressure because at the moment 13 overs, 1 ball to go in the over, so they're asking another 55 runs in 7 overs.
So that's almost 8 runs an over, Roshan, and that's not easy.
Spinners bowling with good control, it can be challenging. Dot to end the over. Good outwork by India. 13 overs done. 60 for 1.
$60 for 1 at the end of 13. Oh, you can see the urgency now coming into the South African batters. Smith looking to try and clear the infield. Good fielding effort, very good fielding effort. The difference has been the feeling that the Indian women have brought in compared to the South African women. Again, well bowled, quicker, bringing it into the right hand.
Yeah, Upadhyay is looking good. She's very different to the other left armour. Sri Charani. Upadhyay generally tends to bring the ball in, as you said, and goes a bit wide of the crease. So she has nobody behind, squalling on the leg sides. A line of attack is outside the off stump, and that's where she will look to try and bring it back in. Apesh, that's a very good line to bowl. That's a teasing line and length.
So that's why they brought in that fielder right in front of you, looking for that uppish drive. Lucky for the batter, it went the other way. And this time comes down the track, but again it's only a single. They need to find the boundaries, Roshan, because they just can't allow that required run rate to keep climbing.
See, the other thing here is that you bowl spinners from both ends, and suddenly you just don't you don't realize that the bowling side have got through their overs quickly. And before South Africa realizes, with the spinners bowling, India might have 20 overs bowled. So this is over number 14, and Upadhyay has conceded just 3 runs. So you have 2 spinners bowling, and they can like get through overs in a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 1 or 2 minutes.
Well, also the fact that Goes for that lap sweep. There is an appeal, but they'll pick up another single, maybe a leg by. Doing it in singles, not what South Africa would really want to. And also, adding to that fact that it's the end of the over, it's 14 down, 64-1. If you see, Roshan, that they change also very quickly. So they want to get those 20 overs in very quickly.
Yeah, of course, that's the plan. 20 overs in, it rains, India will be comfortable. This is how the tournament has panned out. The opening game, India won comprehensively by 9 wickets. That was a combination of Indian brilliance and also a little bit on the surface, with Sri Lanka being put into bat. And from there on, it has turned out to be absolutely interesting. India virtually grabbing victory from the jaws of defeat, winning by 15 runs. Sri Lanka, comprehensive 5-wicket win over South Africa. And that Sri Lanka-India game, another really fantastic game that was very well contested. And I thought it was the Sri Lankan supremacy and Sri Lankan style of play that they and their efforts that won the day for them, winning by 3 wickets with just 5 balls to spare. They played really good cricket. I mean, India, if you look at the areas they faltered, there could have been a few, but I don't think they were very apparent. India tried really hard, but Sri Lanka played good cricket.
And also the fact, if you looked at that, get another single. 3 matches out of those 4 that were completed were won by teams batting second, and there's one won by the team batting first. But I don't think that had anything to do with the surfaces, Roshan.
No, I really don't think so. So, I mean, let's see today. I mean, whether batting second is the way forward. I know Chamari Athapattu seems to be a very big believer in bowling first, and it has paid off for her, but I don't think that's the rule or the norm. It is, I think, a lot to do. Maybe with the exception of the first game, where the surface was under the covers for 2 hours, and when it had just opened up, there was a little bit of, moisture on the surface, and it was a good toss for India to win. Yes, that I thought the toss was vital, but as you say, the rest of the games, you've seen good games and high-scoring games.
Big total's been chased down, so obviously the surfaces have looked good and stayed good. Oh, a little bit of bounce for Kaur on that occasion.
Yeah, what was Bridge thinking? Why did she leave it alone? Well, she's just signaled 1 for the over, but I think if you look at where Bridge's batting, there is a third, but there is nobody at deep backward point. So she could have created the width she was looking for. Surprised that she let it go. And she's been rather circumspect. 22 of 40, very different to the way she played the last time. This time, there is more intent and gets it out the middle of the bat. South Africa will need a few of those.
It could have been back-to-back boundaries if she connected the previous one without leaving, but this time comes down the track and slaps it over cover for a boundary. They need a lot more of those. Last ball coming up of Kosovo. She's into her 5th. Picked up the only wicket to fall so far. And again, this time's been pulled, but straight down the throat. That's the end of Brits. That's a big wicket for the Indian women, because Brits would have been very dangerous if she stayed on. And India pick up the second South African wicket.
And a very important wicket at that. Brits, the batter, being dismissed, and with every wicket lost, that asking rate goes up. Now that was short, and Brits was really looking to drag it from outside the off stump. That's the longer part of the boundary. It's to the offside that the boundary is slightly shorter, but she has to go slightly out of character. Tasmin Brits for 26. It's 70 for 2 at the end of 15, South Africa.
उसको बाहर जाने के सबसे जल्दी वो इधर खेलते हैं ना डक्सन है ऐसा खेलते हैं ना
Well, that's a look at the South African card. 70 for 2. As you could see, Brits out for 26. That's a bit of a struggle. Smith 29 of 39. Lee Sin hasn't faced a ball. Then Shangisi, Chafta, Treon, Dirksen, De Klerk, Klaasen, Malaba. So that's the batting for South Africa. And they have a lot of work to do from here because the task is quite steep. Rana was good at the top, just 16 runs and 2 wickets for Kaur. 5 overs, gone at little under 6, but she's done her bit, she's done her job. Charani and Upadhyay has just bowled 2 overs, and Charani, so 3 or 4 overs have been very, very economical. So we're about to start after the drinks break, and South Africa way behind in the DLS bar score at the moment. It should be 113 at the end of 15, and that is because, we'll come to that, that's because it's 2 wickets lost. So that's why Kosala's wickets are so critical. Couple of runs on the first ball.
Well, we did mention that every wicket that falls will keep that DLS score or the pass score going up and up and making South Africa's chances really hard. In fact, they've sent Dirksen. It's not Leaks.
Yeah, it's Dirksen. She can take the long handle. It's not Lees. So let's see what Dirksen could do. But Smith on strike at the moment. That's the problem. That is the problem. Timing has been an issue.
The reason for that is the pace that the Indian spinners have been bowling, Roshan. They've varied their pace. They've not allowed the batsman to really get into one's frame that, okay, this is the pace that's coming. It's easy for me to think now to premeditate the shots. Again, well bowled, quicker through there. So this is what Upadhyay does. She brings it into the right hand. She doesn't try to really give it that tweak and get it to turn. Look at that again. It just follows the batter.
South Africa up against it, that's for sure. Indian spinners creating pressure at both ends and just making sure that they have dried out the boundaries. At this stage, South Africa, I don't think, are looking at that 20 over target. They're looking at a bigger picture. They're not looking at the DLS at the moment for sure, because if they keep their eyes on that and they try to play for that and rain doesn't appear, well, this is what Dirksen is. Her strike rate is what is extremely encouraging, close to a 90, best of 61.
16 done. South Africa 73 for 2.
Well, let's look at the overcast conditions. It's rather grey. The rain has been threatening, but it hasn't turned up. The breeze have completely died, so that's why I think all these clouds have built over the ground, Kosala, and it is more or less not moving. It is quite motionless and quite still. So the chances are that it could open up, but it doesn't look like in the immediate future, as we see Deepti Sharma, who batted outstandingly well, and now coming on. Very loopy kind of off spinner. Look at that target, 265 of 204 balls. That is at the start of the over. The T20 cricket evident, and the T20 cricket being played, that's not a frightening task, but you need to play well to get that.
Couldn't agree with you more. You really need to bat out of the skin. They need one batter to bat along the entire 50 overs and to get runs in a quick pace. Maybe the promoting Dirksen up the order might have that idea to get a few quick runs, get a few good overs in for the South Africans. Good ball. That one didn't turn, held its line, went straight through.
See, considering that there is weather about, and also considering that DLS will play a role, yes, that held its line, I think one or two good overs are not going to help South Africa. If you're talking of 50 overs, now this is in the air and safely played. Only a single, that's not great running. So if it is a day of good weather and conditions good, then one or two overs will give them an opportunity to get close and you could plan. This is Deepti Sharma's record, 133. But when you know that rain is imminent, anything can happen. You need more than one or two good overs. You need quite a few of them.
Yeah. What I wanted to mention is, like, say, try to get them back on track, get that required run rate down a little bit, a few good overs. But they would have wanted a lot. Very well bowled. You can see that Sharma just gets the ball to go the other way as well. It's the end of the over. 17 done. 77 for 2.
Right, that's what they require. 261 of 198 balls in the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI series. South Africa 77 for 2 and not in a happy place at the moment. They have a lot of work ahead. India, on the other hand, having things very much under control. Wickets column may be only 2, but when it comes to white ball cricket, there's a lot more than really the wickets also, because the Indian spinners are now starting to get a grip of things. Upadhyay will continue with a slip in.
That's good. It's gone big. This is what Dirksen was sent for. She's got those long levers and she decides to go downtown. Tossed up and she got underneath that very well and connected to perfection. Picked the correct ball. That was given a little bit of air. Upadhyay doesn't turn that ball much. What does Dirksen do now? This time along the ground. It's a dot ball.
See, that's what South Africa will not want. You get a 6 and then you don't want a dot ball. You will want a single, just to try and rotate the strike and maximize the impact of that 6 or the boundary. So if Upadhyay can get in 2 dot balls, she's done well. She's come back. Couldn't see from here. Oh, that has to be close. That has to be close. It depends whether it struck the wickets or whether the wicket keeper needed to take the bails off, but I didn't see the batter in the frame. I hope my eyes, for the sake of South Africa, is not playing tricks, but that's what I saw.
Please give me the best side on angle. Okay, roll it, roll it. Roll it back, please. Show me the opposite end, please. Okay, batsman has made her ground. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out. My decision is not out.
Well, the decision should be an easy one, but what I felt was, if that was a direct hit, the batter was nowhere in the frame. I think the wicketkeeper had to utilize a few precious milliseconds to try and drag that ball onto the stumps. Playing it late and playing it off the back foot.
So this is a good over for the South Africans. They've got 8 of this so far. 85 for 2. They need a lot more of these overs. Dirksen on strike. Again, quicker, pushing it quickly, not allowing Dirksen to free those arms, bowling it into the batter with not on offer. A dot ball to end over number 18. South Africa 85 for 2.
This is how the points table looks like before the start of this game, and the result of this game will play a huge role. South Africa, they need to win to stay alive. India, if they can win this game today, they'll qualify along with Sri Lanka for the final of the Servo Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. We have 2 more games after this. On the 9th, Sri Lanka will play South Africa, and on the 11th, the final. Deepti Sharma bowling her second over, bowling to 2 right-handers. Especially the likes of Dirksen will look to take on the off-spinner. This is very good bowling from Deepti Sharma, the experienced campaigner. Great bit of fielding. That's Jemima Rodrigues. Probably saved a couple of runs. She's been alive on the field throughout this competition. Played uppishly by Mian Smith. It's going to be her 6th boundary. At this point of the game, Farviz, you need to take these kind of risk to get some runs, isn't it?
Yeah, power play played. Dickerson has been promoted with one aim, one goal. That's to be attacking and try and get some quick runs. And so far she's been doing it wonderfully. Bold aim. That occasion, Smith, beg your pardon.
Missed a straight one. The previous delivery, she was trying to go straight as possible. This occasion, trying to play cross batted, loses her stump.
Lack of pace from Deepthi Sharma. She slowed it down. Mian Smith, the debutant, missed it completely. Timely wicket for India to tighten the screws further. Mian Smith played a good hand. 39. South Africa 89 for 3.
We wanted a bold yaar. Plan था हमारा. Strategy. One left. I was ready.
New batter, the experienced wicketkeeper batter for South Africa, Sinalo Jefter. Beg your pardon, it's Shangese, the batter.
Right arm over, there's one left.
Shangese, she has played only 6 innings so far in women's ODI cricket. End of the 19th over. South Africa 89 for 3.
जल्दी जल्दी भाग के सामने का 4 पीछे ले लो हल्दी वैसे ही भागेगी वो आज
Sneerana will be bowling her 5th over. Always in between overs there was clear urgency between the Indian fielders. Maybe a sign to make sure that they complete the 20 overs so that a result could be sorted, because we are again seeing black dark clouds hovering around Kittaram.
Understandably, rushing through the overs. Plenty of spin options for India. They're spoiled for choices when it comes to spin. Stay around outside the off stump. Probably some bottom part of the bat. It's nicely played by the new batter. Chengaze. A slight bit of risk involved, but I don't think South Africans have much choice but to go for those risky shots.
The two off spinners bowling in tandem for India. Played up Ishley just for a single. Farvis at the end of the 20th over mark for the loss of 3 wickets. South Africa, the DL Pasco would be 150. So they are well behind the DL Pasco. Dirksen holds the key, in my opinion. If they are to get at least closer to the Indian score, she's the player who can take the long handle.
Beaten, genuinely beaten outside the off stump. 94 for 3.
quick guys जल्दी
Deepthi Sharma to continue. Use the pace. Well, Dirksen. She's gonna get her first boundary.
Intelligent batting. There was a big vacant gap at deep fine leg. She made sure it's not all about pumping down the ground, playing the ball on its merit, play with the field. That was a good, intelligent shot. And the field remains the same. Don't be surprised if Dirksen goes to the same stroke again. Certainly he does. This time, I reckon it'll be second run as well. Timing wasn't so great. Harmanpreet, after back-to-back paddle sweeps, probably will be thinking to operate a short fine leg from short square leg. Looks like a clear example of being reactive than proactive.
Yeah, straight away you're restricting the opponent. South Africa 100 for 3 now. 21st over in progress. Just a single for Dirksen.
I was slightly surprised by Harmanpreet's tactics here, bowling two off spinners against the two righties. Sri Charni and Suchi on debut did bowl really well in their opening spells. Won't be a bad option to bowl against Dickerson. Keep her quiet with the left arm spinner, with both the left arm spinners bowling really well. So maybe Harmanpreet Kaur, being an experienced campaigner, she be thinking right now. Now get a couple of overs from her two left arm spinners and squeeze in the more run rate. Try and get to 9 runs. At the moment it's 8.13.
Yeah, as I said earlier, Dirksen, she's the one who can help South Africa get closer to the Indian score if they are to do it. End of 21 overs, 102 for 3.
चलो चलो अर्लिन
The equation is simple for South Africa. They need 236 runs in 174 balls. Well-known photographer in Sri Lanka, sports photographer, guiding the support staff of the venue. Sri Charani coming back into the attack. Samir Pires have plenty of supporters behind him. Shangese using the sweep to great effect.
Samir Apir is a celebrity photographer. Got many of his fans surrounded him. Getting dark and dark out there. Dirksen, Shangese, trying to build a partnership. It's looking all hard work from here on for South Africa. 1, 2, 3, 7 fans behind him. Samir Pires.
He would have click a lot of pictures of yourself also, Farvis.
Nice, nice.
No, he's not my favorite. He hardly takes mine. I got to force him to.
Coming left arm over to you.
Now she's coming left arm over the wicket, Sri Charani. Just to make sure that Dirksen doesn't get any room. Loud appeal, but very hard to get a leg before wicket dismissal when you're bowling over the wicket, Farvis.
Yeah, spot on, Damit. Clearly pitching outside the leg stump. But I like this move by Harmanpreet, bringing the left arm spinner. But the big question, will Suchi be bought from the other end, the next over? Just to make sure that get that run rate close to 9 runs. Play that psychological game against the South African batters.
We spoke about clouds hovering around Ketarama. It's getting quite dark. I'm not sure how we'll be able to play the entire 50 overs, Farvis. Still have 28.1 overs remaining.
According to our weatherman Roshan Abesingha, he said we'll be okay till about 5:30. So he is hoping and fingers crossed that we can get the full quota of 50 overs. Down the leg side. No fine leg fielder. Easy couple of runs. Shushangaze to end the 22nd over. 106 for 3.
Here's how these two played the first game between these two nations in this Silver Cup Women's Tri-Nation ODI Series 2025. India at that time won the toss and elected to bat first, made 276. South Africa almost chased it down. Farvis, do you reckon that would have been one of the reasons why South Africa opted to bowl first today? Here are the clouds, dark clouds hovering around Ketarama. Valdoyu and Roshan predicts that play could go on till 5:30. It's going to be very hard. Even if it doesn't rain, bad light could come into play.
When the voice of Sri Lanka, Roshan Abesingha, says something, you just got to listen, though you like it or not. You can forget about the weatherman. When Roshan says, you listen. So now it's about South Africa winning the toss, bowling first. A couple of things that they would have definitely considered is that it was a fresh pitch, a bit of moisture on the pitch, and secondly, as you correctly said, the last game South Africa almost won the games chasing it down. So would have played a part of it, and also prediction being for today being raining in the evening would have played a major factor. But overall, I think the majority of the honours have to be given to Indians, the way they batted and they fielded, and now the way they are bowling as well.
Yes, South Africa at the end of that first power play would have justified that decision of bowling first. They picked up 3 wickets, saw some sea movement off the surface, but then as soon as Jemima Rodrigues brought out the sweep, they had no chance. Andrew Dirksen gets another boundary. She's a one player who can take on any bowling attack.
She reminds me a bit of Justin Kemp, if you remember, Damit. Powerfully built, likes to go down the track, uses long arms. When she hits it, it stays hit. And exactly what South Africa need at the moment. Someone to play a blind. For the moment, it looks like Dirksen has the capabilities.
She bisects the field well, gets a couple of runs. In a way, she would be pleased that she didn't time it to perfection. If not, would have hold out to the deep field, because it's never easy clearing the field.
Good bowling by Deetu Sharma. Probably anticipating Dirksen that she'll go over the top, bowling it fuller, not letting Dirksen to get underneath and go over long on or mid wicket. This experienced bowling by Sharma. First with the bat, she's batting so well. Now with the ball, she's bowling some tidy overs. The Indians 116 for 3.
ये बहुत गंदा लगता है मुझे।
Sri Charani to continue from Maligavat end. Dirksen now on 27. These two have added 27 runs off 25 deliveries. They still have a deficit of 60 runs between the runs required from the balls remaining, Farvis. How can they bring it down? That's going to be the question for the Proteas.
A 4, a 6 in an over and 3 to 4 singles. Order of the day for South Africa. It's going to be a tough task. A mountain to climb, but funny things in game of cricket has happened and we've seen it before.
That's one of the boundaries what Farvis were looking for. Shangeze, that's going to be her first boundary in this game. They need to continue to do this, South Africa. Get that odd boundary. But this is what you can't afford. You have to put the loose balls away.
A boundary followed by a single would have been the ideal story. 12 fours and a 6 in the innings so far. But they need is more boundaries. And when they get the boundary, get at least 3 to 4 singles. Be busy. Be proactive. Easier said than done, Damit. But South Africa to win this game, they've got to play out of their skin.
No!
A dot to end Charani's 6th over. South Africa 122 for 3.
On to 2 for 3 of 24 overs. Shankazi is trying her level best to keep this run rate within distance. 12 fours and 1 6 so far. Incidentally, Anisha, there were staggering 44s and 12 sixes in Indian innings. That's nicely played. Very well placed. Running down to the boundary. At least 2. Will they take one on the arm? Yeah, Shankazi, that's good running. Good awareness. Dirksen was not interested but saw her coming. Yeah, he got an extra run. That's good. Batting and good running between wickets.
Good understanding between the two, and Sri Charani keeping the ball in play, but there will be a check as to whether any part of a person did touch the rope. No problems there. Goes for the big swing, doesn't connect much, takes the edge, and it's scurrying towards the third region. Another couple of runs perhaps.
Yeah, the South African batters need every bit of luck.
Dirksen is on her haunches. This Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series has tested the fitness of a lot of these players across all three sides. Cut off the back foot. A strong bottom-handed shot. The South African team, a number of their players of course have taken ill. Karabu Mesu walked off the field in that second game. Suneli's picked up a slight knee concern, but thankfully for South Africa she is playing in this game. Laura Wolfhard of course not playing this fixture because of the same reason, illness. Tasman Brits had to walk off thanks to some cramps after that terrific knock of hers in that opening fixture of South Africa's.
Yeah, one thing that they'll be happy about today's game is that there's hardly any sun. But having said that, it's still close to 30 degrees. It's hot and humid, and yeah, it takes a bit out of you. As you can see, Dirksen straight away called for a drink. Because when you chase a huge total like this, there's a lot of running between involved. Anish.
End of the 25th over, South Africa 130 for 3. Time for a hydration break in the middle. The equation now for South Africa to stay alive in this Tri-Nation ODI series. 200 runs to get off just 150 balls. Clearly a mountain to climb for the women in green.
अच्छा लग रहा है चेंज बोला कम राइट आर्म over.
Another change for India in their bowling ranks. Pratika Rawal being introduced from the media box end. Short ball, swivel pulls this one. Hits straight to Jemima Rodrigues. In fact, it's Shuchi Upadhyay at deep square leg. India have now handed debuts to all three uncapped players they carried into this tour. Kashvi Gautam, N. Sri Charani and Shuchi Upadhyay. Gamini, impressed with all of that?
Yep. I think all three of them look, that's lovely. Magnificent. One of those shots from the old book, Anisha. late cut. You need to have good back foot to play shots like that, and it makes it that much difficult for a bowler and the captain to set a field when you have the ability to let the ball go and play late and get that gap behind point. Yeah, that's a great shot with minimum of ease. They seems to have understood the situation pretty well, both these batters. Anisha, they need to be pretty efficient. Even if you can't score boundary, as you can see, it's taking a toll to Dirksen.
Punched off the back foot by Hanari Dirksen. She looks to be in a spot of bother, taking her time, not really looking perfectly fit as she did during her bowling innings. Flighted Yorker on the 6th stump line. Intelligent ploy. Not much purchase reaped of that though.
Yeah, well fielded. The required run rate has been hovering around that 8.3, 8.25. Once again, dot ball to finish at 26. 137 for 3.
South Africa getting their second 50 at a much quicker rate than the first one, but they still have a very tall ask ahead of them. Now takes the thick edge. Excellent fielding there on the edge of the periphery by Sneh Rana. She's putting her body on the line in more ways than one, as you can amply see with that heavily taped left arm of hers.
Few edges have gone past that area, Anisha. Just wondering whether having that many runs on the board, whether it's viable to have a slip in place. End of the day, more you pick up wickets, you slow the run rate down. It's again miss it towards the onside. We've seen that happening many times from Shangazi. She's trying to play her part in this run chase. Anisha, 23 of 25, at least to be a runner ball there and thereabouts. Hoping that Dirksen can play a big one. Obviously, when you chase a total like 338, you need a couple of batters to come to the fore and get big ones. That's what the Indians did, and Jamima and Deepti Sharma pretty much did the bulk of the scoring. So you run chase, it's even more difficult because you need to have a close eye on the required rate, and still you need 2 or 3 batters to go and get big ones.
Out comes the big hoik. It was well placed, well timed. Brings a much needed boundary for South Africa. Third of the innings for Shangazi there.
Yeah, they're at the stage where you are pretty much required to get a boundary every over and be busy. So boundary and another 3 or 4 runs of the following 5 or the remaining 5 balls will keep your rate around that 8 and 8.5 mark. Oh, that's unlucky, very unlucky. This one a thick outside edge, and that's gone for 4. So suddenly this is a very productive over.
A terrific shot of the back foot that hung back and timed it well enough to get that outside edge. Beat snare runner and Sri Charani with that chase, but in vain. Back-to-back boundaries for Shanghasi.
So it's 1-1-1, 4-4. Well, they'll need few of those overs. Final ball. Idea was right. On another day, Dirksen will be fresh and ready to run for that, but obviously, having scored so many runs, she was very happy to stay and take the strike next over. 148 for 3 after 27.
.27 done. South Africa 148 for 3. And India's physio Kanksha Satyavanshi has sprinted out onto the park to tend to Richa Ghosh, who's lying prostrate right now. Clearly cramps testing her fitness as well. And could be something of a back issue. And it comes after a very good over for South Africa. 2 boundaries in that previous over bowled by Shuchi Upadhyay, who's been on the expensive side on her debut today. The ground staff, meantime, are watching the action from the sidelines. Ever so swift when it comes to tending to covering the grounds as dark clouds loom overhead here at the R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium in Colombo. Tasman Brits, of course, opening with Lara Goodall. Got a start herself. A bit of an uncharacteristic, sedate knock from the senior campaigner Tasman Brits. She did not have the company of regular fellow opener Laura Wolfart, whom South Africa are clearly missing dearly in this chase. Miane Smith, the debutant, oozed a lot of confidence and promise in that 54-ball stay. India's bowlers have mostly been on the money. 3 early strikes, and now it's up to Nondomeso Shanghase and Aneri Dirksen to try and take this chase deep. However much tall the total looks at this juncture, the required run rate inching closer towards 8.5 now. The current run rate, well under 6, and that's clearly a cause of concern, isn't it, Gamini?
Yeah, it would have been okay if you were batting first and you are looking to build a total. But these are the 3 wickets. Manjot Kaur picking up the first one and the second one. This was a vital one. Brits. That was a plan, and they are so happy that the plan has come off. Sharma runs with the bat in hand and a wicket so far. India, a mammoth 337 for 9, Rodrigues 123, and Sharma put up to that massive partnership to boost that total. De Klerk 2 for 54, along with Clark and Laba 2. Smith playing her debut, first match 39. Oh, she was 39. She was out, and I think if South Africa are going to get close to this total, the hand that Dirksen is going to play within the next 10 or 15 overs, it's going to be mighty vital.
Come on, come on!
teasing the outside edge is Pratika Rawal. Two very good deliveries to start her second over. Lots of loop imparted and sharply turning into the right-hander.
You know, that last shot on Asia just shows me that she's tired. The hand came off the handle. She was that much late on the shot, and her face expressions just, there you are.
She's clearly not looking at ease. She's got the big shots, but here she has to play a long innings should South Africa harbour any hopes of getting close to that 338-run target. And even her back foot strokes are bereft of the power that we've seen in the first two innings of hers. Scored a quick fire 20 ball 30 against India at number 7. Followed it up with a very well constructed half century. And a promising knock here too, 37 of 34.
Just a second run in this over. Yeah, Anisha, it's amazing as a cricketer. Sometimes the conditions play a big part. We'll come to that. That's the 150th run for South Africa after 28 overs. Yeah, 188 to win in 132 balls. Still doable, like you mentioned, off air. 7 wickets in hand. Well, they need to go everything their way in order to achieve this. Back on the point we were talking about, you know, conditions play a big part when you try to acclimatize to another country or the conditions, and when the fatigue and the dehydration sets in, it's amazing how the effect that will have on your hand speed, your foot movement, and you know, your thinking patterns, and you know, you can see clearly. I mean, Dirksen played a fantastic hand in that first game in India, got 276 and kept single-handedly South Africa in the run chase. But there you are. It's not so fluent, is she?
And South Africa will do well to remember how Sri Lanka took their innings deep against India in that humdinger of a finish. Both these batters need to keep themselves on the park in the middle. Nicely cut. Jemima Rodrigues with the chase. Hairs onto it very quickly. One of the quickest and most agile fielders in India. And good to see her on the park, despite staying on the field with the bat in hand for close to 2.5 hours during that 123-run knock of hers.
They are dealing in singles. 153. Required rate 8.67. They need a boundary every over from here on end. And yep. There you are. It's getting darker. It's gloomier. Monisha, and they are at least what, 22 behind the Duckworth-Lewis score at this stage. So they need few big hits. That is, if you're anticipating that there'll be an early finish. 29 overs, 155 for 3. Single off the first ball. We've had 2 overs without a boundary, and yeah, they can't go for long. For those who are watching at home, it might be still clear pictures. That is thanks to proper.com, a quick one, but I'll tell you, it's darker than you think, and yeah, light is deteriorating every minute.
The DLS pass score now 187, and South Africa are 31 runs behind as they complete the 157th run of this chase.
I'll tell you what, Shangazi did the right thing. She's running for everything, and there was a second run, but I'm not too sure whether Dirksen wants the second run.
Swivel pulls again, but there's no power in that. Possibly a reflection of how Dirksen is feeling. South Africa need to dig deep, keep this chase alive, not let shoulders drop just yet. Lunged forward, but straight to Amanjot Kaur at sweeper cover.
Yeah, Shangazi looks a very strong bottom hand player. You can see how she is holding the bat too. Out! Comfortably taken by Harleen Dio. Yeah, she'll be very disappointed with that one. It was in the slot, but didn't get the elevation she wanted, and the distance for that matter. So just got inches off the boundary line. A comfortable catch, and there goes the 4th wicket. Well, you can see the reaction, the disappointment and the fatigue.
That's the first wicket in the game for part-time off-spinner Pratika Rawal. Went for the big hoik into the leg side and ended up bowling out straight to Harleen Diol at long on. Nandumisu Shangasi departs for a runner ball 36. South Africa 159 for 4. India put on quite the statement with the bat after losing the toss. Jemima Rodrigues' second ODI century, a 101 ball, 123, becoming the centerpiece of their batting innings. Deepti Sharma with a superlative 93 before, of course, came Smriti Mandhana, got her first 50 of this tour, and that set India up for their 5th highest total in ODIs in women's international cricket. In response, South Africa a bit tame, 159 for 4.
Yeah, we've seen some fabulous hitting in this match, and this is all Jemima Rodrigues. It was quite an efficient innings. There were plenty of singles, but there were 12 fours. See how she maneuvers her bat 360 degrees. They have a top hand, bottom hand playing late. Swiping across the onside. That's as good a shot you will see using the top hand. And so was that one. There were a few inside out shots, pretty difficult. Reverse sweeps. Well, and there was some touch, elegance, power, and placement.
Been quite the year already for Jemima Rodrigues. 200s to her name. First to of her international career. And this has been the better of the 200s in my view. A look at how the teams are placed right now. India on course to their spot ceiling win, potentially. They're playing their final round robin fixture, perched atop the table nicely with 2 wins out of 3. South Africa on the brink of elimination. If they're not able to eke out a victory today, their match against Sri Lanka on May the 9th will be a dead rubber, meaning both Sri Lanka and India will be through to the finals, and we might see a rematch of the 2024 Women's Asia Cup final, albeit played in the T20 format, with Sri Lanka having come out on top. India's middle order left-hander Deepti Sharma brought out the fireworks, plundered the offside, a number of sweep shots, and of course keeping the scoreboard ticking, put on 100 runs and more with Jemima Rodrigues. Couple of lusty blows, 2 maximums to her name, both down the ground. Came off the middle of the bat, something that should inject a lot of self-belief, because Deepti Sharma is known as that utility player, and India has longed for a knock like this from her. Has been a reliable campaigner with the bat in the past, and she needs to deliver knocks like this more often for India. All right, time for play to resume. Oh, a misfield. And that is going to allow for a second run to be taken. A bit sloppy from N.Sri Charani, patrolling the backward point region.
So 30 overs completed, 161 for 4.
No, he's turning. It's okay. We'll do better now. Yeah, that is middle. Thank you. Chal. Oh, lovely, Aditi, lovely. क्या बात है? क्या बात है?
So South Africa 161 for 4 after 30.1 overs. Dirksen 42 of 39, looking good once again. She's had a couple of good knocks in this tournament so far.
Well, I think they've got a mountain to climb in terms of runs, and the light is something that they're up against. Asking rate is now almost 9 runs and over.
Slightly towards you.
Jafta is the new batter. Strike rate is not great. That's not inspiring. Not even in the average. So South Africa needs Jafta to stand up and just come up with something special.
She needs to play that role that Deepti Sharma played alongside Jemima, doesn't she? Just give Dirksen the strike, let her do a bulk of the scoring.
Doesn't seem to have the credentials to do that. Padhyay has gone for a few runs, but in between she's bowled some good deliveries. But with every dot ball, that run rate is going to climb, and Dirksen's got a real Herculean task here. It's not easy for her to do what is expected of her. And she actually South Africa's last one.
Big responsibility on the shoulders of such a young player. She's shown so much promise. The DLS pass score 205, so South Africa well behind that as well.
See, you spoke about the responsibility she has as a young player, but these are the moments that they want to be involved in, because in bigger stages, higher stages, such challenges, such requirements might befall them. So this is a very good experience for her, Dirksen. So it's up to her to showcase what she's capable of. Missed out. That is not great. Missed out. They'll be happy with a single. 31 done. South Africa 165 for 4.
So there's going to be a change of bowling from the Indians. They are bringing in Smriti Mandana to bowl the 32nd over. Not used that frequently in the limited overs game.
Well, I think it's a perfect time for India to experiment, to find out what their bowlers could do and how useful they can turn out to be. That balls just seem to be bowling with a leg spin that goes on with the arm, and that just first delivery went through quite nicely.
Mandana obviously a very elegant batter and gets a lot of runs, but I think the biggest smile you'll see on her face is when she's got the ball in hand.
Well, I'm not so sure why she's got to be smiling, and she could afford to smile because Dirksen missed out on a fairly friendly short delivery. Now, what South Africa would want is, and that's the shorter side. Let me tell you now, what South Africa want is runs of shots like that, balls like that. But this is a very good shot for Jafta. She gets a boundary, a much needed boundary for South Africa.
Yeah, they have to capitalize on this. Mandana has not bowled in this tournament so far, doesn't bowl a lot in international cricket. So when she gives you those loose deliveries, you have to capitalize. Dirksen missed out over the previous delivery, but Jafta, nice shot over extra.
Little chip down to backward square leg for another single. So now South Africa's hope is to keep an eye on the runs versus balls. They got to now convert this and start playing this like a T20 game, where you'll be focusing on that and you'll try hard to reduce the gap between runs and balls, and this is good fielding. That was 4. Really good fielding at mid-off. End of the over. 173 for 4. Interesting comparison at this stage, or not comparison, but interesting numbers to look at is runs versus balls and how much South Africa need of how many. And look at that, 16 fours and 1 6 compared to what India showed when they were having the bat in hand.
Yeah, also interesting, I think, Roshan, to see who South Africa have to come in next. They've got Sunelus, Chloe Tryon, Nadine de Klerk. You have to wonder why someone like Jafta has come out. You saw her record, not that promising. She's had a couple of opportunities over the last couple of years, but certainly you would have expected one of Luz or Tryon to come in next.
In fact, what surprised me that even Sunelus didn't bowl. She bowled only 3 overs, but she's someone who's got the most number of 5-wicket hauls for South Africa. So why didn't she bowl? So there have been a few baffling decisions. And the decision you're talking about, where she's batting late, it seemed to be justified with shots like this by Jafta. She's been given the license. She's been told to go out there and play a few shots and bring this asking rate down.
Yeah, great shot once again. No one in the deep at long off. Jafta just hits it through the line. Couple of boundaries for her in the last 2 overs. Definitely give her some confidence.
Well, sensible cricket here. Really sensible cricket. They should be looking for 2. They'll come back for 2. So they've got 6 runs of the first 3 deliveries. They need to maintain this momentum. South Africa will look to try and break this down to little targets. 160 runs of 104 balls, 158. So the gap is 54, still quite considerable. But can they continue to reduce it? Good cricket. They've got almost a run of every ball after that dot of the first delivery.
Yeah, they're going to have to get those boundaries in nearly every over, aren't they? We saw that from India with Jemima Rodrigues. Deepti Sharma were able to hit those boundaries quite easily in those last 15 to 20 overs. That's what South Africa need as well. So that's the end of Padhyay's 9th over. 33 gone. South Africa won 81 for 4. So South Africa needing 157 to win in 102 deliveries. It's going to be a tall order for the South African batting lineup. Smriti Mandhana to continue with her second over. She went for 8 of her first. Wasn't the best of overs, but South Africa unable to capitalize. Let's see how she goes. Single to start off for Jafta.
Right, get Dirksen on strike, but she's now down to a runner ball. 47 of 47. Jafta has been the one who's looking to take the bowling on. So is this a change in roles? That's the question.
Certainly Jafta has seemed like the more aggressive partner in this partnership. Dirksen, you'd think South Africa would want her to bat as long as possible. It's a good shot. Good fielding in the deep. Jemima Rodrigues, as usual, so quick to get to the ball. Gets that throw in quickly as well. So only one of that for Dirksen.
Well, dot balls, you could see, look at the reaction of Mandhana. Straight away, you could see that she was very, very happy to see that dot ball being bowled. Just keep an eye as the ball is missed. See that? You saw her left hand? Where she's just celebrating within her. That's a wide. So they know they're trying to build those dots, trying to bowl it a little bit slower. Just the batting hasn't been all that easy. In fact, Upadhyay's one delivery gripped. Can't find the gap on the offside.
This will be frustrating for the South Africans because they know that Mandhana is very much a part-time option. Their inability to get runs off her definitely puts some pressure.
And India and Mandhana will be pleased with what's happening. She's bowling the odd dot and she's conceding only singles. And ideally South Africa should be looking to take boundaries off her, at least 1 or 2 and over. And that's adding insult to injury. She can't get it past the short fine leg. Very good over from Smriti Mandhana. It's 185 for 4.
South Africa needing 153 to win of 16 overs. Deepti Sharma will come into the attack. She's picked up 1 for 26, gone for a bit of runs, but that wicket was crucial for India's cause. Such a valuable option, Roshan, for India, batting in that middle order, getting runs. She's a brilliant fielder as well, and then she can come in, bowl at different times of the innings as well.
And bowl dots like that at a time when South Africa needs all the runs in the world. To get to this, they need to make sure that their run rate is up. Now she started off with 2 dots. What I like about her is that she's very clever with the way she varies her line and length, the pace she bowls. She looks loopy, but she can be quite deceptive because she's got good arm speed. With that arm speed, she tends to deceive the batter. And look at what she's done here, Estelle. She's bowled 3 deliveries, precious deliveries for only 1 run.
You're a really smart cricketer. As I said, such a utility player for India. Can fit into any type of role that you want her to. As we mentioned when she was batting, she's batted in the top order as well. Now bats in the middle order. Does the finishing role on occasion as well. Then with the ball, she can bowl in every phase. And as you rightly mentioned, is not someone who gives away a lot of runs.
Very clever. I like what I see with her. She's extremely subtle with her changes. And she has been a difficult bowler to score runs off. And at a time when South Africa are desperate for boundaries, you find a Deepti Sharma coming on and building dots.
Yeah, you have to think that one of these batters has to really go for it now. There's no more time to sit and wait. They've got a couple of batters back in the pavilion as well who can come in Chloe Tryon and Sunilus. So there's no point sticking around. They need to go for it now. 35 overs done. South Africa 188 for 4.
You were good. Yeah, yeah. Here you go.
Right, 150 off 90 balls, exactly 10 runs and over. Estelle, question for you. I know we are not the adjudicators. It is the match referee's job, but I'm going to ask you. In the event India wins this game, if South Africa wins, then it has to be a special effort by somebody from South Africa. So this question might be posed to you differently. But if India wins, who will be your player of the match? To me, there are 2 contenders, very strong contenders. We'll come to that after this first delivery from Charani. Oh, given! For a moment I thought that was sliding down the leg side. But not the umpire. Her decision is what matters, not mine. So my question is being delayed, but let's focus on this dismissal.
Yeah, it looked to just slide straight with the arm. It's a close one. Close one could be clipping the leg stump. Umpire Nimali. Pereira gives it out. So Charani strikes for the first time. 1 for 23 her figures stand. So Sinola Jafta gone for 21 off 20.
188 for 5. And just getting back to that dismissal, I think I take it back. It looked much tighter and closer than what I thought. My first reaction, I felt it was sliding down the leg side. It was not to be. So Charani strikes. So this is the standing captain, Tryon, who comes out. Well, she'll need to move on. She's a powerful striker, I'll tell you. She's a strong girl and can hit the long ball. She joins Turkson, who's made 49 or 50. She's fallen slightly behind that run rate. Just look at that. The wet towels are being brought out because it's a positive, though we don't have the sun out here still. It must be very, very humid.
Yeah, the players are not finding it easy, are they? Whether it's the Indian players or the South Africans, just struggling with the heat and humidity out there. To be fair, it's not comfortable conditions for a local either, so it's bound to be tough for someone coming from South Africa. Those are Tryon's numbers, 31 years of age, nearly 2,000 runs in 88 innings. That strike rate is the one thing that you have to look at, 99.07. It's a fabulous one to have in the women's game at the moment, particularly in ODI cricket. But she'll have to do much more if South Africa are going to get close to this target.
She's made 92, so she can bat deep, she can bat long. So can she continue it here? Can she repeat it? Straight away you could see that first delivery, lower arm, push through quickest right. So my question to you is, who will be the player of the match?
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, two contenders, right? Deepti Sharma, obviously, that finishing knock that she played, and of course has been really good with the ball. But for me, it's got to be Jemima Rodrigues, 123 of 110. Just the impetus she brought into that innings, that's the wicket for Sri Charani. Looked like it would be clipping leg stump, wouldn't it? To get back to Jemima, just the kind of energy she imparts into that middle order and the way she did it today, particularly as wickets had fallen early and India were under a bit of pressure, you just have to go with her, don't you?
I think there's a lot of merit in what you say. I mean, supporters of Deepti Sharma might beg to differ by the way she played, especially the way she finished things off, the last 10 overs where there was so much of very good at quick runs at good rate, and then her bowling. She has a slight advantage because she bowls as well, and nicely driven. That is really well timed, might beat the fielder. Good effort, but that is just unable to pull it in, but 100% for that effort on the part of the fielder. End of the over, 192 for 5.
Match number 5. South Africa need something out of the box here to get back on track. 192 for 5, 14 overs remaining. So we're talking about 84 balls. Continues. Dirksen will play the key role here on how close South Africa get to this target. He's already got 49 off 51, closing in on a half century. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough call, Aisha. They need some very big overs. It's almost 10 runs and over now.
Yeah, it's slipping out of South Africa's hands, isn't this? Deepti Sharma is pushing Dirksen onto the back foot, grabbing her for space. But this has been a decent knock under pressure on the part of Aneri Dirksen. Swivel pulls this time, and that will bring up her second ODI half century. Dirksen has toiled and toiled hard today in Colombo, and she's delivered under pressure yet again.
Sent it at number 4, not a position that is customized to her, and asked the given the owners to try and bring South Africa back into the game. You need to give her due credit because almost a runner ball 50 under the circumstances. So let's see what Treon can be as a suffering. But I like the way Sharma's bowled, mixing things up, good length, knowing the lines exactly to bowl, changing from over the wicket to round the wicket on the strength of the batter. So this is good cricket from the Indians.
She's a street smart, all-dimensional player, isn't Deepti Sharma? Charges down the track, Chloe Treon, but Deepti feels well of her own bowling. End of the 37th, South Africa 193 for 5.
So this is Dirksen. She started off with a huge 6 downtown and then a paddle sweep, then just kept things going. She was not afraid to come down the track. Those long levers definitely. Now attention to Dirksen after reaching that half century. Are we having some problem with the spine, Anisha?
Looks like it. tall fast bowler. Bowled today as well. Wasn't really a standout performer with the ball, but she did bring out a couple of those bouncers. And it's never easy, especially being a woman and being a fast bowler, because of course the psychological changes that women go through every month. Not something that's often talked about, but it is something that female players contend with. And a look at how South Africa have gone about in this chase of theirs. 193 on the board, half their side back in the hut. But Aneri Dirksen is holding fort in the middle. An impressive knock from Shangasi. Similar enterprising stuff from the debutant Miane Smith, but neither going on to convert that into something more meaningful and substantial. Stand-in skipper leading the team today in the absence of Laura Wolfart is Chloe Tryon, and she's got a lot of big hitting muscle, mind you. So if she comes out all guns blazing, we might have some impetus injected towards the closing overs.
You never know, but it's a tough call. Almost 11 runs in over. To sustain 11 runs in each over is not going to be a challenge, especially now with Dirksen getting some repairs done to herself, and Tyrone just in. It's going to be a challenge for the South Africans. And this is the Indian bowling so far. 7 bowlers used, 2 wickets for Kaur, 1 apiece for Charani, Sharma and Raval. But I thought Charani has been the most impressive. 3.86 economy. She's tightened things up.
Been a good tour this for Enshri Charani, the left arm spinner. Has been amongst the wickets. Sneh Rana, of course, the leading wicket taker. Hasn't got any today, but we know what she can do. 1 over, all it takes for her to change the momentum in India's favour, as we saw in that first game. A 3-wicket over at the death turned the game on its head against South Africa. South Africa eventually falling short by 15 runs.
Now, a similar thing happened in the first game between South Africa and the Indian team. So these are the wickets to fall. That is the first to go, or picking up the first one. She also picked up the second. Then a mistimed pull shot went down the throat of the fielder at mid-wicket. And, well, that was playing down the wrong line. And again, trying to clear the infield, not successful. And this is the final. Might have been very close. But umpire Nimali thought that might go on to hit the stumps. Dirksen's back. And it's going to be Charani to start a fresh over.
Gives it the charge, and that's a clean strike from Aneri Dirksen. Stand and deliver, despite the many odds she's battling physically.
Well, she did go through the infield. Good clean hit. But look what... She looks to be struggling. She looks to be struggling again. She's really finding it difficult out there. But that is a good clean hit, as you said. It's always important how you plant that left leg when you want to clear the infield. On that occasion, she was opening it up.
She's a fine athlete, mind you. Comes with a strong multi-sport background, dabbled in hockey, netball, athletics before committing to cricket. Late in her degree, which she pursued in teaching, so she's a qualified teacher.
Well, that's what they need to be doing. They need to follow the boundaries with the singles, keep the scoreboard ticking. Now,
yeah, good running between the wickets. We know she's running out of fuel, but it's good to see the diligence she's putting in this knock of hers, grafting it almost.
and this time Theron decides to go downtown and gets a boundary. This is turning out to be a good over for the South Africans. They need a lot more of this.
Exquisite timing that from Chloe Tryon, the stand-in skipper. Just a couple of spicks and off it went over the bowler's head.
She had made up her mind before the bowlers told them I'm going to come down the track. Mid on and mid off, up in the circle, gets the maximum out of it.
Yeah, lovely ball. Yeah, अच्छा है.
Approach this like a T20 now. Both established names in this particular format. T20s. Chloe Tryon, of course, plays for the Mumbai Indians in the WPL, has plied her trade in other tournaments as well.
Yeah, ball.
They only get one, but it's been a good over. It's turned out to, they got the 10 runs in this over. So if you really look at it, Anisha, the South Africans need almost 2 runs off every ball.
That gives them the license to fire all cylinders at this juncture. They really have nothing to lose. They are staring at an early elimination from the contest here at the Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series. And with 2 batters of the caliber of Chloe Tryon and Anneli Dirksen in the middle, why not try and push India on the back foot?
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't agree with you more. Take your chances. So, Deepti Sharma has decided to go round the wicket to Dirksen, so not allowing her that leverage to go downtown because of that angle that she's creating against the right hand.
Big backswing on that stroke from Anneli Dirksen. No runs conceded. And she's holding her back every now and then, isn't she?
She looks to be struggling. It's not going to be easy for her to be playing those pull shots if she's got a very bad back.
But she's got a very mature head on her shoulders. All of 24 years. Grew up on a farm in Beaufort West. Didn't have electricity or TV for the best part of her teenage. Cricket came through her through newspapers. And her first memory of watching cricket on TV was South Africa's appearance in the 2017 ODI World Cup in England, which they lost to the hosts. But she found an idol in Marizanne Cup, who I tell you, South Africa are missing dearly on this assignment of theirs. Their premier all-rounder.
This is a good comeback over. Sharani went for 10, but Deepti Sharma has steadied things and bowled a very good over. 39 done, 206 for 5. Change in the bowling. The only seamer that we've seen from the Indians is brought back. Kaur, I think she bowled decently well at the start. Picked up 2 for 28 from 5, which is decent on a surface like this for a fast bowler.
Definitely an impressive performance. Came into the starting 11 and came straight into the wickets column. Hails from Mohali. Used to play for Chandigarh, now plies her trade for Punjab on the domestic circuit. Harish Tryon onto the back foot. Punched for a single to kickstart Amanjot Kaur's second spell.
She's not that tall in stature, so she would not get that bounce that you would expect a fast bowler. But she bowls in good areas, good line. Reminds me of a little bit of a Bhuvaneswar Kumar style of bowling.
We've heard a lot about Rishabh Pant, Sandagopalan, Ramesh, and now Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, hey?
Yeah, or maybe a little bit of Vinay Kumar, if you really look at the way the run up.
I would go more for a Megan Shoot. The Australia women's pacer relies more on her change of pace, one of the best exponents of the cutters there is in world cricket right now. Lots of women in attendance today. Good to see that in the stands. Spooned up into the leg side. Should fall safe. Falls in no woman's land, should I say that?
Yeah, you normally call it in no man's land, but now it's going to be said no woman's land. And it's nice to see a few spectators coming in to watch this game, especially when Sri Lanka is not playing today.
You know, when should actually they come to the stadium and watch Sri Lankan action? It's the final, because they look well set to make the title clash, and so do India, don't they? With South Africa likely to be eliminated today, it's going to be an India versus Sri Lanka final on Sunday, May the 11th.
Yeah, and a dead rubber on the 9th, if that happens, Sri Lanka versus South Africa.
The required run rate for South Africa now, 12.58. The DLS pass score, 254. South Africa well behind both.
Good from Kaur. As long as you don't give boundaries, India will be quite happy just to give the single around, because they got things under control. And with Dirksen struggling,
Yeah, nail-biting stuff indeed on swing in the middle, reflective of the scenes just Fisher from the dugout, the South African dugout there. Initially thought of giving it the charge, but decided against it. Will take just a single run of the last ball. End of the 48, South Africa 210 for 5.
South Africa need 128 from 60 balls. Required run rate beyond 12 runs, almost 13. And Onisha, even on a T20 format, that's a bit of a tough task.
It's T10 now, just 60 balls remaining. They've got to bat out of their skin. South Africa. They would rue the absence of their captain, missed out due to illness, not something that you can have a lot of control over. So really unfortunate for South Africa.
This time, Dirksen goes downtown, and that's one bounce into the boundary for 4. Taking on Rana. She is struggling. She is definitely struggling. If South Africa are to have some glimpse of some outside chance, Dirksen needs to go on. There you go. That's a good clean hit.
Well, she wants to inspire South African women's cricket like her idol, Siya Kolisi, the Springboks captain, has done for rugby. And here she's playing a log that is reflective of what she brings to the table as a very promising pace bowling all-rounder, the ICC Emerging Cricketer of the Year 2024.
But South Africa will take all this experience that they gain. This time again, she comes down, but this time finds a fielder. So we'll take this very seriously, because they'll take it very important, because they're coming in for a World Cup in India at the end of the year.
Yes, they've had a few very good finishes at ICC events in the recent past across both ODI and T20I formats. Oh, a big lofted drive, and that goes all the way. Excellent shot from Chloe Tryon, the stand-in skipper.
You did mention that she can bag a thump, and that's exactly what she's done. Managing to get underneath that and cleared it well. Got good bat on that. Good part of the bat. And it just kept going, going, and going. So now we got almost 11 of Rana's over. We had a boundary, a 6, a single, 2 balls remaining. Oh, just single. 12 of the over, 1 more ball remaining. What does Dirksen do? Go big?
Or go home. Easy choice there. Go big or go bust. Well, she did look like wanting to resort to that former option. Couple of skips down the track, but just nudged it into the leg side, seeing that Rana had darted in short. End of the 41st over, South Africa 223 for 5.
$115 from 54. We're down to a T10 format now if South Africa are to get to this target. The lights held up the way it has been for the past 1 to 1.5 hours.
Looks really gloomy. Isn't behaving like that. The heavens, really. Drill down the ground. India's physio has been on standby. She has been keeping company, keeping the players company in the deep. Anybody stationed at deep square leg or sweeper cover will have the company of Akanksha Satyavanshi. Flicked into the leg side. Was there a bit of a nutmeg? Tryon can't help but have a chuckle herself.
But I think Kaur saw Tryon coming down the track and followed her. She was looking for room.
They know each other very well. Both Amanjot Kaur and Chloe Tryon play for the Mumbai Indians, the most successful WPL franchise led by none other than the India captain Harmanpreet Kaur. So there's a lot of friendly banter also going on in the middle, I can tell you. The second bouncer from Amanjot Kaur, short-statured Amanjot Kaur we've seen in this game, and both times it has elicited loud pearls of laughter from the Indian infield.
Yeah, look at that. Yeah, but she was bowling into the pitch on that. She was trying to bowl a cutter. She was going into the surface. There you go. But that was a real half-tracker. Again, change of pace. That's what she needs to be doing more often. Keep the batter guessing all the time, not allowing them to get underneath those deliveries. This has been a good over. I thought Kaur's bowl made a good comeback after that previous over.
Yeah, three-dimensional, streetwise player she is. Has worked a lot. Under coach Nagesh Gupta, has been a key figure in her constant rise on the domestic circuit. Got her maiden international call-up in January 2023 against South Africa.
That's a wide again, trying to bowl into that surface. That's what she's trying to do. That's a good ploy, especially going into the deep end of the game. Take the pace off the ball, bowl it into the surface. There you go. She's really not getting that length right.
Yeah, the intent was interesting.
and should be commended. The execution wasn't on point.
And this time, Tran goes big and gets another maximum. This is not over yet, Anisha. This is not over yet.
From an entertainment point of view, Chloe Tryon is delivering the batting pyrotechnics. Came off the middle of the bat and was intercepted by the ground staff. A terrific looking stroke that. Whoa. Play on a miss. Amanjot is wondering whether there was anything that came by way of a fine edge. None there whatsoever. End of the 42nd over. South Africa 233 for 5.
Come on, girl.
So India versus South Africa. This is match number 5. South Africa need 105 from 48. 8 overs remaining. I would still say we got a game on hand. The DLS fast score is 271. I don't think they will be worried much about that at the moment. They will want to try and get the 12 to 13 runs per over.
Two batters who can inject a lot of muscle and ferocity out there in the middle. Looks like we have attendance from South Africa as well. Yeah, good to see some family, perhaps, of the visiting South African side. There have been parents and friends of the Indian players in attendance for this game too.
If you check the average age, it's a relatively young South African side.
A team in transition. Their captain just turned 26. Regular captain Laura Wolfart has been one of those prodigies who's made good on her early promise. Spooned up and should be falling short of Hurleen Dial. But they're taking their chances, aren't South Africa? Because they have to. They really don't have any other choices at this point.
No option. Take your chances. And if it works, it comes your way, take it. That's how they'll have to go about it. But at the moment, it's not really coming on as I expected. They get one good over, but then they go back in the next one. They need to be consistent with it. A little bit of innovation, but I think South Africa has done this even with the men's team, isn't it? They've always tried to bring in young captains into their side. Let's look at that again. Attempted reverse sweep, not getting contact. I can remember they brought in Graham Smith as a very young captain into the South African men's team at a very young age when they had more senior players.
Goes for the sweep shot, balloons it towards Sneh Rana. There was a chance of a run out. Wasn't a direct hit, which means Duxon will survive. They're trying those big shots, but not getting them off the middle of the bat.
It's the pace that Charani is bowling, isn't it? She's not allowing the batter to really... You can see even that Tran was looking for that. She was searching for that ball.
Loud and early call for a single. And a very impressive spell this from Enshri Charani. Just 39 conceded of what's soon going to be her 9 overs. And that wicket she got off Sunalo Jafta, the wicket keeper. Important scalp.
This time comes down the track, but will only find the fielder at long off. There's another single. It's a fantastic over from Charani. She ends her 9th and it's 43 done. It's 237 for 5.
ये होकर 94 हो जाएगा, ये डालने के बाद 34 हो जाएगा.
So South Africa needed 101 runs in 42 deliveries. Henry Dirksen, of course, the key 68 of 73 she's got. Struggling a bit with the heat. She's had water breaks basically every other over.
Yeah, they've been on the field where India scored 337 runs in hot and muggy conditions. Now they have to do everything with the bat in hand. But I like this ST. They're not going to die wandering. They're having a red hot crack at this mammoth total. Rana's got 4 overs against the 2 right-handers. That's in the gap, at least one here. Oh, that's no, it's a call. They have the second run, but you can understand why Dirksen sent Tryon back.
Yeah, that's what's going to make this chase even more challenging. The fact that it's going to be a struggle for someone like Dirksen to run those 2s and 3s.
They take nothing away from that. Oh, that's gone a long way. Yeah, that's out of here. That's why she didn't want to run the second one.
What a fabulous shot from Henry Dirksen. Just clears her front foot, comes down the track. That's gone a long, long way over the boundary. Such a powerful strike off the ball.
Yeah, even the top hand coming off the handle, she still had enough power. Bit quicker from Rana. Yeah, she doesn't want to give enough time for Dirksen. She might be looking to increase her speed a little bit. What's the difference between the runs and the balls, ST? Yeah, nearly. Oh, that's gone. Another, very similar. Gone. Even longer. That's a huge hit. Another maximum. Well, South Africa, that was bowled behind the crease too.
So South Africa turning it on in this over against Rana, who's been the most successful bowler for India in this tournament. Hasn't picked up a wicket here. Chloe Tryon on this occasion, and much further than that 6 from Dirksen as well.
Well, it's a huge risk getting the off spinner on against the 2 right-handers. Both these girls can pack a punch. Oh, but the cat and mouse games are taking place. But good to see smiles all around, including the batter, the keeper, the bowler, the umpire. Some of these girls play together in the WPL ST, so they know about each other. That's up in the air, but in the gap, fortunately. So 15 off this over with 1 delivery to go. If they can have 2 or 3 overs in this nature, well, this is go down to the wire, I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's exactly the kind of over South Africa needed to kind of kick-start this attack. Still 86 needed of 37 deliveries.
That's over the point fielder. It'll be another boundary. What an over this is. Rana has done some majestic things in this competition, but these 6 balls, she has been pulverized to all corners. 1-6, 1-6, 1-4, 19 off. South Africa 2-5-6 for 5. So they started over ST. I was thinking these two batters need about 10 sixes. They got 2 out of it. So in the next 36 balls, if they can come up with another 6 or 8, that's well bowled. Saw her coming, and that was a lot quicker. Didn't give her the length.
Yeah, way to simplify it, Gamini. Just 6 more sixes or 8 more sixes, and they're almost through.
Yeah, the difference between runs and balls remaining, it's around 40 odd. Yeah, she's trying her heart out here, Dirksen. She's against a very, very smart customer in Sharma. In the context of the game, those are good figures. 1 for 34 into her 8th over. Yeah, she's not looking to turn the ball or flight it at this stage. She's going to dart it towards that block hole, not giving any let for any of these batters to get underneath.
Yeah, that's the value of someone like Deepti Sharma, isn't it? She can be a wicket-taking option, looping the ball up, tempting the batters to go after her, but also be that containment option where she's able to get the ball in the block hole, not give any space away to the batters to clear the boundary.
Once again, terrific length. This is the experience that you have playing that WPL in these situations, ST. You play cricket year in, year out in these situations, and it gives you so much of experience and knowledge how to handle and read, being match smart, situational awareness. It's amazing how the way that women's cricket have come up in the world these days, and this has been a good over. Oh, wow. She was looking to get outside the line, full toss. That's a terrific over in the context. Just the 4 runs that over. 45 gone, 260 for 5.
So South Africa needing 78 of 30 deliveries, 78 of 5 overs is what they need to keep themselves in contention for that final on Sunday. It's looking like an uphill task, but given the two batters at the crease right now, Arnery Dirksen, Chloe Tryon, and how they've batted so far, it's still a possibility, Gamini.
Mathematically it is, but theoretically and practically I'm not too sure the way these two batters are Yeah, I think she's got her money worth in this tour. The physios, the masseurs, and tough conditions, trying conditions. Well, we've got Amanjot Kaur. She's got 3 overs, 2 for 42 so far. Oh, boulder. Yeah, it just shows. She tried her heart out, but at some point, something has to give in. Yeah, capital E for effort. Amanjot disturbs the stumps.
Yeah, just keeping it simple, Amanjot. Keeps it straight, keeps a good line and length. Dirksen just plays all round it. Disappointing end to another good innings in this competition. 81 of 80. South Africa 260 for 6. So Nadine de Klerk, the new batter in for South Africa, can hit the ball a distance as well. But once again, a massive, massive challenge ahead of her.
Yeah, the fact is that she doesn't have a lot of time to get settled. She needs to have a go at it from the very first ball. Oh, lovely, lovely piece of work. Yeah, she's been quite impressive. Amanjot Kaur had the responsibility of opening the bowling. Picked up a wicket very early with the new ball. Those are the stats for de Klerk. Best score of 60. Yeah, strike rate. She'll have to improve on that in this innings if South Africa to get close to that total. And yeah, Amanjot wickets with the new ball, and she has shown us that she can be a weapon with the older ball as well. That's in the gap. Once again, very well done. Another factor that India have outplayed South Africa is the fielding, particularly the ground fielding. And yeah, when you chase a total like this, even a mighty one, that kind of fielding effort on, well, this is the last wicket. Yeah, certainly India's fielding have been way ahead of the South Africans.
It's not something that you hear that often, is it? But India certainly have been better, particularly as you said, the ground fielding. That's a good shot from Chloe Tryon, finds the gap, but once again, just the single for the South Africans.
Another terrific over this. We got off the first ball. Dot 1-1. Yeah, plenty of runs, plenty of wickets. ST, it's very good entertainment for whoever is present here today. You know, normally in these women's matches, you know, you don't get as good as conditions like this, international venues, and see, there have been some high-scoring games, and apart from that very first game, where Sri Lanka, the rain-shortened game, but no, it's 200 plus scores now. Today 300. Yeah, it's great entertainment.
Up in the air, but it's falling in no man's land. This time they pick up 2.
Lovely.
So that's a good end to the over, but Amanjot, she's been fabulous today. 3 for 47 in 8. South Africa 265 for 6 in 46.
Studies next time, yeah.
Yeah, we are nearly 5:30 this evening, and it's quite gloomy. It's 5:23. But 4 overs to go. Sharma once again, great length right into that block hole. Yeah, South Africa are not going to lose any admirers today, ST. You know, very often when you chase a total like 337, you can lose your way in the middle, and you know, everything can collapse on you, and you can face a big defeat. But they kept on trying, and they're still mathematically in it. But you know, it's a tall mountain to climb.
Easy, Teju. Yeah, they've batted really well. I think it's just 338 is such a massive total to charge down. It's never going to be easy, and you have to go right from the beginning. Not to forget, they're missing their captain Laura Woolford today. She's not in the 11. They don't have Marizan Cap. I say that. She finds the boundary. Nadine de Klerk with that sweep. Able to pierce the gap, just find that vacant space on the leg side. A much needed boundary for South Africa.
Yeah, you mentioned that those two players will be available for the World Cup, won't they? South Africa. So, you know, incidentally, these two teams, India ranking 3rd, South Africa 4th in women's cricket. So, they'll be looking to make that knock. Oh, that's another good hit. That is a big one. We've seen some big sixes today. 5 sixes in the Indian innings with staggering 44s. 40 times they went to the fence, and 23 fours for South Africa, and that's the 6th six, and it's over the cow corner.
Yeah, just to pick up on your point that you made about conditions, it's great to see these batting friendly conditions in the women's game. As you mentioned, sometimes you tend to get a lot more slow tracks around the world, but it's good to see big scores, and it's good to see chasing teams also getting close to those totals. We've seen a couple of good chases from Sri Lanka. South Africa got really close to India in that first game. They've given them a good fight here as well. It's been good to watch.
That's in the gap as well. That'll be 4. After a terrific over by Sharma, the previous one. This is a very good over for South Africa. They'll have to go at this rate for the next 3 overs, ST. 15, 17 runs coming off it. So right now the current rate required is around 18. So it's quite dark, I'll tell you. Umpires may be thinking, well, no one wants to stop the game. But there is a law called dangerous play, which will come into effect, and at one certain point, umpires have to make a decision. It's good that they have decided to continue.
It's so bad.
Yeah, it's been quietly getting darker. We are also, I think, a little bit behind on our times because there have been lots of water breaks for both teams right throughout both innings. So the light definitely not ideal. Sri Charani will continue from the media centre end. Nadine de Klerk on strike.
She's going at 200. The strike rate, that is. 7 balls, 14 runs. Need 3 to 4 boundaries every over. Nicely bowled. She would have learnt a thing or two from her senior partner Deepti Sharma, bowling from the other end. Do not give any length, because these two girls are powerful strikers, and if they get underneath, they are going to clear the boundary, even though the 65-yard boundary right around the stadium is not going to be big enough. Bowled. No? How did that miss? Well,
first real mistake from Risha Aghosh behind the stumps today. Can't collect cleanly, and Charani is denied of a wicket. Chloe Tryon so far down the track, but Ghosh not able to collect.
We often speak about, oh, that's well timed as well. The boundary is not going to make the cut. STV often talk about the visibility when it comes to batting, but it must be quite hard for the wicketkeeper as well to pick the ball off the hand, the speed variation that you require in the last few overs, and 12th one-day international 50, 36 deliveries. Yeah, great knock.
She's cleared the boundary once again. Another fabulous shot from Chloe Tryon. She's struggling with cramp. Keeps pulling up after every shot, but what a shot that was.
You give her length, like I just said before. If she gets underneath it, it's going to disappear. Yeah, her feet are wobbling at the moment, but not her hands. 7-6 of the innings. We've seen some funny things happen in cricket, particularly in T20 format. Strelick comes inside, extra cover drops back to the fence, so you can guarantee that this is going to be a foot outside the off stump the next ball. Might not be a bad idea to bat outside the off stump. There you are.
Oh, sad. Yo, my bag.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire referral for stumping. Could you start with the front foot, please? Okay, fair delivery, move on to side on for the stumping. Yeah, batter has clearly made a ground before the wickets are put down. I have a decision for the giant screen. My decision is not out. My decision is not out.
Well, the TV umpire in Hannibal, that was an easy one for him. He has had hard ones in this match. Oh, that has gone too. This match continued to entertain, and the South African batters, ST, well, they are one run away from the 300 mark. 299 for 6. Have a look at some of these shots. Skipper striking the ball to perfection. A lot of shots straight and towards that mid-wicket area. Well, ST, I said 8 sixers in the 45th over, didn't I? They've got 4, so they need another 4 in the next 12 balls.
What a knock it's been from Chloe Tryon. 5 sixers in that 63. Just 39 deliveries. And once again, the umpires just meeting up, discussing with Harmanpreet Kaur about the light. India would be happy to go off. The DLS pass score is 325 and South Africa well behind it.
You're saying that the light is not good enough for a fast bowler.
Yeah, it has come to that, ST. I know it's heartbreaking and disappointing for the South Africans because they've got an outside chance, but certainly these two batters, the way they have shown their skills, that they would believe that in these 12 balls that they can get around that 5 sixes they require, and but laws are laws, and what Harmanpreet is saying that we don't the spirit of the game, we don't really want this, but it has come to that stage where the fielders have found it difficult to pick the ball. It's pretty dark, and when you have a surrounding like this at Premadasa Stadium, it's even darker, and that's what the umpires are discussing right now. Obviously, they would have in a T20, in a 50-over game, if you don't take a reading before the 20th over ST, if you had taken, I think they would have been off by now. But yeah, it's something that it's not easy to take, but umpires obviously trying to explain to the batters. It has been a terrific game. I don't think anyone who has been involved, even for in India for that matter, after getting that 337, that they wouldn't have hoped for a finish like this. But yeah, it's quite dark, and if they had agreed prior to the tournament to put the lights on, that was a different thing. But well, and that'll be it. And like I said before, South Africa lost no admirers, and the way these two batters were striking the ball, like I said, 37 ST, 5 sixers, that's all you need.
Yeah, disappointing for South Africa, you have to say, but how well have they played tonight? They battered out of their skins. Dirksen, Chloe Tryon, so good to watch, such clean strikers of the ball, and they've given India a bit of a scare. You have to wonder if they were able to just keep India under that 300-run mark. It would have been a different result perhaps because of the way South Africa have batted. I think if you look back, there was that one decision that could have gone either way, Deepti Sharma's run out, where there was enough doubt for the umpire to give it not out. Maybe if they had a bit of luck in situations like that, we'd be telling a different story right now.
Yeah, very often when you come to very close games like this, there are a lot of ifs and buts, and certainly don't know whether the discussion at the end, whether the Indians were asked to operate the spinners, and but who would like to lose? You don't need to open the game, but rules are rules, and umpires are there to get the players to play by the rules, and yeah, like I said, some high-scoring games in this competition so far. It's very unfortunate and disheartening that it has ended this way.
Yeah, and that would spell the end of South Africa's chances of getting to the final as well. They've now got 3 losses in 3 games, just 1 match to come against Sri Lanka. Even if they win that, both other teams have got more than 2 wins or more, sorry. So it's not going to work out for them. Chloe Tryon, 63 of 39, captaining the side today in the absence of Laura Wolfart. She's had a fantastic day with the bat, but just not enough.
The other thing that you need to take into consideration, South Africans are only 15 runs away from the DLS score. So the next 3 deliveries, if they could get 3 sixes, ST, they'll be ahead of the required rate. And then if you happen to stop the game, well, there's, like I said, a lot of ifs and buts. Technically, people who are watching at home, some of the brain trusts from South Africa, they'll be very disappointed. Match is still not officially called off because it's only 5:45 at the minute. There is a cut-off line, so they'll be waiting. But the way the skies are at the moment, it's against all odds that it'll improve.
Yeah, difficult to imagine that things are going to get brighter here. It's kind of been progressively getting darker with the clouds around as well since that second innings began. But we wait and see if there is a decision from the umpires soon. South African players in discussion. So are the umpires. There you go, the captains also joining them. I think it's a matter of the umpires explaining to the captains the process of their decisions over the last couple of minutes. No handshakes yet, so
Yeah, I think the South African run chase started at 10 past 2, so technically there is time till 5:40 to bowl the allotted 50 overs, but in this case they can extend the time. Whether it will improve or not, there are all possibilities and practicalities being explained by the umpires. Obviously, they'll be very disappointed that simply because there's some rustic blows that we saw in the last few overs, and who would have thought that they'll even get this close? But like I said, they're only 3 shots away from getting over that DLS score. So umpires will explain to the captains, we are happy to wait till that cut-off line, because technically all you need is, in cricketing terms, 8 minutes to bowl 2 overs. Well, now it's 46 past 5. Apparently, for 41 past 5, they'll wait another 8 minutes till 49 past 5 to see whether the light will improve. Like I said, it's only 8 minutes. All you need is 8 minutes. It's 4 minutes per over, and well, I would say it's highly unlikely that these guys are going to clear and the light to improve during that 8 minutes.
You're not looking good, not looking like that would happen. South Africa obviously would be disappointed, but as I mentioned before, it's not the batting that was disappointing, perhaps the bowling, and particularly the fielding. I think they've let themselves down. The ground fielding was not good today. So many boundaries conceded, so many singles and twos conceded with sloppy fielding. So they'll be disappointed with that, disappointed with their showing. I think a lot of them will just want to be heading back to the hotel now, get a good rest in. They've struggled in the heat today in particular.
When you look back at this competition, ST, with the very first match, Sri Lanka got a bit of a pounding from India, that rain-shortened game. But apart from that game, it has been a 3-horse race, but all 3 matches have been in the photo finish. There's not much in it. And even so, when India got 277, South Africa were in it for a very, very long way, that second game, and then South Africa getting 237, Sri Lankans, one or things could have gone on South Africa's way, maybe a good catch or those misfields that cost them at the end, and there weren't much in it. And then when Sri Lanka chased that 270 from India, it was a photo finish, could have gone either way, and now we have come to this. So yeah, it has been a terrific, some of those figures won't tell you how close these matches have been, and India won by 9 because that was, quite comprehensively, but India won by 15 runs, South Africa were in it, like I said. Sri Lanka won by 5 wickets against South Africa, went down to the wire till that 48th or 49th over, and Sri Lanka won by 3 wickets against India. Well, that also could have gone either way. They have not a lot of margin for error when these sides are performing at their highest level, and this has been the case. So even today, India versus South Africa, 7th of May, the result is yet to be decided, but we are 5 minutes away from it. And then one thing is for sure, that South Africa will have another opportunity to play against Sri Lanka, but obviously when it comes to that grand final on the 11th, they will not be able to participate. So India, with this result, inevitable result that is, are through to the final, and Sri Lanka also through the final, although they've got one more game against South Africa. There is that. India not updated. This was before the match, so India will move to 6 points after today completed their 4 matches, the round robin. Sri Lanka got one more game, and South Africa still nothing on that points column. But I'll tell you what, those figures actually do not indicate how close South Africa were to be in that final.
Today's game saw some fantastic performances by both teams. Rodrigues, to me, just stood out so well. Gamini with her 100, batted with such fluency, played those inside-out shots as she does. So beautiful to watch. Put on partnerships.
Yeah, she came to bat in the 7th over, and at that time India had lost Raval, Diol and Harmanpreet. So there was a task for her to bring her side into some sort of stability, and didn't she do that? Have a look at some of these shots. She played the field nicely, both top hand and bottom hand. That's another terrific inside out over extra cover. Unorthodox reverse sweep, switch hit. Well, that was a full package, wasn't it? Hitting to all parts.
Yeah, such a versatile batter, can clear the boundary, can work the single, such a good runner between wickets as well. And there she celebrates a second one-day international century, second for this year as well. So she's having a good time of it, and I love that celebration. You love to see characters out in the field.
Yeah, she seems to be playing with a lot of confidence at the moment, even on the field. And she had a very, very ailing partner to support in the middle, in those middle overs. And that's another touch and go moment. When Deepti Sharma walked in, it could have been 250, 270 total, and then she also played some magnificent shots. Her go-to shot is the sweep shot, and to hoik towards that cow corner.
Yeah, played second fiddle to Jemima for her entire innings, and then once Jemima was back in the heart, really took on the bowlers, hitting sixes over the bowler's head. We haven't seen that often from Deepti Sharma of recent times. Her last half century coming back in 2022, got a promotion in the batting lineup today, and she made the most of it with that knock.
Yeah, those two significant contributions made India 337, and when South Africa started, it was a huge task. And this is what Dirksen did during the course of the run chase. Some of the South African players were struggling with the heat. We had drinks breaks every 5-10 minutes, but they did not give up.
Yeah, Dirksen has been brilliant during this series. It's my first time seeing her in person. She's looked like such a strong batter, clears the boundary easily, but also can play that long innings, and we've seen that over the last couple of games. In every game, she's just got progressively better. And Chloe Tryon, stand-in skipper for today, instead of Laura Woolford, who missed out. Another powerful batter, able to clear the boundary easily. She and Dirksen are the ones who gave South Africa that little bit of hope at the end with the way they were able to hit those sixers.
Yeah, never easy as you walk in. You have to go for it from the word go. And didn't she do that? 63 of 39. There were some massive hits towards that cow corner. Well, who'd have thought? If not for the bad light, she would have definitely given herself a chance to get, like I said, at the end of the day, 3 hits. So umpires, for the last check, 5:49. They will decide whether these 12 balls that are remaining to be bowled or this match will be called off from this point. And to me, the light has not improved, I don't think, to the naked eye. But having said that, they are the ones who are in the middle and they've got the light meter. So they would have taken a reading when they left. Has it improved? We'll have to wait and see. If they've checked one side, they'll go to the other side, complete the checking from both sides and then make the decision. I really can't tell you what the reading was, but yeah, these modern day technology these days, ST, these light meters, those days it was just like a normal mobile phone, but now you get all these details and she's going to note it down. They'll call the two skippers and complete the formalities.
I'm sure the South Africans also eagerly awaiting the decision still. Hannah Harris, Nimali Pereira discussing what needs to be done. So it looks like the umpires are just going to have a bit of a chat with the captains. Chloe Tryon trudging her way into the middle as was struggling with cramp while she was batting as well. Harmanpreet Kaur also making her way there.
Well, the good news is that the light has improved from where it was. So we are going to have a restart or completion. So 12 balls that's required. We will have a start. Now it's 52 past 5. We are going to start in 3 minutes. So that means the light has improved and we will have the remaining 12 balls. So South Africa still got a glimmer of hope.
I don't think anyone was expecting that from either camp. Indian players making their way out to the middle. Chloe Tryon just taken all her gloves and her pads and all her equipment off as well. 5:55 start time, so 2 minutes remaining. I don't think the South Africans will want to take too much longer because surely at this time of day light is only going to get worse.
I think it's good that the light has improved a touch for the umpires to start the game. ST, you didn't want to finish this game in this manner, and knowing that South Africans believe that they had a chance. So the two batters are coming in. Tryon on 63. Like I said, it's 3 hits in it. De Klerk 15. We've already seen what she is capable of doing. It'll be interesting to see who India going to bowl. Amanjot Kaur got 2 overs, so she, either end. So 1 over from her, maybe Deepti Sharma, the other, the 2 bowlers that Harmanpreet will trust in this situation. And 5 hits, 12 balls.
Yeah, South Africa, I mean, they've got nothing to lose now. 39 runs in 12 deliveries.
Slightly away, slightly.
Amanjot
That's leg
or
stuff.
will ball. I think that was the decision that the umpires also considered when they did decide to take the players off the field. The fact that a medium pacer would be bowling.
So here we go. 39
Yes, right arm
to win
over,
off 12
straight.
balls. The next 6 balls we will know where this game is heading. Oh, you got to feel for the fielders as well. I did not pick that up. 5 yards on either side of that fielder, that would have been a boundary.
Yeah, tough to pick up from where we are as well, so I can understand. Might be difficult for the fielders out there and the batters as well. I mean, they've got the most important job here.
Catch it is the call, but I think the fielders will be quite happy just to keep it down to 1, because singles are not going to do the job for South Africa. That was very close to being a wide.
Tryon got bat on it, but not able to find the gap. They need to find a couple of boundaries in the next 4 deliveries, Gamini. Otherwise, it's going to be an impossible task in the last over.
Yeah, mid-off comes in. Fine leg drops to the line.
Wide.
Wide is the call. I think it's on line, it's not the height.
And first one.
Yeah.
First one.
Yeah, the previous delivery, I think if Tryon had not got bat on ball, would have been called a wide as well. This one, it's a fine line when you're on the leg side, isn't it? Sometimes might seem a bit unfair, but it's just passing past that leg stump.
Yeah, different tactic. Mid-off goes back, fine leg inside. That'll be 4. So if they can get 3 4s in the next 3 deliveries, they will be still in it in the last over. Shorter length, looking to play the field, gets outside the line.
Yeah, De Klerk can hit the ball hard. We've seen her clear the boundary already in this innings. So whether it's De Klerk or Tryon on strike, South Africa still have the resources to do something that's nearly impossible here.
That should be a wide. Even I saw that from here.
Second one. That's the second one.
It'll be interesting to see how the Sri Lankan players watching it at wherever they are. Well, they would have been very happy when the umpires walked off just 10 minutes ago, but here we are back on, and 31 off 9. Like I said, 3 hits in it.
Little bit of panic from Amanjot. She doesn't need to do too much. That's better. That's better. Single, but a single is not going to hurt India too much.
2 balls left. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep square leg. Those are the boundary riders, but no matter where the liners are, you need to go over their head if South Africa wants to win this match. Will she get a length ball? Up in the air.
Come back, Nate.
Back for the second. She's really struggling, Tryon.
Yeah, you got to feel for Chloe Tryon. Really struggling with cramp, but putting everything out there for South Africa.
Yeah, from where we started, ST, I think light had deteriorated dramatically over the last 6 balls. That's all along the ground. So in the context of the game, although there were 2 wides, Still a good over. There weren't any sixers in it. Just 1-4. And we are down to the last over. 311 for 6. 28 needed. So now you need 5 because you couldn't get those 2 hits. You need 5 in 1 over.
Suchi. Suchi. चढ़नी पीछे जाएगी या आप जा रहे हैं?
So you were spot on, Gamini. Harmanpreet Kaur going with Amanjot Kaur and Deepti Sharma to finish off this innings.
नहीं घूम जाओ.
Plenty of runs in the bank for India to defend. 27, Deepti Sharma has 6 deliveries to bowl.
Yeah, she's got a boundary right on the offside. Deep extra cover and a long off. So she'll be looking to bowl outside the stumps. Deep mid wicket and long on. Square leg and short fine leg inside the circle. This is not going to head towards the stumps. So tactically, Tran needs to be smarter here. She might have to bat outside or cover that off stump.
Yeah! Bowler Deepti Sharma. What an anti-climax. She gets Chloe Tryon. Tryon struggling out there, but just not able to get bat on ball. Deepti Sharma gets it straight and hits the timber.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's a very smart customer, Sharma. Got loads of experience bowling at the death. Tried her heart out, Chloe. Tremendous hand. 67 off 43. Kept South Africa in the game, but all in vain at the end.
But the fielding.
Sunelise, the new batter.
Because that was also bad.
From here on in, every ball has to go over the fence for South Africa to win.
Sunelise, her score of 107, averaging 24. Bit surprised that she didn't come into bat earlier in the innings. And South Africa utilised wicketkeeper batter Jafta, which is an opportunity here. 5 deliveries to go.
Well, it's all over Red Rover mathematically, unless Sharma bowls a no ball or a wide. 4 deliveries to go. Nicely bowled. Now you got to feel for the batters, the bowlers and the fielders, and even for the umpires for that matter. On your screen it looks pretty bright, but I'll tell you to naked eye, it's pretty dark.
चलो भाग! Throw!
Like the intensity shown by the Indian fielders. They know South Africa can't get to the total 26 needed of 2 deliveries yet. Chasing everything down, getting those throws in. It's good to see.
Throw!
Just falling short at point. So final ball as far as South Africa is concerned. Full toss, low full toss, just a single. 314 for 7 at the end, and that will be that.
Yeah, commendable effort from South Africa, getting to 314 for 7. But it was always going to be a tough ask to chase this total of 338 set by India. So handshakes all round disappointing end to South Africa's hopes of making it through to the final of this competition. But they can be proud of the way they've chased in this tournament. They batted well in they've batted well every time they've chased, particularly against India. But unfortunately not able to get over the line, and that's been the biggest problem.
Yeah, through that beautiful partnership in the middle when India were batting between Rodrigues and Sharma, basically batted South Africa out of the game, but take nothing away from that run chase. Even without their regular skipper, Laura, South Africa batted their heart out. And well, with 2 overs to go, they still had a mathematical chance, but at the end India won by 23 runs.
Yeah, another good performance from India, isn't it? They've been one of the standout sides in this competition despite that loss against Sri Lanka. It was also a good batting effort from them. Here they've put on 337, different batters standing up on different occasions, and even with the ball, Sneerana, no wickets today, has been a standout in the previous games. Today Deepti Sharma, Amanjot Kaur I thought was very impressive with the new ball. Sri Charani another one. So things coming together in some ways for India.
Yeah, take nothing away from the South African team. Yeah, they'll be disappointed, no doubt, but like I mentioned, there hasn't been much between these 3 teams. They fought hard. There are a few things that they need to rectify before the World Cup, and this jigsaw will be sorted out. I think South Africa are playing 2 more tours. All these things will be discussed in the near future before that World Cup ST. And yeah, India, like you said, they started favourites before this tournament, and after that loss to the Sri Lankans, they thought 276 was enough, but terrific run chase from the Sri Lankan girls in the middle. So they had to press the reset button, and they done it. 314 for 7. Yeah, Brits was vital at the top of the piece. 26. Normally she scores pretty quickly, and 26 off 42. I think she'll be looking back at that performance when it comes to the team total. Smith, good debut. Well, 39 off 54. That'll give her some confidence. But Dirksen and Shangazi kept them in. Dirksen was terrific, 81 off 80, and at the end, Tryon 67 off 43 for a valiant battle with de Klerk, who scored 22 off 13 deliveries. Fell short by 23 runs.
Yeah, I think if there are any positives for South Africa to take, it would be Anna Dirksen. She's been brilliant. That's the Indian bowling performance. Amanjot 3 for 59. Deepti Sharma 2 for 57. The standouts really for them. They kept things tight early on. I think that's where they won the match for India. Didn't give away easy runs. The fielding also was really good. Extras a bit on the high side, 16, 10 wides included in that 16. So that'll be something that the coaching staff will want to have a look at. Smriti Mandana also getting a couple of overs today. Pratika Raval getting 3. So used up a lot of their resources today. Got Harmanpreet Kaur. But overall, they'll be happy with that performance and happy with the result.
Yeah, good point that you made, ST. Fielding department a lot better compared to the last outing, and their fielding coach would have definitely discussed on the last match performance, but they have rectified in that area. Their ground fielding was very good. So let's see some of the highlights from this run chase. Amanjot proved that she can swing the ball both ways and can be very effective. That was Smith. Her first international innings. Brits over cover. This is how she got out. Batting highlights on both sides. Deepti Sharma hitting Smith, and then came Dirksen. That's some powerful hitting. Shangazi wasn't too shabby at all. She tried her best to keep up the pace with Dirksen. I was told that this is the highest aggregate when it comes to two teams. ST 600 odd runs in 100 overs, and we mentioned this during our stint that batters had certainly have the wood over the bowlers. Easy one for the umpire there. The South African batters had to battle hard with the conditions. Few players were getting cramps and niggles here and there, but still had a throw at the stumps till the end.
And that's what you want in these games, isn't it? That fight from your team. No matter what happens in the following game, South Africa will know they've got a measure of the conditions here and some good experience going into that World Cup later in the year in India. So, bit of positives to take, as I mentioned before. One, of course, that Anne Dirksen, Chloe Tryon, and Nadine de Klerk also some good hitting out there. Those last couple of sixers, Gamini, I think that's what kind of gave maybe a glimmer of hope to South Africa that maybe the impossible was possible.
And also these stoppages, it never helps. You know, the momentum was with the South Africans at that point, and so India were put into bat by South Africa, 337 for 9. Rodrigues and Sharma were brilliant, 123-93. Klaas, de Klerk and Mlaba, 2 wickets apiece. South Africa in return 314 for 7. Dirksen 81. Tryon 67, and good debut for Smith. Sharma was pretty good, called bowled brilliantly with the new ball and the old ball. India won by 23 runs. Let's go down and join Anisha Ghosh for the presentation.
It was a statement of intent from India after they lost the toss, with their batters seizing control and speaking loud and clear. Smriti Mandhana set the tone with her first 50 on tour. Jemimah Rodrigues dazzled with her career best 123, and then Deepti Sharma powered through with a fluent and fine 93. South Africa in response battled hard, led by Chloe Tryon and Anne Dirksen, but eventually fell short by 23 runs as India stormed into the final with their third win on this assignment. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation of the 5th match of the Servo Cup Women's ODI Tri-Nation Series here in Colombo. At the outset, I must thank all our sponsors for their invaluable support. First up, Lanka IOC, the official title sponsor and exclusive ground branding partner. Dialogue Papare, the official production partner and broadcaster in Sri Lanka. And FanCode, official broadcaster for the territory of India. Those are our sponsors, and a big thank you to them all. Time now for me to welcome the presentation party. I am joined by Mr. Bandula Disanayake, Honorary Secretary, Sri Lanka Cricket, and Mr. Jitendra Sharma, Senior Vice President, Retail Sales and HR, Lanka IOC, the title sponsor and exclusive ground branding partner. Welcome, gentlemen. Time now to hear from the captain who, despite a hard fight, ended up on the losing side. May I call upon South Africa standing skipper Chloe Tryon to come forward for a chat, please. Chloe, has the heartbeat eased a little bit after that close finish and the stoppage due to bad light?
Yeah, look, a little bit disappointing. I think we can say as a team, probably not the best first half we had with the ball. Felt we should have got a little bit tighter on the stumps, and our fielding wasn't up to standard. It hasn't been up to standard this whole tournament, but yeah, we didn't get, I think we leaked about 30-40 runs there. Really cost us in the second half. I thought we won a good toss, and I think it was a good wicket throughout, but yeah, just a little bit short and really disappointed about that.
In that bowling innings of yours, how difficult was it to pull things back after that Jemima Rodrigues and Deepti Sharma century stand?
Yeah, it was tough. They were going at ease. We were trying to find ways. I just felt like we were just off the mark a little bit. And yeah, I felt like we should have put a lot more pressure on them, and we didn't. And yeah, they just ran away with it. We were just trying to stay in the game as much as we could. But yeah, they batted amazing, and credit to them. You got to give credit when it's due. But yeah, I think as a bowling unit, we need to go back to the basics. I think we should have been hitting the stumps a lot more. I felt like we hit a lot of balls off the stump. So I think going back to basics will be really important to us for the last game against Sri Lanka.
A word on your own innings, a half century alongside that of Annari Dirksons, the youngster who's making good on the promise she showed earlier on.
Yeah, I know, she's really exciting to bat with. Yeah, I know she was struggling with a little bit of cramps, but yeah, you know, we just we didn't think of anything but just hitting the ball and seeing every single ball, and we worked in small stages of how to chase the run rate as much as we could. You know, we never gave up to the end, and that's what I love about this team. We showed a lot of character, and I think we really showed that. I know we came short, but you know, we can pat ourselves on the back for the good effort we gave out there today.
Finally, Chloe, you are now out of contention for a spot in the final, unfortunately. How would you contextualize this early elimination in terms of the larger scheme of things, which is the ODI World Cup looming in 5 months' time?
Yeah, look, we always knew coming here we're going to try a lot of different things. We had a debutant today, Mia Naismith, that came in today. Shows a lot of promise. We've got girls that came in. Sanola Jeff that came to bat in before me. Nundumi Shangaza is testing these girls out, and they went out to the 10 today, which is really good. But I think it's building blocks for us for the World Cup, and we just got to step this in another direction and up, onwards and upwards from here. But finish off on a high note against Sri Lanka, and then go home and really reflect on this year and come back a lot stronger.
Thank you, Chloe. Go well in the next match. Thank you. That was Chloe Tryon, the stand-in skipper for South Africa. And now to the honours. The player of the match will receive prize money worth USD 500 to be presented by Mr. Jitendra Sharma, Senior Vice President, Retail Sales and HR, Lanka IOC, and a trophy to be awarded by Mr. Bandula Disanayake, Honorary Secretary of Sri Lanka Cricket. And for her outstanding knock of 123, her second international century, a knock built on fire, finesse and top-notch fitness, the player of the match is Jemima Rodrigues. And there she is, Lil J, delivering big in this game, spent nearly 2.5 hours in the middle, struck 15 fours and a 6, and steered India to the highest total posted by any side in this ongoing Tri-Nation series. All right, Lil J, you're having quite the big year, 2025, aren't you? First, maiden international century against Ireland, and a second one here in Sri Lanka. How pleased are you with that performance?
Yeah, I think the year has just begun for me. I just want to keep going. The main target's the World Cup, but yeah, very pleased with the knock today. Even more special, my parents were here. They were not there when I scored my first international, but they were there when I scored the second, so very happy with that.
Making amends are Lavita and Ivan, clearly. How would you describe your mindset when you went into bat? You came into bat in the 7th over and of course strung those partnerships, 100-run plus stand with Deepti Sharma as well?
Yeah, I think we'd lost 3 wickets, but I just tried to play simple cricket. Didn't try to do anything extra, but yes, I was still looking to score runs because I think that's my game. The more I look to score runs, the better I do, and I just try to build up partnerships with Smriti first and then with Deepti. So I think Deepti played outstanding too. The partnership we had, the way we complemented each other and the way we went about, so it was outstanding.
Jemima, you've spoken a lot about how you look for those ugly runs in the T20I format. A lot has changed for you in terms of your strike rate that has gone up in ODIs. What really has changed since 2021, Jemima?
I think it's just the confidence I have, and more than that, just me understanding my game. You know, usually I used to play 4-5 dot balls, get panicked and throw my wicket. But now I think that sense of calmness is there that, you know, मैं जैमी हूँ कभी भी make up कर सकती हूँ types. And at the same time, a lot of T20 cricket has helped me. Playing different leagues in different conditions has helped me and given me a belief and a trust in myself. I know at any condition and any situation I'm well able to deliver what the team requires. And even today I didn't think much. Honestly, I didn't think about the 100 till I reached my 90s. I was just thinking of how I needed to be there till the 40th over or the 35th over. Dipti and I was speaking so that we can lay a foundation for the rest to come in and, you know, go bang, bang, bang. So yeah.
Finally, Jemima, what is it about the fitness that allows you to bat long and then you were out on the field during your defense and you were sprinting around like an hare?
I don't know, I think that 100 energized me more to, you know, sprint around there. But yeah, honestly, it's very hot here in Sri Lanka. It's getting a little difficult, but yeah, I think that's why we play cricket, you know, that every time I go back, I want to get better and kind of implementing such things in my workout that will complement 50 over cricket. So just trying to keep it simple, but trying to keep it very specific to 50 overs. And I think that's helping me. More of endurance stuff with strength, and that's helping me, yeah.
And may you continue to go from strength to strength, Jemima Rodrigues. Well done and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That's it. Player of the match, Jemima Rodrigues, centurion on the day, prospective commentator in the future. Time now to wrap things up. May I invite the winning captain, Harmanpreet Kaur, for a quick word, please. Harmanpreet, congratulations. Relief that you're now through to the finals without having to wait for that last round-robin fixture between South Africa and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we thought, that, you know, this game is very important and we wanted to end in the positive note.
How would you summarize your team's batting performances today? Smriti led the platform down, and of course Jemima, that 100. What would you tell about this youngster in your side?
Yeah, I think it was a very good pitch and everybody, you know, took the responsibility and took the team into that situation where, you know, our bowling unit can really, you know, show their bowling and win the game for us. I think Jamie, Smriti, Deepti, they all batted really well and really happy to see, you know, everybody is coming and doing well for the team.
Deepti Sharma, your three-dimensional utility player, came out with a lot of intent today. Was there any specific instruction from yourself and the dressing room when she went out on the park?
Well, we just told her to just keep batting because today's pitch was better than the previous pitches, and we just told them to just keep batting because ball is coming really nice and just keep thinking about, you know, 4-5 runs per over, and I think they calculated really well.
Finally, Harmanpreet, a word on your bowling performance. Your other core in the mix, Amanjot, raising her hand up, playing her first match on the tour and ably helped by the likes of Deepti and others.
Yeah, Amanjot was really good today and she gave us the breakthrough which we, you know, spoke in the team meeting, and really good to see, you know, she is someone who can ball, bat, and really happy to see her bowling performance today.
Happy to see you win as well. Congratulations and see you in the final. That was India skipper Harmanpreet Kaur. That concludes the post-match presentation.
There you are. So match summary: India 337 for 9, Rodrigues a magnificent 100 and Sharma 93. Batted South Africa out of it. In return, 314 for 7, Dirksen 81. Tried their best to get South Africa over the line. Amanjot Kaur 3 for 59. India won by 23 runs.
Some big performances with the bat from both sides. Rodrigues deservedly player of the match, and that's how the points table stands now. After India have completed their 4 games, won 3, lost 1. Sri Lanka also qualify for the final with 2 wins under their belts. South Africa unfortunately have lost 3 out of 3 and are out of contention for that final. They will play Sri Lanka on Friday for pride, but their time in this competition is coming to an end.
For the final match of the round robin, Sri Lanka versus South Africa, 9th May, live from RPICS Colombo from 9:45 AM onwards. Up until we see you again, it's goodbye and good night from our crew.